This poor boy works tirelessly, carrying the bodies of monsters. But the dream of failure is to become a professional hunter. So far, he had saved $40,000. This was the cost to register for the hunter exam. While taking a break from work, he happily fiddles with his phone. He explores courses designed to help him become stronger. But he doesn't plan to spend his money on that, unfortunately. Later on, an accident occurs at work when the crane's chain breaks. He would have to give up the $40,000 he had saved for emergency surgery, or he risked losing his leg. From the boss, he dedicated so much time to working. He only received $3,000 in compensation and was let go to prevent tarnishing the company's reputation. The poor beggar had even lost the sparkle in his eyes when his phone vibrated. It was a sales event for new students at a transcendental academy. The problem was that the registration fee was $3,000, which was all the money he had to survive. Realizing he was already completely broke and that this amount wouldn't make much of a difference, he decides to register. All his money has been drawn into another dimension. A tutor has arrived, and now he will embark on missions and learn valuable lessons from his new instructors. He can even enroll to learn from Buddha and acquire SSS rank items and skills. After responding to several questions and deciding which path he wants to pursue, it is decided that his primary weapon will be a spear. He even took lessons from Buddha to gain better control over his body and spirit. A week later, the doctor was incredulous that the boy had already made a full recovery. In his 30 years of experience, he had never encountered anything like it. This is all thanks to the lessons of Buddha. With just 1.3% of the learning completed, he was already proving to be effective. His next teacher was a dedicated educator who inspired her students with passion and creativity, a centaur who taught everyone on Olympus. Thinking it would be easy again, just like it was with Buddha, he remained calm. Suddenly, Chiron shouted for him to get up and begin. A mission arises. He needs to run 30 kilometers, complete 1,000 squats, and perform 300 push-ups, 300 sit-ups, and 150 pull-ups. At first, he considers simply ignoring it. However, the notification keeps appearing every hour, indicating that the task is incomplete. He believes he will tackle this later and focus on learning other lessons first. However, they soon realize that the free portion of the course will only last for another 83 days. A moment later, he is in the park, running and crying as he realizes that only 1 hour remains, and he must make the most of it. Carrying all those monsters undoubtedly gave him some strength. Before long, he began to increase the number of push-ups he was performing. This thrills the boy. He starts performing the exercises, one after another, achieving his goal. Even a hospitalized elderly woman begins to notice a change in his physique. This time, he is determined to become a hunter. Returning to his home, Kim Seo-jun feels completely drained. However, there is no time to rest, so he quickly signs up for a new lesson. This time, he will learn about common sense. His progress continues to advance. The next morning, he returns to work, seeking a new opportunity since he feels he has no other option. While he was in the dormitory, his work friend entered through the back door. As a joke at work, he pretended to hit the boy, but the boy dodged without even looking back. Both were impressed by the situation, and of course, this was a result of the sensory training he underwent the night before. Later, his friend questions whether it is really safe for the boy to carry 200 kilograms alone. The boy shows no sign of discomfort at all. No one can comprehend how he transformed so dramatically in such a brief period. He feels significantly stronger. He even begins doing squats, stating that he won't have much time after work. He gets startled when he checks his phone. Each squat counted as 3 due to the overload. He is very excited about this because it will save him time. His coworkers nearly freak out when they see him doing squats with all that weight, and it doesn't stop there. He begins doing push-ups as well. Upon arriving home, the boy felt a surge of happiness. Not only had he earned money through his work, but he had also managed to complete all his daily tasks. He returned to fiddling with his phone and began searching for additional lessons. Eventually, he discovered one that claimed he could even uproot mountains from the ground. His new instructor was Xiang Yu. The teacher has assigned him the new task of balancing a spear 5,000 times each day. The next morning at the protagonist's workplace, a girl was walking around the area. She is Park Se-yoon, a rank B hunter who has come to assess potential threats in the area. It seems that everyone holds this girl in high regard. This is because she is the granddaughter of Park Min-chul, the Sword Star. He achieved great feats a century ago when the portals first emerged. He was a powerful, awakened being who made significant contributions, regarded as a true hero in this world. But that is not currently the concern. He just wants to do his squats with monsters. While he worked, he trained and joked with his friend. A giant monster hidden within the pile of bodies rises right beside his companion. Meanwhile, the girl was lost in thought. She wanted to be a teacher, but her grandfather wouldn't allow her to pursue that dream. She couldn't lead a normal life as the granddaughter of a hero. She even attempted to teach at the Hunter Academy. However, everyone preferred to learn from her grandfather rather than from her. Yet the girl remained determined to pursue her dream. She just needed to find an appropriate solution. Suddenly, a worker rushes by, urging them to run. A manticore was on the verge of swallowing the protagonist's friend. Incredibly, the man was simply shouting for the boy to run. This was a 4-star monster known as a manticore, a creature that even seasoned hunters find challenging. Realizing there wouldn't be enough time, the boy picks up a piece of iron and charges toward the beast. With a single strike, the manticore recoils slightly. The man is shocked, but the young boy shouts for him to run. Min Chu should run too, but the brave young guy thinks that if he does, they'll both be in trouble. He reveals his plan to stall until the hunters arrive. Even though he's scared, our hero stands firm in front of the beast, ready to fight if necessary. Talking to himself, he commands his body to stop shaking and not to freeze up. Not now! Suddenly, Buddha's wise words come to mind, calming him down. Listening closely, the young man realizes he needs to calm his emotions, just like his shaky, frightened heart. As he contemplates, the monster charges forward at full throttle. Kim begins to run toward the beast, gradually calming down with each step. With glowing yellow eyes, the manticore raises its paw, poised to strike first. Remembering Chiron's lesson, the young man understands that he must trust his instincts. The plan succeeds, and he expertly dodges the monster's claws, jumping back to create some distance. Suddenly, the enemy raises its scorpion tail. The young guy jumps quickly, anticipating the situation before he reacts. He must trust his instincts until he identifies a weak point, the creature's head. In midair, the young man contemplates whether to strike now or hold back, ultimately deciding to trust Xiang Yu's claim that his blow could split mountains. Gripping his iron bar, Kim resolves to unleash his full power, convinced he can tear mountains apart. With all his strength and determination, he launches his attack, managing to split not a mountain, but the body of the manticore. The impact creates a loud noise and kicks up a cloud of dust. Confused, the workers begin searching for the source of the crash, while the huntress, still nearby, joins in the effort. As she approaches, the young woman sees Kim standing there, still holding the iron bar. To her shock, behind him stood the massive creature, completely wrecked. Grinning awkwardly, the guys were all wondering how that even worked while his grades and lecture performance begin to soar. Totally mind-blown, Park Seo-yoon is left wondering what just happened. How did an ordinary guy, who isn't even a hunter, manage to take down a monster like that without a proper weapon? Snapping back to reality, Kim races toward Minchul, zooming past the girl without even noticing her. He's concerned about whether the guy is okay or if he has any injuries. But his friend is also stressing about him. The guy says he's fine, but advises the kid to go to the hospital. Meanwhile, the kid's boss is attempting to introduce him to the hunter. Everyone is celebrating him, giving him props for the epic win. Park Seo-yoon's jaw dropped as she realized she had finally found him, leaving the guy behind her looking puzzled. In her mind, she knew she had found the right cadet. As the workday comes to a close, everyone starts to head out. As Kim Seo-joon strolls down the street, he checks his phone and is taken aback by what he sees. His lecture progress is significantly better than simply replaying classes. He's convinced this must be because he took down a manticore. The best way to level up in lectures is to apply what he learned in real battles. His only hurdle is the requirement for a temporary license to participate in raids, which means he must join a hunter academy. Suddenly, a voice jolts him back to reality. Turning around, he spots the Sword Star's granddaughter, who asks if he has time to chat. Despite his suspicions, Kim replies, "Sure, spill it." Park Seo-yoon gets straight to the point and asks if he would accompany her to visit her grandpa. The people nearby react with disbelief, insisting there's no way he would agree, especially when his answer is a resounding no. Stunned, the girl struggles to process the rejection, while the guy simply walks away. She pleads with him to wait, but he is eager to get home and binge-watch lectures. Feeling awkward, the hunter realized he had never been in this situation in his 31 years. The guy turns back and explains that he said no because her academy is essentially just a formality. Curious, the girl wonders who this guy is, engaging in unconventional workouts while successfully defeating a manticore. Park So-yoon is doing everything to win him over, showcasing all the gear he needs, but he's just not convinced. In a last-ditch effort, she asks if he would be willing to learn from her grandpa, but the guy simply replies, "Nah, it doesn't matter," leaving her even more puzzled. Not wanting to let him go, she yells, asking about the written test, but he confidently replies, "I've got this." She then asks how he plans to conduct a raid without being part of a hunter academy. The guy says that joining your academy won't make a difference since it's not government approved. Park Se-yoon feels like they've received the green light to assist, prompting Kim to slow down. Seeing this, the hunter said they could arrange a private training spot for you, all at no cost. Turning to her, the guy asks, "What's the catch?" When something seems too good to be true, you can't help but wonder. Determined, she knew she would need to compete for the academy and represent us wherever she went. Even though she's tempted, Kim remains cautious and asks why she's so eager for him to join. She replies, "I see your potential." They both smile broadly. The guy is really enjoying what he hears. They'll develop a professional relationship by leveraging each other's skills, and the guy responds with a handshake, signaling his agreement. Park Se-yoon follows suit, and they shake hands, sealing the deal. The next day, Kim's phone buzzes. Mr. Minchell is questioning what he did to cause the work leader to change so quickly. The guy recalls that it was the favor he asked of the hunter, but he questions whether the firing was simply a way to avoid responsibilities. Laughing, his buddy said, "Nah, he'd never do that," but his absence is still considered a win. Then he asks if the guy is on his way to the Hunter Academy yet. As the call ends, Park So-yoon approaches and hands him the temporary license. John's jaw drops when he hears that the document was issued just yesterday. He thanks her, still somewhat doubtful about its authenticity. Buzzing with excitement, he admits he's no hunter, but taking that first step feels truly epic. Kim is eager to learn and asks the girl if she can show him the ropes for raids. She says, "Nah, you don't need that," which completely throws him off. She points to several weapons, telling him to choose whichever one feels right, and then they're off. At the location, the hunter mentions that she booked it, believing he would need it. Kim begins his battle with a rat-like creature. He pauses to ask why Park Se-yoon decided to tag along into the dungeon. She describes it as a VIP session for promising students, which makes him grin. She emphasizes that she's there for safety, reminding him not to let his guard down, even if they are just facing kobolds. These critters are rated 2 stars, and as they move along, he's relieved that breaking through their mana defense is a breeze. Kim explains that normally, mana attacks bounce off a transparent shield. However, there's something unusual happening. Surprisingly, his non-mana attacks work like a charm. After a series of battles, he checks his phone and notices that his lecture progress is increasing. Even if it's not as much as his first fight, it's still worthwhile since he's also raking in cash. Grinning, he tells Park So-yoon that he's going to speed things up. He charges in, feeling as if he's leveling up in a game. After training, the hunter discovers him on the ground engaged in something bizarre, remarking that his craziness is off the charts. Kim has been staring at a blank black screen ever since they left the raid. His quirks don't end there. Despite being a rookie, he took down kobolds with the skill of a seasoned veteran. Then, he performed strange workouts while dragging the creatures' bodies, even though he could have simply called for help. In her mind, the girl believes she can't hide from her grandpa that she has a student. A student is now yelling that it's past midnight and he hasn't finished his lectures. Checking his phone, he's excited. He earned $9,510 in just one day. He realizes that his strategy of hauling and dismantling creatures is incredibly clever. The only drawback is the time required to complete the job. As he prepares to cross the street, he considers whether he should invite Minchul to join him. Deciding to text later, he focuses on figuring out what to do with all that cash. Although the raid boosted his lecture progress, it wasn't as much as he had hoped. He needs to find a way to get stronger, perhaps as powerful as the legendary Sage of Heaven, Sun Wukong. Recalling this instructor brings a moment of clarity. Now he has enough money to pay for the lecture he only got a glimpse of before. Pumped, he grabs his phone to register. But here's the twist. The fee is a staggering $27 billion. Squatting on the ground, Kim mutters that he probably won't have much, even as a professional hunter. Since he's stuck, he checks to see if his academy sells gear or other supplies. If he can't watch the lecture now, he can at least grab some equipment. As he browses the store, he's amazed. All the gear, including the replicas, is of mythical level, such as Longinus's spear and the Aegis shield. Additionally, they are created by top students, which means they could be crafted by future legends. This excites him, and he begins searching for gear he can use. He chooses Longinus's spear as his first purchase. The system begins analyzing data to determine the optimal price. The next day, Park Se-yoon discovers him doing an endless series of push-ups. Curious, she asks him why he seems so frantic. In his mind, he calculates that the spear's price is an astonishing $100,000 after considering the causality rate. He states aloud that, in the end, it's all about the money. Grinning, the hunter asks if he has heard about the academy competition. As the guys all gathered, I couldn't quite understand what was happening. The girl spills the tea, revealing that it's a showdown where schools flex their muscles. It's essentially a place to gauge how impressive a gym is. This epic battle takes place at the 4th league level, and if you succeed, you'll advance to a higher league. Additionally, the gym sees an increase in new signups and receives official endorsements. The plan is for our guy to represent the Dream Gem in this epic face-off. Kim's mind is buzzing with the thought that this could significantly enhance his lecture skills. It's similar to gaining experience points in a game, isn't it? He's fully committed, saying he's ready to join. The girl asks, "For real?" And he responds, "Yeah, what's the deal with these battles?" Park Se-yoon explains that it's all about raid scores and cadet tournaments. This makes our hero sweat a bit because he has no monster battling experience and lacks any cadet fighting skills. If he's going to do this, he needs to bring his A game. He turns to face the hunter. He asks if she's available to train him when she has some free time. Even though she's uncertain it's the best decision, she nods. Grinning, our guy is excited because she has Sword Star credentials. Even as a newcomer, he is incredibly curious about Park Se-yoon's power level. The girl replies, "Are you sure? I'm a rank B hunter." And he said, "Yeah, just don't wreck me." Ready to rumble? The hunter allows him to make the first move. He charges in without hesitation. The girl dodges, impressed by his speed, but she notices that his moves are a bit sloppy. His eyes reveal his next move like a neon sign. She wonders if she might have hyped him up too much after the kobold fight. After all, a cadet is still just a cadet. She wonders where he finds the courage to challenge her like this. Still, she believes one hit from her should finish it off. But, to everyone's surprise, Kim expertly blocks her hit with confidence. Shaking, he admits that it's hard work. The girl is astonished, wondering how he managed to block a mana-charged hit. The weapon should have slipped from his grasp, including the match. He jumps back, creating distance. The girl stands there, completely mind-blown. Chill, he grins, and says he's about to get serious now. They both plunge back into the fight. The hunter is baffled by his opponent's faster, sharper moves, which are completely different from just a few minutes ago. Kim is immersed in his training memories. Remembering the coach's advice not to expect opponents to simply stand there, he should make clear moves to provoke straightforward defenses. He spins the spear back to himself, repeating the motion until the opponent is wide open for the real hit. When the moment is right, he just needs to give it his all. The hunter is shocked as he charges forward at full throttle, realizing she is in trouble. A crash is followed by a burst of blue lightning. Still on her feet, she's trying to make sense of what just happened. She saw her student standing against a cracked wall. She suddenly realizes that she has unleashed her full power by accident. The guy stands up, claiming he's cool, and admits that he lost. The girl's jaw drops as she realizes he genuinely believed he could win against a rank B hunter. Meanwhile, Kim believes that hunters operate on a whole different level, and battling monsters is an entirely different challenge. He has a long way to go when his phone buzzes. Upon checking, he sees that his lecture progress has increased, just as he had hoped. Excited, he asks Park Se-yoon if she has much planned before the tournament. She replies that she doesn't have much going on. This is music to his ears, and he asks if they can train whenever they have free time. Sparring with her will really help him improve. Even though she seems a bit suspicious, the young woman agrees. She promised to help the guy, stating that if he wins, he gets to keep all the cash. Kim is completely unaware of the prize money and is in shock. The hunter reveals that the prize is an impressive $100,000. The young man's expression shifts completely. Leaving the girl curious, he asks when the tournament is happening. Park Se-yoon replies that it will take place in 2 weeks. The boy is panicking, believing he needs to train excessively. He begins doing squats while holding a massive rock, causing the hunter to exclaim, "Whoa!" In an effort to help, she suggests using the sandbags in the corner despite feeling lost herself. In an instant, 2 weeks fly by. A young man wearing glasses arrives at the tournament location. He's feeling jittery as he looks at the crowd. He finds it astonishing that ordinary people witness hunters in combat, and even government officials might be present. He approaches an organizer ready to stop stalling and dive in. He swiftly locates the participants' waiting room. Clutching his bag, the boy wonders what to do next, frozen with nerves. As he observes his rivals, he notices they are all muscular, powerful, and radiating confidence. This is likely because each school sent their top cadets. But when Kim Se-yoon was spotted, he notices that the man only has a battered weapon and a fabric spear holder. The other competitors are wondering, who is this country bumpkin? They think he's probably just some poor guy who was forced to join, a weirdo staring at a blank screen. To the glasses kid, our hero is just another solo player. Summoning his courage, he approaches Kim and greets her with a friendly, "Heh." He introduces himself as Lee Ming-ji, who is also a natural awakened. Despite his shyness, he asks if he can hang out near our friendly guy, who responds affirmatively after introducing himself as well. While discussing the other competitors, Lee highlights the axe guy, Jang Duk-chul, a prominent figure from Gochori Academy. The guy is in a feud with Lee Chul-min, a star from Mint Academy. Kim is puzzled as to why the guy is explaining so much when he didn't even ask. Suddenly, another guy approaches and tells the arguing men to quiet down. This is Lee Jung-hwan from Revenant Academy. Our hero observes that everyone falls silent as soon as the man begins to speak. Lee Ming-ji remarks that he believes the man has already won the tournament. He didn't even want to join, claiming that the competition was weak. Additionally, he declined a recruitment offer from the granddaughter of the Sword Star. The glasses kid admits he doesn't know why, but if the guy refused, he must be incredibly confident. We delve into Lee Jung-hwan's thoughts, where he is seething about his participation in the tournament. He only joined because his uncle wanted him to lead his academy to the third league at least once. However, even if he wins, he gains nothing, so he should have accepted Park Seo-yoon's offer. Although her academy may be unknown, she is still the granddaughter of the Sword Star and could prove to be quite useful. Suddenly, a noise catches his attention. He turns and sees Kim staring intently at him, questioning who this nobody is. Meanwhile, our hero contemplates how much his skills would improve if they engaged in battle. An announcement interrupts, stating that the first match is about to begin and all cadets should prepare. Hearing this makes Lee Ming-ji nervous, while Kim stands up without a word. The boy feels confident about his preparation over the past 2 weeks. After all, he has real-life experience from raids and battles alongside Park Seo-yoon. Whether it's monster hunting or dueling, he's prepared. But, surprise, surprise, the first match is a race through the dungeon maze. They announce that the first round is about to begin. A boy waves to a young man who is a level up, catching his attention. The man makes his way over, but first bumps into a woman, feeling annoyed at how crowded it is. He apologizes for the bump. As he approaches the young man, he is asked if he knew the woman. The man replies that he doesn't, but she resembled someone he knows quite well. All right, buckle up, because this is going to be epic. The kid dives right in, sharing the details about the first round of the tournament. The guys all bet that there are monsters in this maze, claiming that hunting them is the key to escaping. He believes it's a test to determine who has the skills for dungeon raids. As he observes the action, he notes that the cadets are bringing their A-game. Everyone is excited, eyes glued to the battle, while the two boys buzz about how it's a total thrill ride. Everyone believes Lee Jung-hwan has this in the bag, while a girl in a cap listens intently. She's feeling anxious, questioning why the guy is even there. Then, she notices the boy sneaking glances at her and panics, hoping to remain unnoticed. In the heat of battle, a competitor attempts to smash through a wall, but quickly realizes it's not possible. He reflects, realizing he must approach it the old-fashioned way. If he could unleash his mountain-crushing power just a few times, he would completely demolish that wall. Scanning the path, he comes across a fork in the road with 3 paths to choose from. He asks, "What's the basic maze hack?" It veers to the left. Suddenly, something catches his eye. He experiences a wild feeling. Confused and lost, he realizes he needs to go the other way, not left, trusting his gut instinct. He takes a few steps, uncertain if he's making the right choice, but he follows his instincts regardless. Yet, something feels amiss. They announce that Cadet Joe Suchman from Scar Academy is out. Confused, the boy wonders why nothing is happening to him. Then he realizes he's managing to dodge even the monsters. If he's correct, once he reaches 100% progress and learns metamorphosis, he will be able to see the future. While he's lost in thought, someone approaches and calls him Hyung. They caution him to stay alert, as you never know when a monster might appear. Chatting away, the boy asks Hyung if he knows something, noting how confidently he has been strutting around. He emphasizes that wandering through a maze without a plan is a recipe for disaster and shares a clever trick for escaping a maze. The young guy explains the right-left-hand method, but Hyung dismisses it, saying it's too slow and decides to stick to his own plan. Chill as ever, the kid in the green shirt teases his buddy, saying he's gonna get lost, while the other asks why he's tagging along. Caught off guard, the boy remarks that they are both in the same boat. He believed the other was flying solo as well, so teaming up felt like a smart move. Hyung is surprised because he doesn't feel weak at all. Still hanging out with the boy, the guy in the green shirt promises to show him something cool. He pulls out his phone and shows a picture of his little sister. Hyung has no idea who she takes after, but he thinks she's cute. As he starts to leave, the boy clings to his foot, pleading with him not to go. He insists that going solo is risky. Hyung believes the kid talks too much, but he did share some valuable insights in the waiting room. The boy asks if Hyung's family didn't come to support him. Feeling awkward, Hyung admits that his parents are gone and that it's just him and his sister now. Then he realizes he may have overshared, creating an awkward situation. Realizing he can't abandon the kid, he agrees to let him tag along. However, he makes it clear that the top prize is his, indicating that they are not a team. Hyung accelerates, leaving the guy in the green shirt struggling to keep pace. Laughing, Hyung reminds him that he wanted to tag along. The kid is shocked, believing that Hyung is too confident to wander around without a plan. It's as if he already knows the path. They reach a dead end, and the boy struggles to keep up. He calls out to Sojun, asking if this is the end. Hyung casually pushes against the wall, leaving the other man stunned. They announce that the first person to finish the maze completed it in just 27 minutes. In the crowd, everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief, wondering how someone could finish so quickly. Eyes on the winner, and to everyone's surprise, it's Seo Jun Hyung. Meanwhile, the guy walks out of the maze, insisting he didn't encounter any monsters. A startled Lee Mingi struggles to understand how his friend was so fast. The results are in, confirming Kim So-jun's victory. Nobody believes it. They're all shaken, wondering if the kid has some secret advantage. Chatter fills the air, and our main character is growing increasingly annoyed by all the whispers around him. Suddenly, he spots a red-haired man standing directly in front of him. It's Lee Jung-won, and just like that, the whispers came to a halt. Clueless, the young man wonders if the guy has something to share. But instead, he simply asks to pass by and leaves without saying a word. Chatter's back, claiming he simply got lucky. The tournament boss arrives, prepared to reveal the details for round 2. He announces that it will be a one-on-one showdown with no mana tricks allowed. However, body reinforcement using mana is acceptable. Additionally, if the judges believe a 2-on-1 showdown is exciting, but now it's going to be a 1-on-1 showdown. The organizer is about to reveal the pairs when a kid raises his hand and announces that he's quitting the competition. Nearby, a girl in a cap feels relieved, realizing she almost got caught. She reflects on Sejun's first-place win, choosing to relax until things calm down. Suddenly, a conversation catches her attention. She tunes in and hears the guys discussing the tournament, which is starting at the semifinals, despite having 32 participants. They say it's because half the people have bailed, and that makes them wonder why. The girl suspects they are gamblers, especially after hearing them suggest quitting since Lee Jung-hwan seems to have it in the bag. Then, a mysterious figure arrives with a suitcase full of cash, placing $1 million bet on Kim So-jun. Everyone is stunned, questioning if she's serious. They refer to Ha-young as a lucky kid from a no-name academy with big dreams. Curious, the girl wonders who this mysterious person could be. In a flashback, a boy announces that he is out of the tournament. Mingi whispers that it's common in League 4 for players to drop out. Whispers circulate, mainly about Lee Jung-hwan and how he leaves others limping. There are formidable competitors in the league, turning many into mere stepping stones on the path to the big leagues. The guys decide to leave. One by one, everyone steps up, declaring that they're out as well. Only 5 brave souls remain, and with that, the matchups are set. First up is the match between Kim So-jun and John Duk-chul. Next, it's Lee Jung-hwan facing off against Lee Mingi, while Lee Chulman receives a free pass. Deep in thought, the main character wonders if they would top the charts if they made it to the finals. Shaking with nerves, Mingi is a bundle of anxiety as the main guy asks him why. But Sojun is relaxed and not worried at all. He asks his buddy if he's afraid of losing, even before throwing a punch. If that's the case, perhaps he should consider leaving as well. Despite the pep talk, the young man insists he can't quit, and the tournament is set to begin. The selected cadets made their way to the arena. The main guy is on his way, but Mingi suddenly grabs his arm. He asks if the guy is worried. The guy's cool. I'm just curious about how much XP he's worth. Mingi is left puzzled by the answer, while Seo Jung promises to return shortly. They announce that the 63rd Academy Showdown is about to kick off, with only the toughest competitors left standing. As he enters the arena, the main guy reflects on how surprising it is that everyone has bailed. They establish the rules for the match and introduce the opponent. Duk-chul is feeling confident, claiming he made it just to confront him. They give the green light for round 2. Annoyed, the axe-wielding attacker declares that Sojun will regret his actions and charges forward. Nearby, Mingi sees the fight beginning and wonders if his friend can handle it. However, he soon realizes that this is not the time to focus on others. He chooses to concentrate on his own battle against Lee Jong-hwan. He recalls his buddy's words, questioning whether he would worry about losing before even trying. Mingi begins to realize that it's not just Yang Dukul and Lee Shoman he is up against, but also cadets from big shot academies. Overwhelmed with fear, he considers the possibility of quitting, but then his gaze fixes on the field. He realizes the fight was over in an instant. And just like that, Kim Sojun emerged as the champion of that battle. Shulman dismisses the opponents as trash, claiming they're merely enjoying a casual game with one another. The story rewinds to reveal the boys' fight. The opponent seizes his weapon and charges in for the attack. As expected, Cadet Dukjul possesses incredible strength, but Cadet Sojun is effortlessly dodging those attacks. Everyone can see that he didn't advance to round 2 purely by luck. Duke Cole continues to attack relentlessly, but his energy is starting to wane. Yet the boy defends as if it's effortless. Frustrated, the guy questions why his attacks aren't connecting. He decides to go for a mega hit and shouts, asking if the hero can dodge it. As he swings, the boy effortlessly sends his opponent's weapon flying. With that force, Dukol hits the ground, completely stunned by what just occurred. The match concludes, leaving everyone in awe. The opponent is in shock, realizing he has lost to his rival. After the win, Hyung checks his phone, bummed that the progress bar barely moved. The free license days are quickly coming to an end. Kim Sojun knows he needs to hustle to buy a weapon and renew his free license. He realizes that winning the cash prize is his only option. Back in the room, he notices Mingi looking jittery and asks what's wrong. Mingi replies that he's freaked out by his friend's power. Laughing, Kyung asks when he ever claimed to be weak. Still, his buddy insists it was epic, but their conversation is interrupted by the announcement of the second fight. They refer to Lee Mingi. With a teasing grin, the red-haired boy bumps into his opponent and playfully tells him to move. Before heading to the battlefield, Mingi calls Kim Sujun and asks if he remembers saying that they were similar. The boy confirms that when he met his friend in the labyrinth, he felt a strong bond and was thrilled to see his buddy defeat the rival. While still chatting, he admits that he feels like a guy with no luck, no talent, and not much strength. He dreams of being a big brother that his sister can be proud of. When they call for Mingi again, he responds that he's on his way. Before departing, the hero urges him to give it his all. He shouts, vowing to meet his buddy in the finals. Nervous, the kid in the green shirt keeps telling himself that he can do it. Annoyed, Junwon asks what the opponent is mumbling about. The judge states that he will review the rules once more before the fight begins. Ready to rumble, the red-haired boy stares intently at Mingi. He trembles with fear. Juwonwon believes he can discern, without engaging in battle, that his opponent is merely prey. A useless guy who only knows how to be hunted, a creature at the bottom of the food chain, and that he's nothing more than a snack for a predator like him. Still lost in thought, the boy believes that his opponent arrived at this point by sheer luck and should recognize his place. He believes he should have finished first in both tournaments, as he considers himself vastly different from those he refers to as trash. Holding a sword, the red-haired boy wonders what that was all about, and if that annoying pest truly believed he could win. Growing impatient, he asks the referee when they can begin. The narrator prepares to announce the second round of the tournament. Mingi believes that if his friend can succeed, so can he. Junwon is excited and believes there's no reason to prolong the tournament. The order is given to start the fight. The red-haired boy doesn't waste a second. He charges in, declaring that he'll finish it in a flash. As expected, the boy launches into the fight with fury, delivering quick, sharp attacks. On the other hand, Cadet Mingi appears to be feeling cornered and may not live up to expectations. Teasingly, Jumwon remarks that if the opponent is a pest, he should behave like one. The attack is incredibly powerful, causing the boy with glasses to bleed. In agony, he collapses to the ground. Down, Mingi wonders if he will lose the duel. He believes it's not about winning or losing, and realizes he stands no chance against his opponent. His thoughts begin to shift as he contemplates the pride he wants to instill in his little sister. He keeps saying he wants to be as strong as Seo Junheung, repeating it over and over. Suddenly, he begins to rise, and everyone's jaws drop in disbelief. Fueled by a winner-takes-all mentality, he believes that one solid hit is all he needs. Facing Junwon, he is focused on ensuring his attack connects. He charges with his sword and swings, but he can't unleash his full power. Flat on the ground, the narrator hands the item to the red-haired man. In the stands, everyone is buzzing about what just happened, sharing their opinions. The whispers continue as the rivals lock eyes in a tense standoff. Some people make jokes about Junhwan showing off after defeating an opponent they consider weak. They aren't falling for his hype. Feeling the heat, the boy tells the referee that he's out. He delivers a knee strike to the guy on the floor, hitting him right in the face. Frustrated, he declares that he's finished with his circus and calls the tournament a joke for allowing fools to participate. The referee questions why the fight is still going on, stating that it's over and that he will step in if the antics continue. Frustrated, he expresses his desire to leave and wonders if anyone else is tired of the clowns in the ring. Still fuming, he stomps on the fallen man's head. He's about to throw another punch. The hero leaps into action to save his friend. Hyung has been waiting, but since they are set to clash in the finals anyway, he's taking the initiative, declaring that the jerk deserves a smackdown right now. Seo Jun shouts at the guy to back off. Confused, the hero adds, "Get your foot off my friend's head, bro." With a cocky attitude, the guy replies, "What if I don't?" Then the hero rushes to Mingi and shoves him hard. Junhwan, with a sarcastic tone, asks if he's awake, calling it a touching tale of losers. As he watched his friend wake up, the hero charges forward, demanding to know why he stomped on his friend. He's acting like a loser who doesn't understand his role. Staring him down, the hero asks if losers can't dream, but the man simply continues to mock him. In the stands, the crowd is buzzing with excitement and confusion, questioning why no one is stepping in to intervene. The refs explain that they can't stop the game because it's orders from above. The girl in the cap watches the fight intently, whispering Seo Jun's name. In the heat of the moment, the hero remarks that he didn't realize how foolish his opponent was. Junhwan responds, ready to teach him a lesson, declaring that only the strong survive. He insists that to succeed, one must crush others, emphasizing that there's no room for dreams in this world, stating that's simply how things work. The hero replies, "I used to think that as well." For 9 long years, he has been working tirelessly to become a professional hunter, confronting the harsh realities along the way. He even blamed himself for being broke and talentless. Hard work kept him afloat, but nothing improved. He believes that clinging to unsolvable issues is simply sad. He has asked himself countless times whether quitting would make a difference. He asks the referee to keep an eye on Mingi. Sato Jun admits that fear held him back, causing him to doubt himself. As he walks, the referee calls out to him. He ignores it and faces his rival, asking what the deal is. He states that it's not something he can judge or belittle. The referee is losing his composure, warning him that it's against the rules. But he remains unfazed, continuing to attack even as everyone pleads with him to stop. Chill, the red-haired guy, remains unfazed and dismisses it all as a joke. The hero swings at his rival, but the rival blocks the attack. Annoyed, Junhwan calls him a filthy pest, to which the hero retorts, labeling him the real bug. They plunge into an all-out battle. The hero realizes that his opponent is strong, while the crowd, undeterred, cheers him on. But right now, he can't dwell on that. He can't afford any distractions. He knows he must rely solely on instinct. They continue to clash. Weapons are flying through the air. The referee is still trying to intervene, questioning what the point is, while the red-haired guy tells him to back off. He believes he sees predator eyes in the man he refers to as a filthy pest, so this guy just scoffs. Anyone can discuss dreams like that, but he's eager to see if the other guy will continue chatting when reality hits. Just then, he delivers a punch. In a swift motion, the main character blocks the attack, leaving everyone in shock. Junhwan thinks to himself, wait, did I just imagine that? He realizes this kid is leveling up with every block, as if he's witnessing a monster evolve right before his eyes. The fight intensifies with each passing second. Out of nowhere, the main character shoves the other guy, who immediately goes into full rage mode. Without any restraint, he draws a sword that radiates an intense aura, leaving Seo Jun in shock. The kid thinks he's doomed since he can't even control mana yet. Everyone is in a frenzy, yelling for Junhwan to calm down as they try to intervene with the kid who has lost control, threatening to knock out the other guy. Despite the risks, the main character's mind urges him to run, but his heart isn't in it. He feels that fleeing would mean abandoning everything he has worked for. They discuss the Two Kingdom and the animated characters that seem to be everywhere. He remembers a student asking why he had charged the enemy line alone. They were right. It was a done deal, a lost cause, with no way out alive. He admits it was the first time he felt truly scared, fearing he might lose. Still, he fought because it was something he had to do. He continues, saying that even if losing seems inevitable, you have to fight and believe in the possibility of a win. Shen Yu fought bravely, but he was warned that even with his mountain-crushing power, he couldn't win without the necessary support. Ultimately, he lost, and that is how he became the Hegemon King. The power to crush mountains began to shift them, and the spirit to change the world will ultimately govern it. Energized, the main character charges at his opponent, ready to fight. Fearlessly, the red-haired kid declares, "I'm a predator, and you're toast." He rushes in, urging the opponent to just give up already. A fierce battle erupts, with epic blows being exchanged all around. The hits are so intense that everyone in the arena is knocked down, with smoke filling the air. Everyone is buzzing, eager to find out who clinched the victory. As the dust settles, Seo-jun stands tall while his opponent lies on the ground, looking worse for wear. The crowd erupts with excitement during this epic moment, chanting the main character's name in unison. The girl in the cap is amazed, recalling that just 2 weeks ago, the kid struggled to handle an imbued sword, and now he confidently wields an aura spear. As she surveys the battlefield, she spots a mysterious figure nearby. She realizes it's the same person she saw at the betting center earlier. Then the hood drops, revealing the mysterious bettor's face, leaving everyone wondering, how is this even possible? The girl responds, "Yeah, I'm surprised too, but chill, dude." She acts as if some cosmic rule has just been shattered. Still deep in thought, she recalls the guy who placed the bet on Seo-jun, and when she looks again, poof, he's gone. The girl is stunned to see that the guy has vanished. Battered, the main character encounters a man who claims he has been kicked out. Even though the opponent went overboard, he had already withdrawn from the tournament. Additionally, the main player intervened during a non-official match and disregarded the referee's warnings, which resulted in a violation of the tournament rules. The main guy is fine with it, stating he was prepared for this when he jumped in, but he wonders what's going on with Jun Hwan. They inform him that Jun Hwan is clearly out of the competition, and that using an aura sword constitutes attempted murder. Additionally, he is likely facing a 5-year ban from the exam. As a result, Lee Chol-min secured the tournament win by default, with Ming Ji finishing in 2nd place and Du Cho in 3rd. After all the chaos, Seo-jun checks his progress rate and feels satisfied, as it has significantly increased. He realizes it skyrocketed during the fight with Jun Hwan, and Shang Yu's lecture progress has surpassed 50%. The kid remembers the strange power he felt earlier, and wonders if it might have emerged because of the lecture rate. He has decided to catch another lecture when someone taps him on the shoulder. It's Miss Seo-jun calling for him. Worried, she asks him if he's hurt and if he's all right. Noticing his relaxed demeanor, the girl feels a sense of relief. The main guy apologizes to the girl, leaving her feeling confused. He mentions that he could have won but got sidetracked, and she responds that there's no need to apologize. She just wants to know if he's okay and thought he was focused on that cash prize. The boy admits that it's true. Seo-jun realizes he completely forgot about it. She then asks him what he plans to do with the prize money. Seo-jun expresses that he wanted to grab a weapon, but he's okay with not getting the cash. He admits he would be lying if he said he didn't regret it. However, he would regret not stepping in even more. He begins by saying that the money situation will resolve itself, but Ming Ji interrupts him, calling his name. The boy, looking quite battered, he comes over and asks if his buddy is leaving, to which he replies, "That's the plan." Deep in thought, the boy in the green shirt wonders if he will become like his friend if he continues to work hard. Seo-jun honestly admits that it's going to be tough. He believes Ming Gi's skills are not up to par for pursuing a career as a hunter. Hard work can achieve amazing results, but the world can be a tough challenge. He advises the boy not to get too caught up in being a hunter, but assures him that he can excel in something else. Ming Ji agrees that his friend is absolutely right. He then says he just came to say goodbye, feeling a wave of emotions. He expresses his gratitude to Hang for everything. Before heading out, the main character advises him not to get discouraged and to ignore anyone who says he can't succeed. People may say he can't succeed and that he'll never make it, but he needs to remember that the opinions of others aren't what truly matters. If he wants something, he should pursue it wholeheartedly. After the pep talk, Ming Gi promises to return for a visit with his sister someday. Seo-jun says that side of the boy took her by surprise. She loves how he jumps into things uninvited, and that's why she admires him. Then, the main character realizes he should have informed the boy about Dream Academy. He continues to move as Seo-jun reflects on how he spoke about the academy as if it belonged to them. Then, she shouts that her friend has worked hard and that she will buy him a weapon. Somewhere else, a young man arrives and inquires if the director is available. They nod in response, but explain that he is currently meditating. The young man insists it's urgent and that they need to inform him of his presence. Ignoring the guards, he barges in and introduces himself to the director as Seo Moon-chul. Annoyed, the director states that he made it clear not to let anyone in. He asks if the guy is ignoring his orders. With that, Moon Chul begins to feel the pressure and finds himself unable to move. Struggling to speak, he mentions that Miss Seo Yoon participated in the recent academy tournament. The director is left puzzled, questioning whether he heard correctly. They say they are still gathering details. It appears she has recruited a new student. The guy claims he can handle it. However, the director insists that he needs to see what this new guy is all about. A building rises into view as someone counts. Seo Joon completes his training, and after finishing, he claims he nailed the daily task. Ms. Seyoon arrives and takes her place behind him. He turns and says he can tell when someone is staring at him intently from behind. The girl notes that he was very particular at the equipment shop. The main character replies that he simply prefers a more understated look. Slightly irritated, she points out that he usually doesn't care about what others think, but this time feels different. He explains that after witnessing the power of transcendent weapons, he can't settle for ordinary ones. Instead of buying a spear, he decides to ask for 20,000 in cash. The girl reminds him that she was covering the bill, and opportunities like that don't come around often. Continuing, she asks what kind of mana cultivation technique he uses and suggests that he needs to learn a technique from Seo. Jun explains that because he defeats monsters, he can clearly handle mana, and since he fought in the tournament, he doesn't appear to be low class. The information leaves him feeling puzzled, as he has never learned any cultivation techniques. They clarify their meaning by discussing mana cultivation techniques. There are many different forms, categorized into high class and low class based on their efficiency. Each hunter has their own special moves, with some even holding patents, much like their inventors. So Jun believes that's why he tried to get into a prestigious academy, but he asks the girl if they teach that technique there. She says no, her grandpa banned it, as if it's some kind of forbidden magic. However, she reveals a technique she created herself. The information blows the protagonist's mind, and he asks her if she really did it alone. She nods in response. She wonders why he's asking, and he replies that he's just curious. It's no big deal. He honestly believes she was talentless, or perhaps just overhyped to Sword Saint levels. However, he knows she's correct because mana cultivation is fundamental to Hunter 101. The protagonist realizes he has time to relax before attending another lecture, so he chooses one focused on mana. Frustrated by his evasion of her question, the girl decides to leave him behind. Confused, Sao Jun asks where she is going, and she replies that she has things to take care of. Jokingly, the protagonist expresses his surprise that she has plans. In response, she seriously tells him to lock up if he leaves before she returns. He reassures himself that there are no worries and begins to consider which lecture to attend next. Before making a decision, he wonders when the mentor will arrive, as that would be incredibly helpful. After leaving, the girl feels down and admits that she has been somewhat bored lately. They begin to explain what mana is. In a world governed by strict rules, mana acts as the ultimate rule breaker. They tell the boy that once he gains mana, he will see the world in a new light. Focused, the lecture continues, and they mention that once he finishes, he'll receive the sermon. The protagonist feels like he's about to lose his mind, but not in the way that Buddha describes. In class, the instructor declares that there will be no more hand-holding. It's time to do it yourself. The daily task is to create 1,000 mana orbs. Determined, Seo Jun decides he should at least give it a shot. He believes he can succeed thanks to Karen's lessons. While feeling and controlling mana isn't too difficult, he acknowledges that it's tricky because he can sense the mana but hasn't yet learned to shape it. In the lecture, they explain that using mana involves connecting the mind's world to the real world. He describes the process of taking something imagined and making it real by manipulating the world, bringing it to life as if it were following the rules of nature. The best example can be found right here. After the explanation, something begins to take shape in his hands, leaving him amazed. Suddenly, a mana orb appears in his hands. He examines the tiny object closely. Worried that it's too small, he questions whether it even counts toward the daily task. However, the protagonist is confident that he will improve with time. Suddenly, the master bursts in and calls for the boy, causing him to jump. He wonders who this man is. The gentleman inquires if he is the Sword Saint, but he believes he is actually here to evaluate the new student at Seo Jun's academy. However, he notices the mana in his hands and becomes puzzled. As he contemplates, he realizes that mastering that form is difficult and must indicate serious talent. There's only one reason a talented person would want to join Dream Academy. The old man quickly assumes that the boy is plotting to use his granddaughter. Annoyed, he yells, demanding to know who the boy is. Confused, the protagonist replies, "Nice to meet you, sir," and introduces himself as Kim Seo-jun. Still in shock, the boy admits he never expected Seo-jun's grandpa to appear in person. He had only seen him online. He then asks if he came to see his granddaughter, but she has just left. The old man remains grumpy, and the boy comes to the realization that he wasn't there for her. Confused, the master asks how the protagonist remains so calm. He explains that he's giving off killer vibes, and only an S-class hunter would be able to remain unfazed. Seo-jun is puzzled and asks if that's the effect of the unwavering heart, while the grandpa inquires about his purpose for being there. Confused, the main character asks the old man what he means by that. To expedite matters, the old man states that someone like the boy would be welcome anywhere. He's confused about why he's near Seo-jun. Freaked out by what he sees, the boy explains that there's a huge mix-up happening. He understands that the situation is quite sketchy. An older man decides to launch a powerful attack against the younger man. Stressed, Seo-jun does his best to defend himself. Meanwhile, at the temple, the girl arrives and is shocked to discover that her grandpa isn't there. She asks the secretary when he will return, but the secretary has no idea. Feeling downcast, she reflects on how she wanted to talk to her grandpa about the boy. Meanwhile, her grandpa continues to pressure the main character, demanding to know why he is there. Back at the temple, the girl continues her search for her grandpa. After deep contemplation, she realizes she can no longer keep secrets and cannot hide the boy any longer. She has decided to confront the issue, knowing it has to be addressed sooner or later. Suddenly, a young man calls her over. It's Counselor Seo, who notes that it's rare to see her at the main clan's headquarters. He was about to reach out to her at that moment. Confused, she replied that she had come to see her grandpa. Then she discovers that the director attended her academy. In a panic, she rushes out of the place. No one understands why she is in such a hurry. She runs as fast as she can, feeling the weight of guilt for having let her guard down. She's panicking, convinced she can't allow them to meet without her presence. Meanwhile, at the academy, Seo-jun is wondering what's happening. He's shocked to see the man swinging the sword without even drawing it from its sheath. The main character believes he only wants to hold him back, not eliminate him. Still furious, the old man continues to demand to know who the boy is, while the boy insists it's just a misunderstanding. However, the director isn't convinced and states that the boy displayed mana and made a move, so it can't be a misunderstanding. Yelling, he claims the boy is just spouting empty lies. Seo-jun tries to calm the old man down, explaining that he doesn't know what his granddaughter said. However, the director calls him a scoundrel, leaving him still clueless about what's happening. With lightning in his eyes, the man declares that he wanted to listen, but he knows the boy is lying. They continue to stare each other down. The main character realizes that the old man won't listen. He understands that if the Sword Saint truly wanted him gone, he would already be finished. As he continues to defend himself, the boy realizes that the old man embodies his ideals, recognizing this as a significant opportunity. Still on edge, the director once again calls the boy a scoundrel, sensing that the atmosphere has shifted. He knows he has encountered countless hunters over the years, but only one has maintained fierce eyes after facing him. As a result, the boy must be quite skilled. The old man yells again, demanding to know why the boy got close to his granddaughter. They both engage in hand-to-hand combat, wielding their swords. In his defense, the main character claims he can't feel or see the opponent's moves. The attack continues, but the young man realizes it's a level he can't even begin to comprehend. He wants to see how long he can hold on. They begin to duel with swords. The old man remarks that it's incredibly basic. To escape, all he has to do is answer the question. However, the boy senses that it's not that simple and that something is missing. He knows he can't let it end like that. He just needs a little more. No trick is going to work. His only chance comes when the old man is going easy on him. Seo-jun knows he has only one chance to succeed and must finish it with a single strike, but he is unsure how to proceed. A new attack emerges, and during the battle, he recalls the tips from the Manhwa lecture. That's the best he can manage at the moment. He delivers a powerful blow, and lights flash all around. However, the main character finds himself on his knees on the ground. He claims it hurt a lot when he was called a punk. The old man remarks that the boy's mask is off, but the boy defends himself, claiming he was attacked first. Talking only deepens his pain, and he finds himself wondering when Seo-jun will return. The boy's words only serve to further infuriate the director. He says he will personally gift the boy a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Suddenly, the girl bursts through the door, shouting that she has had enough of this nonsense. In a panic, she asks what her grandpa is doing. Worried about the boy, she checks to see if he's okay, but notices he's all banged up. He assures her he's not seriously hurt, but admits that it stings a lot. The old man, full of sarcasm, calls the boy weak, but the boy quickly fires back. The director, extremely angry, demands to know what he's talking about and calls him a rascal once more. The girl realizes what's happening and becomes frightened. She says she's never seen anyone stand up to her grandpa and wonders why her friend is getting pushed around. She pleads with her grandpa to stop hitting the boy. Feeling guilty, she apologizes for involving the boy in this situation, and he reassures her that it's fine, just a few scratches. Still upset, she promises to explain later and asks for 1,000,000 apologies. Feeling calmer now, Seo-jun decides he should visit the hospital for a checkup. So-yoon agrees and reassures him not to worry about the treatment costs. The boy decides to leave as she expresses her gratitude for his understanding. Fuming, she glares at her grandpa and motions for him to come over for a chat. The girl believes she's prepared to confront her grandpa, but when they come face to face, she finds herself speechless. After hearing the boy's suspicious remarks, the young woman yells, "He's not!" She becomes reflective, mentioning that for 31 years, her grandpa has always ignored her. Even with the Hunters Academy she had started, she still wasn't free from the old man. He always caused problems whenever she got new students. Seo-yoon reveals that she understands her grandpa's tricks and the true reasons people visit, which is why she couldn't prevent the students from leaving. But her thoughts are interrupted by her grandpa, who orders her to end it all. She responds with a firm "no way," concluding that Seo-jun stands apart from the others. The grandpa asks what she said. She replies that she doesn't want to let the boy go. They begin to argue, and Seo-yoon questions why everything has to be done her grandpa's way, insisting that the academy belongs to her, not to him. Although she believes she has no special feelings for the boy, she admits that she feels a strange sensation whenever she sees him. She wants to spend more time with him. Annoyed, the director states that it's not the time for a tantrum, but the granddaughter continues to argue. She expresses her desire to understand her feelings for the boy. Going all in, she declares that she doesn't want to live in the old man's shadow forever. Soon after, she regrets her outburst and apologizes for yelling. However, this time, it wouldn't be the way her grandpa did things. The old man attempts to call his granddaughter, but she has already stepped out the door. He becomes deep in thought. She wonders if she has ever spoken up so strongly before, realizing that this is a moment of breaking free from the confines of her dungeon. A dragon emerges, unleashing chaos as people in the streets flee in a panic. They hurry to inform the director about the incident. He remembers his son, who was lost during a sudden dungeon break. He believed his granddaughter would have less strength to defend herself on her own, which is why he was so strict with her. Despite her dislike for fencing, he taught her how to do it. Even though it wasn't her dream, he continued to teach her. The old man insisted that she had to listen to him. After years of undermining her, he recognized that the distance between them was widening, yet he chose to ignore it intentionally. That was the culmination of years of oppression, a significant rebellion. Nearby, Seo-jun walks by and declares that he's fully healed. Tasks shouldn't pose any issues. As he walks, he remembers the Sword Saint's attack and thought he was finished. He was unaware that Miss Seo-jun had such a rich history. The night before, the girl called the protagonist and shared the details of her story, including her current situation, the drama with her grandpa, and what had happened with the former students. Although the boy sensed she hadn't revealed everything, she did express her feelings and explain why the old man was hostile. Still, that didn't excuse his rudeness. Lost in thought, he yearns for an apology from the Sword Saint. He checks the system and notices a progress boost for being attacked. Deep in thought, he realizes that although it was rude, it could have been worse. He arrives at a location and greets the people inside. The director asks why the boy is just standing there and invites him to take a seat. This left the protagonist anxious about the possibility of another attack. A young man with dark hair and an older man with a white beard are relaxing in a spacious room, finalizing a deal. The air is thick with tension as the old man questions the boy's honesty, visibly annoying him. Although the boy appeared confident, the old man doubted his skills because he was merely a student. Out of nowhere, So Jin Kim asks if he can bounce, marking the start of his training for the day. Feeling suspicious, the old man decides to spy on the young man's training to uncover what he's hiding. With his serious yet gentle gaze, he exudes authority and experience. Even as he jumps to conclusions about Seo Jin Kim, he notices something unusual about the main guy, who can't seem to take his eyes off the bright white screen of his phone. Curious, he asks if the boy is meditating or doing something similar. Raising his voice, he emphasizes the importance of meditation, comparing it to a workout for the mind. Realizing he had been ghosted, the old man acknowledges that he was completely ignored. Determined, he offers to show the young man some moves, but his true intention is to gain more attention from the boy. Despite this, the boy wasn't engaged in his lessons, claiming that the old man was distracting him from his focus. Suddenly, a girl walks in, cheerfully greeting everyone with a good morning. Seeing her grandpa there, Seo Yoon wonders what he is up to. Confused, she asks him what he is doing there. With a suspicious glance, he wonders if the girl knows any secrets about the main character. Ranting, he expresses his frustration about how strange it is that the boy isn't interested in his epic teachings. Everything about the main character screams Suze. The young girl says that's just how he is, same old, same old. She already knew the old man would be suspicious of Seo Jun Kim. Initially, it was difficult for the girl to adjust to this. She walks over to the main guy and announces her arrival. The two begin chatting casually, while the old man with a white beard observes, appearing quite grumpy. He can't believe that even while talking nonsense, Seo Yoon is all smiles. The two continue to chat and laugh together, and he has never seen the young girl so happy as she is in this moment. Typically, she's very serious, but today is different. Seeing their happy faces, the old man becomes even more annoyed with his granddaughter. Suddenly, a guard appears at the door, calling for the master. The guy has urgent news to share. Shortly after, he states that the Order of Truth is inquiring about the leader. The old man dismisses it, stating that if it were truly a significant issue, they would come to him. However, when he learns that the request is from Lady Kalia, his interest shifts dramatically. Additionally, the girl made another request for Seo Kim to make an appearance. Everyone's eyes are on the young man, who looks completely confused. Nervous, he hopes they're discussing him. The main character is completely baffled as to why Kalia is interested in him. Tension rises as the young men are grilled about the Order of Truth, while others ponder the mystery. Seo Yoon reflects on a hooded figure from the tournament who appeared to be quite suspicious. Questions swirl around the nature of truth in Kalia's role, but the main character remains clueless. Confused, he is unsure whether he should get involved. Seo Yoon explains that Kalia is set to become the next apostle of purity, and ignoring her would be a significant mistake. Amidst the suspicions, the young man claims he has never heard of that woman and would prefer to focus on training. Right then, the guards are saying that Kalia is amazing, leaving everyone puzzled. Surprised, the guy admits that she already knew Seo Jun Kim would reject her. To sweeten the deal, she offers him 100 million won if he attends. Upon hearing that, the young man instantly became interested, realizing she understood he needed that exact amount of cash. The Order of Truth is a religious group that fervently worships the concept of truth. They are led by a mysterious figure known as the Exalted Voice, along with the 7 apostles. Their teachings are considered absolute, making their word essentially gospel. 100 years ago, the order was merely a cult. However, during the Great Cataclysm, many heroes joined forces with them. Their influence grew as they brought peace to humanity, particularly with their most significant victory, the defeat of Berserk the Terrible, a monster that emerged at the end of the Great Cataclysm. So terrifyingly strong that even the world's top generals could not defeat him. His arrival was marked as the Second Great Cataclysm. He was ultimately defeated by the Exalted Voice and the 7 Apostles, bringing an end to the Great Cataclysm. In today's world, at a hotel perched on the edge of Seoul, these two guys are ready to meet Lady Kalia. A shadowy figure appears, announcing that Seo Jun Kim is the VIP they have been waiting for. Pointing the way, he mentions that Lady Kalia has been incredibly patient. The main character is puzzled, contemplating the cash offer and questioning why he is even there. They follow closely behind the hooded figure as he contemplates what these people might know about him. He's fully committed and needs to talk to Kalia to get the details. The wait is driving the old man crazy. He's sure the lady is going to make them wait even longer. The young man asks, "How close are we to Kalia?" But then his expression shifts to one of confusion when he realizes the old man hasn't even met her yet. An older man reveals that he met the Purity Apostle during the big cataclysm, but he hasn't encountered the new crew. The young guy realizes, "Oh snap, I keep forgetting this man is the Sword Star, not just Seo Yoon's grandpa." He inquires about the exalted voice, discovering that it only appeared during the Berserk battle. Curious, Seo Jun Kim asked, "Did you meet him?" But no, the old man only saw him from a distance. What a disappointment. Then they hear a noise. Lady Callie arrives, saying it's nice to finally meet them. The old man is frustrated, expressing his disdain for being summoned and having to wait endlessly. With a commanding presence, that's Kalia, disciple of purity. She struts in style, proclaiming that purifying the mind and body requires patience and devotion. Kalia is dedicated to the order of truth, spreading the divine word. She gives Seo Jun Kim props for showing up, expressing her admiration. Surprised, the main guy asks, "How do you know me?" She promises to clarify everything. Kalia talks about the Academy tournament, praising him and noting that a loyal supporter has spoken highly of his skills. Although he feels confused, the boy is starting to believe it. However, the apostles have further plans to unveil. Her primary goal is to explore a dubious dungeon with their help. An older man appears lost and stammers for a moment. Kalia remarks that some matters remain unresolved, prompting him to reflect deeply. In a Korean dungeon, something strange is happening, and the Order of Truth is determined to investigate it. An older man is considering his options. Now he understands why Kalia is in Korea, recognizing her strategy. He understands that this could elevate her as a potential successor. Kalia laughs, aware that nothing escapes the Sword Star's notice. Before agreeing, he inquires about what he stands to gain. The serious gray-haired man learns about the Hunter Academy run by his granddaughter. Her face contorts with rage as Kalia declares that the Order of Truth could end it all in an instant. As he realizes where this is headed, Sojin Kim feels his body going numb. With his granddaughter by his side, the Sword Star's eyes are blazing. Kalia, playfully provoking the situation, offers an apology with a cheeky grin. The old man shoots back with a furious glare. In the end, the disciple leaves a favor pending for the future. Doubting her honesty, she offers to swear by the Order of Truth. They both agree and take the oath of truth. She then turns to the anxious Sojin Kim. Getting straight to the point, Lady Kalia announces that the Order of Truth wants to sponsor him. He can remain at the academy, but she assures him that he'll discover new opportunities with them. Sojin is suspicious and asks what he needs to give in return. But Kalia, with a relaxed smile, says they just want to be friends. The boy suspects that this no-strings deal could lead to trouble down the line. Therefore, he decides to confront Kalia, seeking honest answers. With a gentle smile, she assures him that she will answer all his questions. Suddenly, Sojin Kim brings up the transcendent, but then freezes. There's no point in asking, as he can't assess Kalia's honesty. He decides to test her in another way, by reaching into his pocket. The disciple is completely captivated as he shows something on his phone. Sojin Kim wonders what she is seeing on the screen. She remains silent, continuing to examine the image. They say the soul is the real essence of a person, and if that's true, the body can change. However, if the soul remains the same, then the person remains unchanged. Confused, she feels completely lost about what she's supposed to do, but the guy keeps pushing her. Kalia finds it to be a strange and confusing question. After a moment, Sojin Kim puts his phone away, realizing she isn't going to reveal any secrets. His expression shifts when he hears Kalia mention that the screen was blank. Grinning, he asks if that's what the main character expected, and the character nods in response. Kalia is more interested in the real deal, curious if he would accept the sponsorship. To her surprise, the man tells her that he's not feeling it at the moment. The scene shifts as the disciple gazes out at the city from her window. Kalkus, her sidekick, mentions that they couldn't track down the strange occurrences. They continue their conversation, but Kalia isn't convinced by what the guy claimed to have seen earlier. Reflecting on that afternoon, she recalls Sojin Kim's movements, sensing that something was amiss with him. Kalia decides they should forego informing the other apostles and simply observe the strange happenings in the dungeon. The sidekick notes that the hero's young son and Sung are still missing, causing the lady to worry. Outside, the old man asks why he declined the offer. Not wanting to prolong the situation, Sojin Kim expresses that something felt off. For the main character, being in debt to someone wasn't a good position to be in, especially since he couldn't figure out their intentions. Curious, the young man wants to learn about what a dungeon anomaly is. If a dungeon's magic field becomes unstable, it can tear open and release everything inside. Nowadays, such occurrences are rare, so most people are unaware that it can happen. Upon hearing that it was common during the Great Cataclysm, Sojin becomes deep in thought. Recalling Kalia's words about something left unfinished, he panics, but the old man manages to calm him down. Meanwhile, the man walks away from Seojin's academy, seeking to avoid any interruptions. He takes a moment to pause. Sojin Kim warns the kid not to mess around, or he will regret it significantly. The elderly man with the white beard observes the young man, closely monitoring his every move. When the old man feels compared to Seojin for not being honest about his feelings, he becomes irritated. Noticing his expression shift with laughter, the young man rushes to the academy. Sojin Kim knew that chatting with that guy was no easy task. As he opens the door, he announces his return to the academy, catching Sojin by surprise. Curious, she asks about her grandpa who went out with him, but the young man reassures her that she doesn't need to worry. The girl apologizes for her grandpa's antics, aware that he can be quite a handful. The girl is taken aback when Sojin Kim expresses his trust in the man's good intentions, despite the fact that he cannot demonstrate them. With determination, he insists they need to help him together. Seeing her friend's support, Sojin smiles, grateful for his assistance. For a moment, they stand awkwardly, simply staring at each other. Switching topics, she mentions hearing that he needed cash. Reflecting on recent events, he becomes jittery upon realizing he used Kalia's money to settle his debts. While he was away, Sojin did some digging and discovered something that could help him. It was the 24th annual dungeon cleaning contest. Handing the phone to the young man, he examines the money-making opportunity with keen interest. Jin Kim is stunned to discover the dungeon cleaning contest, which offers a prize of 300 million. Next to him, So Yoon explains that it's a contest to clean up old, forgotten dungeons. She states that the goal is to encourage hunters to raid dungeons that offer disappointing rewards. During the cataclysm, they fought out of duty. Now, professional hunters pursue cash, avoiding neglected dungeons. Ignored dungeons create dangerous rifts that unleash monsters, leading to chaos and destruction. Even weak monsters pose a threat to people, leading to panic and cries for help. There was once a group dedicated to addressing this issue, but they squandered resources on seasoned hunters. The government established the dungeon cleaning contest as a backup plan. Many uncleared dungeons can be tackled by students, introducing a competitive edge among schools. So Yoon believes the warrior can easily win the tournament. Thinking about the big prize and eager to level up quickly, Seojin Kim agrees to join in. The hero knew the girl understood his needs without him even having to ask. He was contemplating the reality that it was a competition. Anything could happen, so he shouldn't take it easy. Curious, he inquired about the contest rules. So Yoon explains that it lasts a week, during which the government reveals the dungeons reserved by the app. The reserved dungeons must be completed within 10 hours, otherwise they will be automatically canceled. In the end, it's all about racing through dungeons as quickly as possible. Speed is the name of the game. As she explains, the main character encounters a setback. Storming the dungeon and hauling bodies, speed may not be the solution he hoped for. Realizing the chaos he created, Seo Yoon attempts to clarify, stating that the invasions weren't lucrative opportunities. When she spots the guy trying to profit from his contacts once more, she's completely taken aback. So Yoon advises him to abandon that idea and concentrate on the major victory ahead. Now, she understands his struggle, caught between the allure of the prize and the cash from the bodies. The main character understands that the cash prize is significant and cannot afford to be distracted by minor issues. Suddenly, an idea sparks in his mind. Checking his phone, he decides to review the rules once more. A few days later, the sky is clear and blue, creating a cool atmosphere on contest day. Checking the system, the guy sees his hard work paying off as the progress bars rise. As Seo Yoon prepares, she wants to ensure that the warriors have received the app and are ready to go. The guy called a friend for assistance with the mission, but the friend is missing in action. As the boy compares him to the sword star, the guest makes a slow-motion entrance. Spotting his buddy Man Cheol, he waves enthusiastically to get his attention. Surprised, Seo Yoon Kim was thrilled that his buddy showed up early. Man Cheol jokes that he didn't want to hear any complaints if he was late. Switching gears, he asks the main guy what the next item on the agenda is. A few days ago, the guy reached out to Man Cheol. The boy proposed a deal where the man would transport monsters and serve as his personal Uber. Seo Yoon would carry the bodies while Mancho dealt with the mess, as it took a considerable amount of time. Although the man was down, he wanted to ensure it didn't become a buzzkill. Grinning, the warrior tells his buddy to relax. He'll be a lifesaver. Shopping up monsters for cash requires skill, and with Mancho on board, Seo Yoon feels completely at ease. Checking his phone, he notices that the dungeon cleaning contest has just begun. After saying goodbye to Seo Yoon, the guys head out for the gig. Manhwa has all the contest details thanks to an information dump from his buddy. Winning is all about tackling the largest dungeons quickly and efficiently. The two main factors are how quickly you can clear a raid and how fast you can complete the dungeons. Most dungeons are rated as 1 or 2-star threats, so the main character is concerned about the layout shuffle. Lost in thought, the buddy listens intently to his partner's game plan. Checking his phone, he surveys each contest dungeon and their locations. His job is to find the fastest route among them all. For Seo Yoon Kim, his buddy is quicker and sharper than any GPS. They buckle up, and Manhwa floors it in the truck. Meanwhile, Soo Jin is on supervisor duty. Checking the system, she notices a new player, Seo Yoon Kim from Dream Hunters Academy. Noticing it's just a random kid from an unknown school, she assumes it will take him an hour. Meanwhile, Manhwa is relaxing with a drink, waiting outside. The portal begins to behave strangely. Seo Yoon Kim pops his head out and tells his friend he's ready to go. Soo-jin warns that it's a big no-no for anyone to assist in a raid, but the player is well aware of all the rules. His raid is already complete, and he asks the supervisor to double-check. Soo-jin can't believe that some random kid got it right so quickly. As she enters the dungeon, she realizes the kid was right there, are bodies everywhere. Turning around, she realizes the mission will be wrapped up in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, he carries all the bodies on his back. Feeling completely confused, she finds it very strange. Outside, Manhwa is waiting for his buddy, looking relaxed. After dropping the body, the two continue to grind. In just 15 seconds, almost all the chopping is done. The supervisor sees that the man is ready to slice and dice. For her, it's a major headache. Technically, nothing is breaking the rules, but it still feels odd. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon Kim is dragging all the bodies out of the dungeon. With his sharp blades, Manhwa is slicing up the bodies on the table. As she watches the scene unfold, the supervisor can hardly believe her eyes. After bagging the bodies, the team heads off to their next mission. Soo-jin stood there, completely frozen, trying to process what she had just witnessed. Hopping into the truck, the duo took off, excited to tackle whatever came next. The inspector relaxed, admiring a tiny butterfly resting in his hand. For him, basking in the sun was far more enjoyable than being tethered to a computer screen all day. As he soaked in the warmth, he found himself daydreaming about the next contestant arriving. Sitting there, he noticed the two guys who jumped out of the truck moving at a rapid pace. Before you knew it, Soo-jin Kim was already deep within the dungeon. He was ready to take down those monsters in one epic swoop. With a powerful strike, he dispatched a group of skeletons. His signature move was always the same, dragging the bodies over to Manhwa. Meanwhile, the man was busy dispatching the monsters. The second inspector's reaction was essentially a mirror of the first inspector's. Without a sound, the competitors had finished everything. And we're off to the next mission. The man watched as the truck sped away at lightning speed. The butterfly landed on his head, and together they watched the scene unfold. In the office, someone inquired whether Mr. Kim had finished the report for the dungeon cleaning contest. He finished up and dropped everything on his boss's desk. As he reviewed the papers, he focused intently on the results. So Yan Lee from East Academy achieved an impressive score by completing 16 dungeons. He was puzzled to see that she was only in second place. As he sifted through the papers, he searched for any mention of someone having 17 dungeons. Suddenly, he spotted Seo Jin Kim in first place with an astonishing score of 32. In a panic, he called Mr. Kim over to his desk. He was convinced the report contained a massive glitch, as 32 raids in one day seemed absolutely outrageous. The employee mentioned that he found it suspicious as well, but he double-checked everything. It turns out each raid only took 10 minutes, whereas it usually took 30 for any student. Mr. Kim stated that there didn't appear to be anything suspicious happening. The participant was from Dream Academy, a small hunters group located in Seoul's Yeonpyeong district. The boss thought hard, trying to recall if he had any knowledge about the place. Suddenly, he recalled that the school was run by the granddaughter of the Sword Star. They exchanged glances, completely unsure of what to do next. For them, the Sword Star could be involved in this, and they needed to investigate further. So Yan Lee, representing the East Academy, she heard she wasn't at the top of the leaderboard and felt disappointed. No time for excuses. The man in front of her insisted she had to be number one. They needed to complete 32 dungeons, clearing each one in under 10 minutes. However, with travel time considered, it seemed impossible. Determined, so Yan Lee insisted she could make it work. Turning away, the man in the suit alluded to some underhanded dealings and stated that he would take care of the rest. That was Sok Min Lee, a former Class A hunter and the father of So Yan Lee, who was the head of the East Academy. For him, moving up was the only thing that mattered in life. Winning and leveling up were the goals. Everything else was just noise. Curious, he asked her if she was still thinking about Jinsu, but she said no. The guy remarked that Jinsu was a fool. In contrast to her, after her dismissal, she strolled through the halls. Her mind wandered, brimming with memories. So Yan Li recalled a boy who claimed to be a professional hunter, emphasizing that her heart should remain pure and steady. Back then, she questioned him, stating that people no longer thought that way. They were all about the money. She laughed at his dream of becoming a great hunter who could truly inspire others. That was her older brother. Meanwhile, memories of the past brought his face and words vividly to her mind. Thinking about her brother always filled her with anger over his absence. Annoyed, she continued walking, struggling to push those thoughts away. As night fell, a voice broke the silence, expressing discomfort and complaining of soreness all over. Manhwa couldn't believe they had to complete all those tasks for yet another week. For him, driving while planning a route was incredibly challenging and exhausting. He paused his complaints for a moment when he heard about the cash. After taxes and fees, they ended up with around 7,800,000 won. Splitting it in half resulted in approximately $3,900,000 for each party. As they sat down, the two discussed splitting the cash, with Manhwa expressing his willingness to accept a smaller cut. In the end, he scores 30%, bringing in a total of $24,240,000. Sojin Kim tells his friend to stop complaining and just take the money, no fuss. He takes a sip of his drink and nods in agreement to the deal. But our heroes are all wondering, why isn't Manhwa freaking out? He didn't even flinch at the dungeon raids or the chaos unfolding around him. But Manhwa had witnessed the young guy compete fiercely in the tournament earlier. He kept it under wraps to avoid disrupting the kid's dreams. Manhwa has always acted tough, but deep down, he's really a big softie. He supported the protagonist during his solo journey, becoming his ride or die. They discussed the possibility of the guy starting his own transport business someday. In the end, the protagonist is incredibly grateful for all the help he received. On the second day of the dungeon cleaning contest, the participants are referred to as purgers. Everyone's buzzing, claiming they didn't just raid dungeons. They cleaned house. Astonished by the nicknames, they reflect on what the supervisor just revealed. According to the system, Sojin Kim remains the top contender with 73 dungeons. At this point, anything less than a win would be suspicious. They have 5 more days to make an impact. The protagonist is excited for a big party, including Suyeon, Manhwa's daughter. They share laughs and hug it out like old friends. Checking his phone, the young man feels a positive vibe about everything. It's day 3 of the dungeon cleaning contest and something feels off. He shows his buddy and asks him to take a look at his phone. His expression shifts completely when he sees it. All the nearby dungeons are fully booked, and the closest one is an hour away. Frustrated, a map appears, indicating that each dungeon is reserved, and he mutters, I knew it. In front of a truck, they plan to tackle the dungeons they can. Frustration is palpable as the same issues arise in every dungeon. In the end, reality bites, as it only manages to conquer 10 dungeons. Alone, the protagonist is deep in thought, feeling that everything is quite suspicious. The truth emerges during a conversation where one person blames Soyeon Lee, the runner-up. The young man's mind is racing, but he knows he's still in the lead, showing no signs of relaxation. The decision is made to abandon shortcuts until they gain the upper hand, because winning is essential. Despite the drama, he vows to give it his all, regardless of any interference. Suddenly, an idea sparks. With his crew all ears, he spills the tea. Some people are closely monitoring the situation. If Sojin Kim books a dungeon, they'll secure all the surrounding areas, turning up the heat. These two guys have no idea who Sojin Kim is, but they're all about the money. From a bench, a guy shouts that the protagonist has just claimed a dungeon. The plan is clear. Book all dungeons within an hour and split the bookings. However, there's something suspicious about their approach. Tension rises when a dungeon adjacent to Soyeon Lee gets booked. Curious, the guy wants to see what's going on. By booking the dungeons, they have to finish the raid. There's no backing out. Seeing the mess they're in, the guy is extremely annoyed and reluctant to take on the missions. Suddenly, a tear in the air appears. A mysterious woman cuts through everything with her sword. Shortly after, a car arrives. In just 15 minutes, the woman is ready to tackle the next dungeon. Suddenly, the driver slams on the brakes. Curious, the girl asks why they aren't moving. Unsure where to go, the driver informs us that all nearby dungeons are fully booked. According to the ranking, Sojin Kim remains in first place with 98 dungeons, while Soyeon Lee is in second with 73. The dungeon blockades trapped her as well. The boss had already noticed that the young guy had figured out the plan, but he didn't anticipate this move. He tells the girl to keep going because he has other tricks up his sleeve. On the 5th day of the tournament, a voice calls out for So-yeon Lee. Despite everything, the young woman doesn't recognize these two strangers. Participants are prohibited from brawling with each other, violating a major rule. Then the woman sees So-jin Kim. With a grin, he asks if she is So-yeon Lee. Even as rivals, the protagonist values a fair and enjoyable competition. Feeling offended by his words, she asks if he thinks she's untrustworthy. After their conversation, he steps back, clearly demonstrating that he completely trusts her. As she watches him leave, she rolls her eyes. In that world, goodwill is a myth. Humans are inherently focused on looking out for themselves, constantly devising plans for their own benefit. In this game, there's no room for kindness. With her sword at the ready, So-yeon Lee is focused on finishing the job as quickly as possible. Soon after, she emerges from the dungeon. Suddenly, she hears someone enthusiastically cheering for her rivals. So-jin Kim and his friend just conquered another dungeon. Seeing her, the warrior exclaims, "Whoa, I thought you'd take longer." So-jin Kim asks if he can take the bodies she left behind. She replied, "Sure, go ahead." In the blink of an eye, he scoops them up, leaving her completely stunned. Curious, she asks him why he wants them. He responds, "Duh, money, obviously." Realizing she's wasting time, she turns and hurries away. To her, goodwill is a joke, and hunters with hearts of gold, not a chance. So-yeon Lee believes it's a task best suited for a mother and daughter team. A sudden flash of light shatters the silence. A voice asks Kalia if that is a 6-star dungeon. A massive dragon looms right in front of them. A reflection attempts to connect the dragon to the strangeness, but disbelief lingers in the air. The man's intense stare reveals memories from 30 years ago. Amidst the drama, she experiences strong emotions but refuses to acknowledge the underlying truths, instead pleading for a more relaxed atmosphere. Jim and Jung, the disciple of Demon Star, urges them to stop bickering, remarking that Grandpa is acting like a child. The old man grumbles, "Hey, we're the same age," clearly annoyed. Amidst the chaos, they come to understand that it's not merely a glitch, but something far more profound. The girl quizzes the guy about the monster, seeking clues, but he dismisses her questions, igniting a sense of distrust. Realizing it's not just a glitch, she begins to ponder the existence of other dungeons. Jae Jung considers the situation, acknowledging that it's unlikely, yet doubts still linger. Confronted with the chaos, she insists they need to dig deeper, finalizing the agreement. Outside the building, she asks if they are dungeon portals, and he confirms that they are indeed super rare. 3 portals materialize, each buzzing with energy and creating a spectacular display. The red portal pulses intensely, and a voice remarks that 3 portals appearing together is unheard of. Laughing, the guy jokes that he thought he had booked that dungeon. Beside him, the other one looks completely embarrassed. Meanwhile, an older man is apologizing for making the wrong choice. Inside the academy, a voice expresses clear annoyance. It seems the organizers are plotting a new scam. Annoyed, So-yeon declares that she won't tolerate this, even bringing up her grandpa if necessary. The announcement states that if a reserved dungeon has crashed, the invasion count can be adjusted. Compared to yesterday, So-yeon Kim feels that things are starting to get back on track. In the truck, he feels confident that no one is invading his dungeons. Suddenly, a broken-down car blocks their path. On the highway, accidents are occurring, along with broken-down cars and lost keys. The system indicates that the heroes are only 1 dungeon behind. Back at the academy, So-yeon notes that no one admits to knowing So-yeon Lee, but there's no time for further investigation. Additionally, So-yeon Lee's academy head is Sok-min Lee, a retired Class A hunter. As a smooth talker, the Sword Star is always keeping an eye on him. So, even if they dig, they won't uncover anything in time, even if it involves her grandfather. Thinking hard, they brainstorm another plan to ensure So-yeon Kim's victory. With a sad tone, So-yeon apologizes for not knowing how to help. However, the guy responds, "No, I ended up here because of you." Manchol states that she has done everything in her power, and now it is up to them. Actually, So-yeon Kim has to handle it on her own. A grin spreads across the hero's face, revealing his plan. Ranting, the boss realizes they are losing once more. The sidekick mentions that the boy hoped to be near a dungeon to explore, unaware of its actual location. Realizing that the guy only took 5 minutes to book and finish a raid, Sok-min Lee thinks it's time to bribe the supervisors. With the academy breathing down their necks, the dungeon team is out gathering intel on the supervisors. The boss was shocked that a random academy held so much influence. But remember, we're talking about the granddaughter of the Sword Star. In that situation, they felt somewhat trapped. However, Sok-min Lee was determined to lead East Academy to victory, placing the blame for the loss on everyone else. Meanwhile, So-yeon Lee completed 126 dungeons, while So-yeon Kim followed closely with 125. Then boom, the boy hit 101, securing first place. They kept exchanging positions on the leaderboard. Both were so determined to win that they ended up in a tie. In the contest headquarters, three people were engaged in a heated discussion. So-yun confronted Sok-min Lee about cheating, but he fired back with a sharp response. Things became extremely tense, prompting someone to step in before the situation escalated. First off, no ties are allowed and there is no proof of cheating. So-yun Lee remained in the game. Young Sok-shin, the dungeon teen boss, was shocked to see someone there. Seung Kim arrived at the location. In front of him stood So-yun Lee, looking slightly annoyed as she waited for the details. With both present, the tiebreaker rules were set to go. They were excited to win the 24th dungeon cleaning contest. The rules were simple. Just choose one of the three dungeons. The first to clear the third portal wins everything. One dungeon wasn't enough. They wanted them all cleared. It made sense for the winner to tackle one more dungeon. Anyway, all dungeons were rated 2 stars, allowing them to choose their own threat level. So-yun Kim made the first pick, followed by So-yun Lee. Feeling bold, he chose the right portal while she took the left. They made their way to the dungeons, prepared for the showdown. Before diving in, she playfully teased him, reminding him not to get bummed out. He wondered what she was talking about and couldn't respond. Suddenly, the tournament kicked off, and they zoomed into the portals. The main character dashed through the right dungeon, fully focused on his goals. He reflected on So-yun Lee's words. There was no time to stress. He had to win this. Expecting to encounter kobolds, he believed it was sus. Even if there aren't any kobolds, he should have seen something by now. It's been over 5 minutes. Then, his expression changed as he heard a frightening noise. Spotting a paw, he quickly realized it wasn't a kobold. A massive manticore emerged, exuding an air of danger. Believing they had miscalculated the dungeon rating, he realized it was actually a 4-star beast. Freaked out, he watched as the threat drew closer. So-yun Kim felt nervous, but she was determined not to back down. In one epic move, he defeated the beast. He knew he was far behind his usual pace. As he crossed the portal, he feared he was too late. He informed young Sok-shin, the dungeon boss, about the manticore. Panicked, he urged him to check it out himself. Understanding the boy's concern, he decided to look into a new match. However, changing the contest felt pointless, and So-yun Lee had not returned yet. Upon hearing that, So-yun Kim became extremely anxious. Weird noises echoed from the dungeon as the girl felt like she had been walking forever inside. Behind her, a massive beast approached silently, unnoticed. The main character was concerned that she hadn't come back. As he wrapped the bandage, he felt pain, but pushed through it. So-yun asked why her brother was ignoring their father's orders. He reflected on his values, expressing that he didn't want to cheat in order to win. He advised So-yun to always uphold her values, even as a professional hunter. Annoyed, she couldn't believe her brother would cheat, especially since playing fair didn't always lead to victory. Additionally, she no longer believed in heroes, convinced that they were all either old or had disappeared. Hearing his words only deepened her confusion. Grinning, he pointed out politicians who were neither corrupt nor sold out. They continued to argue, revealing 2 sides of the same coin. As Seong sprinted through the rain, a memory surfaced those warnings about meeting someone someday. In a panic, she zigzagged through the crowd, expertly dodging umbrellas. Soaked to the bone, she embraced the cold reflection, disregarding any ties or reasons. When he realized his brother was gone, he thought to himself, what a fool, truly the biggest doormat ever. She couldn't understand why Jinsu would sacrifice himself for a complete stranger. As she pondered her brother's choices as her dad's strict voice echoed in her mind, So-yun was resolute, declaring, I'm not Jinsu. I won't let the family down. As she set out to carve her own path. Back at the dungeon cleaning contest, things were getting increasingly strange. After wandering for what felt like ages, she found nothing, nada, zilch, zero. Then, out of nowhere, a creature appeared, gazing at her as if she were a mystery. She noticed that the other competitor was still missing in action from the mission. The leader was relaxed, stating there was no need for another match. However, he added that if anyone wanted to go for it, they could. All he needed was to conquer that final dungeon to claim the champion title. The warrior was deep in thought, sensing that something was amiss, as if there were a glitch in the matrix. Suddenly, Assistant Kim noticed some unusual movement. The magic power meter was malfunctioning, flashing a 3-star rating. What could that possibly mean? The young man recalled Swordstar's discussion about dungeon distortions. When these occur, the dungeon's difficulty level becomes significantly different from what it should be. The team leader remarked that in 20 years, they had never encountered this level of weirdness. Two staff members were debating whether they should call in the hunters for a check. Turning to the hero, young Sok Shin was ready to reveal everything, but the boy had vanished. The protagonist pulled a Houdini, leaving the staff bewildered. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the noise was reaching a deafening level. Soyeon was in rough condition, aching all over as if she had been struck by a truck. Propped against the wall, she was missing an arm and bleeding profusely. In front of her, the creature was closing in, poised to complete its deadly task. It was Malakazra, a creature boasting a 6-star rating. The creature unleashed a roar powerful enough to shatter glass. In her final moments, she recalled her brother's words, questioning the existence of any poetic justice in this world. The Malakazra leapt, targeting the defenseless girl. To Soyeon, poetic justice seemed like a fairy tale. Accepting her fate, she felt strangely at peace with the idea of leaving this world less foolishly than her brother. Suddenly, something struck the 6-star monster. She opened her eyes, realizing she was still alive and fighting. In front of her, the protagonist stood firm, blocking the creature with its massive fangs. While holding back his emotions, he asked if Soyeon could make a run for it. With a little time gained, her best option was to dash away like the wind. With all his strength, he held the monster at bay. Soyeon was astonished, questioning what the boy was doing in that dungeon. When facing a 6-star beast, the crucial strategy was to block its attacks. With a leap, he aimed for the creature's face, executing a clever distraction. Seeing that it worked, the creature began chasing the protagonist. A swift strike hit the monster. His weapon sliced through the air, targeting the enemy's body. With laser focus, he prepared to dodge, gripping his weapon tightly. After analyzing the monster's movements, he devised a plan to turn the tables, guiding it to a vulnerable position. Out of nowhere, Malakazra's horn struck him, piercing his chest. Pain shot through him, and he realized the situation was becoming precarious. Soon after, the creature tossed him aside like a rag doll. Battered and bruised, the protagonist landed next to another competitor. Getting back up, he was determined not to throw in the towel. He realized time was running out, so the girl needed to take action. She was puzzled, unable to understand why the warrior was so invested. It wasn't his fight, and he wouldn't gain anything from saving her. Soyeon urged him to just finish the last dungeon, win the cash, and move on. She was determined to make him abandon her and pursue the prize. However, he refused to leave and let Soyeon face the end alone. Even after seeing through all her tricks, they believed they were far from the truth. Turning away, Sojin Kim thought that just because she was stepping back, it didn't mean she should give up. She recalled her brother's words about the possibility of meeting someone someday. The boy understood that none of this justified helping her. Meanwhile, his thoughts turned to his late brother, who had hinted at Soyeon's hero making an appearance. Sojin Kim believed that saving lives was the greatest victory. The Malakazra was becoming increasingly irritated and restless. The hero is out here, dodging attacks from a massive 6-star monster. He's armed and ready, but escaping the situation is proving to be difficult. He is doing everything he can to keep the girl safe. His face was a picture of total panic. The centaur is dropping wisdom bombs, explaining that instinct is all about thinking. However, most students remain clueless about this concept. Thinking involves judgment, but at times, there isn't enough time to think before taking action. People often believe it means not thinking at all, but that's only part of the story. In the end, instinct plays a crucial role in thinking, and by unraveling the mystery, our hero experiences significant growth. His brain and senses are coming into sync, allowing his senses to make the judgment. Sojin Kim begins to think more strategically, tapping into some next-level instincts. Boom! His body is suddenly nimble and light, executing incredible moves with ease. He's skillfully dodging the monster's attacks, and his eyes now see things differently. Amid the chaos, he notices a small opportunity to succeed by sensing the movement of every muscle. His skills are precise, and his focus is razor-sharp. He jumps, cleverly tricking the creature. If he continues like this, the rescue team may arrive shortly. However, there's a snag. Soyeon Lee is in bad shape and may not last through the fight. She's seriously injured and bleeding heavily. There's no time to waste. He decides that his best chance is to go on the offensive. With determination, he charges at the 6-star monster, intent on bringing it down. He is harnessing his strength for a mountain technique and the world's spirit technique, feeling energy buzzing through him. The cut on his face continues to bleed. Lacking confidence, he realizes that this fight is a losing battle. Holding his weapon, he realizes he can't execute a mountain technique on his own. He attempts aura magic to defeat the monster once and for all. After a deep slash, blood spills onto the ground. The girl watches the entire scene completely focused. Sojin Kim takes another blow to his side. But the massive creature is down and not moving. Exhausted, he leans on his weapon for support. The system indicates that his progress received a slight boost from the battle, carrying Soyeon on his back. He chats with her to ensure she's all right. Hearing her voice brings him a sense of relief. There's no time to relax. They need to escape the dungeon quickly. The team leader feels concerned when he sees the heroes return with a girl. They need an ambulance and medication for her as soon as possible. As she lies there, she makes it clear that the young guy is not her hero. However, the hero isn't expecting anything from Soyeon Lee. She is rushed to the nearest hospital. When news of the dungeon contest broke, everyone went into a frenzy. A Malakasra, a 6-star monster found in a 2-star dungeon, was a disaster waiting to happen. The public, the association, and the government reacted strongly, and Sojin Kim's name became widely known. The Apostle of Temperance sought guidance from Lady Kalia. They believed it was due to the strange occurrences in Korea. A curious girl asks her grandpa about the academy student who defeated the monster. Without dragging it out, the old man admits she was right about that rascal. Meanwhile, the young man is focused solely on his cash. In the hospital, Manchu can't believe he's discussing money once more. In the end, they declared it a tie and decided to split the prize, which frustrated the young man. He wanted to fight for the prize, using a two-handed move since the girl was down an arm. His main point is clear. The money belongs entirely to him. As Sojin walks in, she chats with the two guys. Suddenly, the girl senses something is off with the warrior. Upon hearing that the prize has been split, she asks why, since the young man won the tournament. Soyeon Lee confessed to cheating in this tournament and in others as well. She even reported her father, Sok-min Lee, the head of the Eastern Academy, for starting a lawsuit. The boy is shocked and can't believe the competitor's sudden move. Sojin mentions that the young woman shared some information with her. Earlier, Soyeon expressed that she still believes Sojin Kim was in the wrong. Despite everything, the girl did not see herself as the hero of this story. After hearing those words, Sojin feels extremely confused and simply relays the information. Now, the guy was the sole champion, and the government was offering some additional perks due to the entire incident. In the end, he was set to receive a tax break and an additional 100 million won. Cha-ching. Referring to it as an extra cash prize was simply their way of saying, please don't sue us, bro. As the kid was crunching numbers, the young woman revealed some even bigger news. The Dream Academy has finally leveled up to Division 3. Woohoo! Thanks to the kid, they met the requirements and were now able to tackle 4-star dungeons. That news was epic, and all the credit goes to Sojin Kim. Now was the perfect time to recruit more people to the academy. With a broad grin, he realized that everything was going his way. They decided to celebrate with some delicious sushi. Yum. Chilling in his room, the warrior realized his money probes were a thing of the past. While his friends partied, he had more important matters to attend to. On the Transcendent Market site, he was prepared to indulge in some new training gear. Now, the man had 400 million won in his bank account. Baller status. His first pick was the Spear of Longinus, and he snagged it for 100 million. No big deal. Any cash he saved could increase the price later, so why wait? While as he scrolled through his phone, he spotted replicas, such as the Belt of Aphrodite and Fenrir's thread. After careful consideration, he concluded that the Spear of Longinus was the best choice for him at that moment. All those legendary items came with a hefty price tag, often reaching a few $100,000, along with peculiar karma values. He realized it wasn't just a free pass when he noticed the price increase at checkout. Additionally, the item effects were unclear, requiring him to make educated guesses based on their mythical tales. Frustrated by the realization that the research would take forever, Sojin Kim felt overwhelmed. Suddenly, he wondered if there were any user reviews available. In the Transcendent Students community, he could only read comments and was unable to post. To create an account, the hero would need assistance from a mentor. Soon, he discovered around 100 reviews and personal recommendations. Items were rated on a 10-point scale based on combat effectiveness, utility, quality of life, and convenience. The Aegis shield was a chaotic blend of styles, featuring an unusual Medusa design. Turning enemies, or even the owner, to stone, this item had no on-off switch and scored just 2 out of 10. Perhaps it could serve as a gag gift. After reading the reviews, Sojin Kim realized that Profile was knowledgeable and wanted to explore more of their work. Kibisis was a magical bag that expanded without becoming heavy, possessed image memory, and had the ability to stop time. It was a smart move to grab it early, before karma drove up the prices. The final score was an astounding 100 out of 10, capturing the protagonist's interest. Belonging to Hera from Greek and Roman myths, it was a gift for Perseus to use for storing Medusa's head. Intrigued, he examined the price tag on the item. 100 million appeared on the screen, indicating he had enough cash for it. That bag would be incredibly useful, even for transporting monster bodies from dungeons. The only downside was that it didn't achieve complete weightlessness. He thought he could do squats with it, eliminating the need for awkward weights. He decided to grab the bag immediately. 3 days later, the guy was back on his feet sporting his new gear. Even without testing the kyvasses, he could sense that the item's vibe was incredible. Only the memory of 400 million won remained as the price skyrocketed. Now, his goal was to accumulate more cash, as karma never allowed him to hold on to things for long. Freaked out, Seo Yoon couldn't believe he had entered a dungeon again so soon after leaving the hospital. She said he didn't need to, as he already had the tournament prize. Seo Yoon felt nervous upon realizing he had spent 400 million won so quickly. Everything new came with a hefty price tag, just like the spear he held in his hands. So Jin Kim was excited to try out his new gear. In the end, the girl realized she couldn't control his spending spree. The two entered the 4-star dungeon, remaining on high alert for any potential danger. As they walked, something strange emanated from the statues. Suddenly, the gargoyles began to crack and shift slightly. These were top-tier 4-star monsters known for their defensive abilities. Wasting no time, Sao Jin seized a prime opportunity to test the Spear of Longinus. Initially, he refrained from using any aura magic techniques. Even with the gargoyles' formidable defenses, the weapon should deliver a powerful impact. With a single swing, he soared toward the monster. With barely a sweat, the spear sliced through the creature, cleaving it clean in half. Both were completely astonished by the weapon's incredible power. Baffled, they both blurted out the same question. Eager to understand what had just happened, they stood there, clueless, staring at the chaos left behind. The gargoyles, poof, gone, thanks to the Spear of Longinus. Now, whenever Shi-Yun spent time with Xu-Jun, nothing could faze her, or so she believed, while the guy handled all the heavy lifting. He sliced through the gargoyles as if they were butter, no doubt about it. After piling up a mountain of bodies, he decided to hide them all. Xu-Yun was astonished, wondering how he managed to fit all those beasts into such a tiny bag. Almost tipping over, she realized it was much heavier than she had anticipated, even with a 70% weight reduction. Dumping the bodies out, he planned to scoop them up afterward. Xu-Yun wondered if his reward would be in dollars. To her, it was incredible that he managed to acquire all those expensive items. With a grin, he explained that he had simply picked them up at a random hunter's shop. Excited to hear about a shop with a legendary name, she was eager to check it out. The warrior explained that the shop was closed because the owner was away on a long trip. Eyeing the boy, she wondered if he could ever tell a lie. Despite everything, Xu-Jun Kim couldn't reveal the whole truth to Xu-Yun. Suddenly, rocks tumbled down and everything began to shake. They both wore worried expressions, clearly feeling uneasy and freaked out. As I scanned the area, I noticed something suspicious lurking in the shadows. Taking charge, Xu-Yun declared that she would handle it. However, the guy wanted to try something first. The Spear of Longinus proved to be far more powerful than he had anticipated. With effortless ease, he shredded the gargoyles as if they were nothing. That's why he wanted to see the outcome of a Merlin magic combo. The ability to execute a mountain move and confront all those beasts. Tapping into his spirit, he was prepared to unleash all of his energy. His aim was to completely pierce through those monsters. With powerful strikes, he attempted to slice through everything that moved. Xu-Yun was amazed as she watched her friend fight with all his might. His new weapon seemed to radiate an intense sword aura. The gargoyles stood watch, poised and ready for their moment to strike. However, the energy surge left them with no chance as it continued to escalate. His face revealed no fear, only pure determination. The monsters were completely destroyed by a total annihilation move that struck them all at once. With his spear in hand, he surveyed the chaos surrounding him. Her face reflected pure shock at the scene she had just witnessed. The Spear of Longinus struck with such force that it created a massive crater. Legend has it that the sacred spear, known as the Spear of Longinus, was used on Jesus while he was on the cross. Even as a replica, Xu-Yun Kim believed it might have flaws, yet it was incredibly perfect. After checking online reviews, he wanted to acquire more gear, but with each purchase, the karma price increased. For the next 25 days, he was fully committed, working hard to earn more money. As he became absorbed in his plans, she suddenly recalled something significant. Jaemin wanted to meet the main guy. He thought she was Shuyun's sister, but she was actually just a friend. Jaemin was recognized as the apprentice of the Demon Star. In his final years, the Demon Star chose an apprentice, aware that his own wisdom would soon come to an end. The apprentice had much to discuss with Shuyun about the recent drama. Then he realized it was all connected to what had happened in the dungeon. Soon, he thought Jimin might be like the girl's grandfather, but he could relax. He said he wanted to meet Jimin, and she quickly got to work to set it up. Excited, she sent a text to Jimin, eager to set a date. Suddenly, the woman appeared, wasting no time. Shu Young-kim agreed to meet. She hurried to meet the boy her grandpa had taught so much about. Her face displayed pure shock as she finally met the hero. She couldn't comprehend how he could be just an ordinary student. In disbelief, she began to question the boy, doubting his abilities. Jun Jimin repeatedly asked the same question, eager to find out where he had obtained that. However, the main character became increasingly lost, failing to grasp the vibe of the conversation. Shuyun seizes the woman with all her strength, fully aware of the unexpected turn in the plot. When Shuyun discovers that they are sisters, his mind does a double backflip. Jung Jimin's flaw? Once she wants to know something, she becomes a relentless detective, showing no restraint. He then realizes that she is the apprentice of the holy mage from earlier. What a plot twist! Despite that, the guy is giving the girl a side-eye, thinking she should be in her 40s instead of looking like a teenager. Jaemin spills the tea. It wasn't polymorphy, but rather a memory rewind to her younger self. Switching gears, she casually points to her subspatial bag. The woman is astonished, wondering how this gear isn't causing a spatial meltdown. If she hadn't seen the guy use it, she would have thought it was just a fancy purse. Her face contorts with rage as she realizes the guy is completely unaware of the power he possesses. Jaemin has the inside scoop on the item, leaving the hero to wonder what might happen if he decided to show it off. The bag is a statement piece. Price? Who cares? She's putting 100 million on the table. While Jung Jimin may not be wealthy, she certainly knows how to work hard to earn her keep. The hero is contemplating, recalling that the Cabus is sold for 30 million. That woman could definitely come up with the cash, and he could also get more cool things. But he insists he can't sell this spatial bag. Jimin stands firm, arguing that 100 million is a sweet deal. He hands it over, encouraging her to give it a try. Suddenly, the bag erupts like a mini lightning storm, zapping her hands. It turns out that only Seo Jin Kim can truly pull off the bag. Created by students and handed down to cadets, resales are not permitted. In a panic, she exclaimed, "Where did you find this amazing swag?" She would even pay $1 million just for the details. He reiterates what he told Seo Jin, mentioning that he forgot both the store and the seller. Determined, she is ready to dive into full detective mode. She conducted her research without using the bag, simply running some tests. If anyone attempted to use it, sparks would fly, signaling rejection. However, if the ownership wasn't locked, he could assist and receive payment. Young Jimin is excited that the boy is on board with her plan, as long as he gets paid. For the test, they would visit a legitimate research lab. After all that conversation, she recalls the reason she came in the first place. With curious eyes, Jimin is all ears about what happened in the dungeon. The trio sits eager for the young guy to share the details. Seo Jin feels fortunate to have defeated a formidable 6-star monster. He knows he couldn't have accomplished it without Merlin's mana boost. Lost in thought, the hero remembers Merlin's final lecture. With a hint of uncertainty, he asks if he can share his thoughts. Magic and aura stem from mana, yet each person utilizes it in their own way, showcasing their unique style. He figures the dungeon's distortions are the same deal. Jimin is intrigued and asks for more explanation. Merlin's lecture explained that the use of mana can bend the world's rules according to an individual's will. Connecting this to the current situation, it seems possible that the distortions could be the result of someone's actions. Perhaps those strange dungeons aren't natural at all, but rather the creation of someone. Young Jimin is amazed by his brilliant theory. Curious, she asks if the young man is a magic student. He's just a wannabe pro hunter, going along with Merlin's ideas. Jimin's attention returns to the spatial bag, leaving the hero feeling puzzled. Confused, she wonders whether the boy made the item himself. To her, a wannabe hunter might secretly be a magical prodigy. Nervous, Seo Jin Kim's mind is spinning with all sorts of wild ideas. His eyes light up as he wonders how he came up with all that. Chill, the hero explains that he has blended his thoughts with Merlin's teachings. Next, Jimin expresses his curiosity about the basics of mana and aura. Sao Jin Kim may be a bit clueless about the difference between magic and aura, but he understands that knowledge is power and sees an opportunity to teach it for cash. The hero is weighing his options. Get ready, because this story is about to take an exciting turn. Unlike the items from the high-end shop, he gained his intelligence through hard work, yet he believed that teaching was easy. He was dedicated to helping others learn from his experiences, including students. Feeling down, young Jimin realizes that the kids have no idea about magic, but her math was spot on, so she needed to double-check the details. Once her job was finished, she simply turned around and bounced away, leaving the two young people to enjoy their meal after Seo Yoon brought them some food. The girl destined to become the next demonic star was nothing like the hero had imagined. Now they could enjoy all the delicious food without Jimin around. The boy was deep in thought about meeting Kalia and Jimin so quickly, pondering if he would encounter the exalted voice next. With his eyes closed, he was fully immersed in the pursuit of focus. He realized he wasn't progressing quickly enough. His training progressed more quickly thanks to Kivasis, but it still wasn't fast enough to complete the courses on time. He swung open the door, eager to chat with Seyeon while contemplating the search for a teacher to take over his student duties. He called out to her again, but she seemed completely unresponsive. As Seyeon stood there, she finally began to pay attention. The head honcho of Dream Academy was overwhelmed with the task of recruiting new students. So Yoon Kim inquired if she had any information about the upcoming competitions, including the dungeon cleaning showdown. With a few taps on her phone, she begins researching the competitions scheduled for the next 3 weeks, but there was nothing in those dates. The closest event is a mock exam at Hunter Mill next month. The mock exam resembled the practice run for the Hunter exam, taking place just once a year. If he failed, he would have to wait an entire year for another opportunity, raising the stakes significantly. The top 3 academies were Hunter Mill, Ale, and Gown. The mock exams were open to everyone and served as an effective way to assess performance. Students even more talented than Junwon Lee would be joining, and scholarships were available, which could alleviate the hero's financial struggles. However, the date fell outside the free pass window. The technique isn't foolproof and could fail at any moment for everyone involved. In his room, the hero reflected on those epic lessons, finding the transcendent experience utterly mind-blowing. The transcendent mock exam was approaching quickly. The boy shouldn't worry about the mock exam scores. Instead, he should concentrate on the next class. A notification on his phone reveals the next transcendent mock exam. So Yoon Kim becomes deeply reflective about the test and what it truly takes to succeed. Back then, he thought it was just a prank, but now he realized it was for real. With his low level, he figured it wasn't the right time, so he decided to wait for a better opportunity. He decides to focus on his course progress. A mysterious voice taunts him, urging him to take the mock exam and calling him trash. That voice continues to urge him to sign up for the exam. Suddenly, the same alert appears on his phone once more. Believing that all the alerts were pre-recorded, he wondered how Kyron and Jang Yu were involved. He wonders if Siddhartha and Merlin were aware of everything that was happening. In the end, everything appeared to be connected to the mock exam. There's no need to stress, as it was all about the Transcendent Academy after all. In his room, he contemplated the truth behind that mock exam. Typing on his phone, he browses the message boards. The comments revealed that everyone was just as confused as the hero, uncertain about taking the exam. It seemed that everyone was waiting to reach a specific level before participating. One comment suggested taking the mock exam anyway, as it would significantly boost course progress. As night falls, the hero contemplates diving into the exam. The next day, the sky is a cool shade with hardly any clouds. In a room, the young man waits, gripping his impressive spear. He clicks on the exam notice, and his karma begins to accumulate. Seo Jin Kim is astonished to discover that the first attempt at the exam was completely free. For a moment, he questions whether it's a waste, but in need of cash, he decides to go for it. Questions arise, and he begins to choose his area of focus and certification. Meanwhile, the exam is being prepared. The mock exams, covering 7 subjects, are based on past transcendent exams, offering a different experience from the real deal. Subject 1 focused on combat skills, featuring 15 epic levels to conquer. Seo Jin Kim was completely confused, taking a moment to realize that the test was starting right then. He had no idea if level 1 had 5 stars or if it increased with more stars. He was sweating bullets, worried he might encounter a 20-star monster right in front of him. Suddenly, his phone begins to buzz with an intense energy. Clueless, he's lost in the chaos, questioning the entire simulation concept. Grabbing his spear, he realizes this could be the first monster he encounters, so he knows he needs to be prepared. something begins to grow right in front of him. Freaked out, he watches as the thing grows larger and larger. Next, it triples in size, and it's truly astonishing. A massive, fierce dragon suddenly appears out of nowhere. At level 1, Seo-jin Kim must defeat the ruined dragon Fafnir within 30 minutes. As he watches the dragon move, he begins to think the test is a prank, which only makes him feel even more jittery. When the monster unleashes its powers, he realizes it's no joke and that he's in serious trouble. The notice states that the guy failed level 1. With a puzzled expression, he has no idea what just happened. Rolling on the ground, he realizes that defeating that monster is impossible. If level 1 has a formidable dragon, the subsequent levels must be even tougher. However, he recognizes that some transcendent beings are considered gods, such as Hercules, Buddha, and Zeus. Feeling the sting of humiliation, he takes a deep breath to calm himself. Lost in contemplation, he strategizes his next move. Seo-jin Kim realizes that things could be much worse than he initially believed. His phone displays a notification offering 10 additional shots to try again. Despite everything, he's uncertain whether 10 attempts will be sufficient, but he's ready to find out. With determination, he grips his spear and steps back into the room. In 5 consecutive attempts, the hero fails at level 1. At that moment, he realizes that winning isn't going to happen. Getting tossed around like a rag doll, his body is ready to give up on the impossible mission. In the end, he realizes he can't deceive anyone. Sitting on a bench, he reflects on his unfulfilled dream of becoming a professional hunter. As he contemplates bailing and trying something new, his phone pings. The announcement states that course tutorials are now available. As he checks the notice, he's curious to see if it will provide some attack tips. Each tutorial features a unique theme and instructor, including the Monkey King, Siegfried, and the Blue Dragon from the 4 mythical beasts. Excited, he thinks he might learn something interesting from those courses. Without hesitation, he taps the registration button. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, reveals that level 1 features the ruined dragon Fafnir. At first, it feels challenging, like pulling weeds, but once you get the hang of it, it becomes much easier. Repeaters stress over the first attack pattern, the dragon's breath, but that's Fafnir's strongest move. Dodging the attack makes everything much easier. A common rookie mistake is attempting to block. It's enjoyable but not essential. In the end, avoiding the dragon's breath is the best approach. After exhausting its energy, Fafnir is unable to use the attack for a while. At that moment, it appears to be just a large lizard, but the key lies in the finishing move. Once you master these moves, taking down the dragon becomes a breeze. The shooting star equipment technique is perfect for this. In the tutorial, the Monkey King demonstrates his most powerful move, the shooting star descending flow, to defeat the enemy. For this hero, all the advice felt far too simple. It was an elimination test, but since it was only level 1, it wasn't particularly challenging. The more challenging it becomes, the clearer the answer is. After watching the tutorial, Seo-jin Kim feels completely lost, believing it was a waste of time since he learned nothing. If all the other courses are like this, they won't be helpful at all. He checks his phone for tips on how to literally fight fire. Even so, the hero understands that executing those moves is impossible since he's not a dragon. Desperate, he finds himself without answers to his questions. Having used his only free trial, quitting now is not an option. His attention turns to instructor Siegfried, who was analyzing Fafnir's traits during the tutorial. The legendary hero of Northern Europe became famous as a dragon slayer after defeating Fafnir, the ruined dragon. With one final glimmer of hope, the young man decides to give that tutorial another try before giving up. Siegfried reveals that the key to defeating Fafnir lies in dodging his fiery breath, and the entire strategy revolves around avoiding it. Seo-jin Kim is disappointed to discover that the tutorial is just more of the same old material, labeling it a complete waste of time. Before hitting pause, Siegfried promises to teach 2 additional things. First up, Fafnir's breath follows a distinct path, and when he unleashes it, the game is on. A clever trick might help you avoid that fiery breath. The second strategy must be communicated loud and clear. Ultimately, the secret revolves around gold. In a jewelry shop, a purchase has just been made. Even though he's uncertain about its success, Seo-jin Kim takes a gold bar following Siegfried's advice. Fafnir is known as a gold digger, and legend has it that he transformed into a dragon due to his obsession with gold. While the dragon is preparing to breathe fire, the gold must be thrown at him. That way, he'll hold his breath to protect the shiny treasures. Although it's a simple trick, Siegfried insists it has a strong chance of success. After grabbing the gold bar, Seo-jin Kim takes a deep breath and chooses to embrace that wild idea. Feeling a bit suspicious, he decides to use one of his 5 chances to confront the dragon Fafnir. waiting for the perfect moment. The beast is already beginning to unleash its epic breath. Suddenly, the hero throws the gold bar at the dragon. As Fafnir spots the shiny object flying toward him, his eyes widen in surprise. Completely distracted, his attention turns to the bling. That was Sojun Kim's perfect opportunity to shine. As Fafnir holds the item, he realizes it is more than just gold-plated. Angry, the beast turns its gaze toward the hero. Not understanding the strange move, he becomes entangled in the plan. With a powerful hit, his body goes flying. Once again, he fails to pass level 1. Flat on the ground, he can't believe he lasted less than a minute against Fafnir. Suddenly, his phone is blowing up with messages. He checks the screen, intrigued by what he sees. Despite the epic fail, he still managed to achieve a respectable progress percentage in Chiron's course. The hero leaps into the air, confronting the fierce dragon as the impact reverberates wildly. Determined, he charges forward with his spear as the dragon unleashes a flurry of intense attacks. He leaps with precision, but the impact causes him to crash down. At that moment, he realizes the fight is tough because he can't dodge anything. Clutching the spear, he slides while yelling, struggling to regain his balance. The dragon strikes again, its tail slicing through the air with devastating force. Sojun Kim realizes it's going to be a massive hit, and he begins to feel anxious. Suddenly, he reaches into his spatial bag. With all his strength, he hurls the gold bar at Fafnir's head. Spotting the shiny metal, the dragon spins around, and its tail nearly smacks the hero. He quickly dodges, realizing it was a narrow escape. Furious, the beast unleashes a mighty roar. It turns out the bar is just gold-plated. The hero has little time to plan his next move. With determination, he hurls a handful of gold bars at the dragon. Soon after, Fafnir becomes obsessed with shiny treasures. Desperate, the creature is completely drawn to the gold. With the strength to move a mountain, he leaps onto the dragon. And with the spirit's movement that encompasses the world, the hero takes aim at the distracted Fafnir. The energy ripples through the air as the hero maintains his momentum. Soon, he strikes the creature's back with remarkable precision. Feeling excited, he believes his attack has finally made an impact, until he realizes that it didn't truly hurt the enemy. Feeling chills all over, he notices the dragon's intense gaze. Suddenly, he is struck. After nearly 6 minutes of battling, they fail once again at level 1. Thrown to the ground, he groans in pain, lamenting yet another missed opportunity. Despite the chaos, his progress in the courses with Kirin, Xiang Yu, and Merlin continues to improve. If he continues at this pace, he might complete one before the free pass expires. Without hesitation, Sojun Kim chooses to confront Fafnir again. A voice wonders why the young man hasn't been exploring dungeons lately. He tells Seo-jun that he has been too busy with training. While he's glued to his phone all day, the gym manager is taking care of all the paperwork. At that moment, he realizes that his first simulation ended in failure. Sitting on the floor, the boy anxiously checks the course progress, hoping for more. As he contemplates the upcoming transcendental exams, he plans to maximize his time by attending as many classes as possible during breaks. 3 days later, he is attempting to conquer the first level of this epic strength challenge. Suddenly, a red orb appears in his hand as if from thin air. The power from this device is surging uncontrollably, like a sugar rush on steroids. Totally zoned out by the orb, he fails to notice the sneaky dragon creeping up on him. His mission is to keep the dragon's treasure away from Gankori, the emoji, for a designated period. Suddenly, he spins around and sees the beast staring at him like he's a tasty snack. To add some excitement, Gankchiori is immune to all attacks. Its roar is so epic that it leaves our hero frozen like a popsicle. In a panic, he realizes there's no way this is just level 1. In the blink of an eye, Sejun Kim is overpowered by the monster. But hey, he's making progress in his courses. At level 1 adaptability, he must either defeat a sphinx or survive for 10 minutes with all his senses blocked. Completely bewildered, he wonders, what language is this sphinx even speaking? Taking a wild guess, he concludes that the answer is a human being. His course progress is skyrocketing, soaring like a rocket to the moon. Next, he needs to chill Bulgasari's munchies for 30 minutes. Using his powers, Seo-jun attempts to prevent the beast from turning him into lunch. Bulgasari is munching non-stop. Sojun is simply counting down the minutes. Frustrated, he takes off, hoping his stats continue to rise. Now he's immersed in the siren song for 30 minutes. Finding this mission exciting, he successfully completes level 1. Leveling up for the first time, he's excited to reach level 15 quickly. At level 2, he must endure Helheim's Requiem for 30 minutes. His ears are already burning. Checking his phone, he sees all his epic fails displayed on the sim table. However, he has nearly aced the courses taught by Chiron and Shangyu, leaving him with only 2 electives remaining. He wonders if he even chose these. Curiously, he asks the system why there are so few classes available. With a grin, he decides to relax and face the challenges as they come. Frustrated, he grinds his teeth, struggling to maintain his composure. Seo-Yoon notices his stress and asks him what's wrong. He simply smiles it off. Seo-Jin Kim mutters to himself, frustrated after 3 days with no progress. As he watches the clock, he feels torn between pursuing courses and tackling dungeon missions. Determined, he rises, ready to grind in the dungeons for cash. His hands glowed like a supernova as he prepared for a final push. Suddenly, a digital mentor appears, bursting with excitement and catching him off guard. Seo-Yoon looks puzzled, staring at his phone, wondering what's going on. It has been a long time since he last saw his mentor. As he collects props from the tiny figure, Seo-Yoon is trying to make sense of it all. It's been ages since he last spoke with his mentor, but then Seo-Yoon appears out of nowhere. He hides his phone and claims she's imagining things, trying to leave as quickly as possible. Once in a quiet spot, he's curious about where his mentor has been hiding. The excuse is that the kid has been doing well on their own. Seo-Yoon Kim's face reflects irritation, clearly showing her frustration. The mentor explains that he was merely reviewing the kid's profile but ended up feeling disappointed. Concerned about what lies ahead, the figure alludes to something regarding the level. Meanwhile, Seo-Yoon is trying to process all this information. The mentor suggests focusing on the 2 basic courses he recommended. Feeling guilty, the figure apologizes for disappearing. Additionally, he noticed that the kid had been working hard while he was away. Grabbing his phone, he's excited to see all his recent progress. However, his face isn't exactly beaming at first. With a shocked expression, he exclaims, "What's even happening?" While fiddling with the phone, the mentor becomes confused about the 4 courses, believing it to be a glitch. Suddenly, he becomes all ears when Seo-Yoon mentions that he's really taking all the courses. Freaking out, he can't believe the information on the screen is legitimate. For the mentor, this is a significant concern. Such progress in just 3 months? Unbelievable, but not for our hero. He explains that he's taking the mock exam, despite the mentor's advice to skip it. Now, the figure realizes that the kid no longer needs a mentor. Turning away, the hero calls him back, saying he has a question about the exam. The kid is trying to figure out how to choose elective subjects for this mock exam. The mentor, noticing the blank screen despite the exam already having started, becomes curious. Seo-Yoon Kim reveals that he didn't even bother creating an account. He simply skipped that entire step. The mentor responds, "No way." But then the kid shows him a message stating that he doesn't have an ID. Completely bewildered, the mentor remarks that this has never happened before. Finally, he decides that the best course of action is to ask the director what's going on. The mentor has to leave for a while, but promises he will return soon. Before he leaves, he assists the kid with the elective subjects. Poof, he's gone, leaving Seo-Yoon alone once more. Frustrated, the kid realizes he has more questions to ask. The mentor promised he would return before the free pass expired, so it shouldn't be long. A phone notification appears announcing that the Chengyu course has reached 100% completion. With the course completed, the kid has earned a certificate in spear skills. It's hard to believe. He's a little lost in the sauce. Suddenly, he grips his weapon tightly, and an epic move ignites the entire area, filling it with energy. In that moment, executing a mountain technique feels effortless. Shortly after, a notification appears, announcing the epilogue of a new course. Shanyu's expression reflects satisfaction as he watches the kid successfully complete the course. He explains that mastering a mountain technique is just the first step on the path to transcendence. Now he's not just trash, he's recycled trash. Still trash, but improved. Shangyu acknowledges that the journey is long, but insists there is only one correct path to transcendence, no matter how challenging it may be. The instructor adds that, ultimately, speed isn't the main concern. What truly matters is determination. The course and Chengyu's strength to execute the mountain technique are complete. The next day at the Dream Academy, a relaxed Seo-Jun Kim walks through a door and unexpectedly runs into Seo-Yoon. She asks if he plans to join the Hunter's Mill mock exam, which is just open for sign-ups. He's always ready, and Seo-Yoon signs up right away. Now, equipped with the certified mountain technique strength and the Longinus spear, he's feeling energized. After signing up, the academy head announces that the mock exam will begin in 10 days. Suddenly, the kid starts thinking about how to handle Seo-Yoon, and she picks up on it. He quickly shifts his focus, eager to learn more about student recruitment. Feeling nervous, she confesses that she's a little stressed. She's concerned about how her grandpa, the Sword Star, will react because he has a tricky temper. Additionally, she's uncertain about which instructors to hire. Clearly, Seo Yoon can't teach everything on her own. It would be ideal to have an instructor for each area, but the well-known ones come with a hefty price tag. She explains that top instructors can earn hundreds of millions in a month, while the elite ones make billions. So Jin Kim's jaw drops at the sight of the crazy cash, and he begins to contemplate the possibilities. Suddenly, he's very eager to help Seo Yoon. 3 days later, he received his exam scores, which totaled only 29 points. Despite this, the kid was thrilled. He has just finished the Seongyu course when, out of nowhere, his mentor appears in front of him. The kid isn't too fazed, knowing the mentor would return before the free pass expired. His mentors were completely shocked that the kid finished the course. Speechless at his progress, Seo Jin Kim inquires about the information the mentor went to verify. Amid all the surprises, he momentarily forgot about it. Suddenly, his expression shifts as he realizes there's a significant problem. Seo Kim is confused about what the mentor is discussing. The mentor clarifies that before meeting the director, they received some information regarding the child's account issues. It turns out there's nothing in the system. There is nothing associated with the name Seo Jin Kim. At the Transcendent Academy, no one is registered under his name. Confused, the hero is trying to determine if he is not a member. Fuming, he demands to know how that's possible, given that he completed the courses. The Transcendent Academy is members only, yet he somehow managed to take courses without signing up. He also notes that even the director is clueless about what's happening. Yo, check this out. It wasn't a glitch in the system or anything, because the karma calculations were locked tighter than a vault. The director sensed something was off, but had no idea who was involved or how it had happened. Seo Jin Kim is in a panic, wondering if he's about to be let go. However, the mentor says, "Chill, dude, you're getting it all wrong." It turns out that it's their mess, not his, so he can simply relax. Still, Seo Jin's mind is racing, trying to understand why all this drama is directed at him. For now, there's no stress. Everything's cool. The mentor is apologetic, explaining that they can't resolve the account issue just yet. Back to his routine, Seo Jin realizes he has just 2 days remaining on his free pass. The duo brainstorms Seo Jin's next moves. The mentor provides a brief overview of the Transcendent Academy's curriculum, covering everything from introductory to advanced levels. Seo Jin is nearing the completion of the introductory phase. After completing the courses, there remains a wealth of knowledge to acquire, and finishing the advanced levels means forging his own path. Many say that transitioning from advanced to transcendent is tougher than completing the curriculum. Nevertheless, the mentor believes it's time for Seo Jin to level up to beginner and renew his pass as soon as possible. Additionally, he should explore the teachings of Hercules and Zhangsan Feng. The mentor is excited, encouraging him to sign up for those classes. His advice was to build a solid foundation first and save the magic tricks for later. Feeling the mentor's confidence, Seo Jin is fully on board with the tips. The system begins crunching karma numbers, and the results are off the charts. With all those zeros, Seo Jin is going to need a substantial cash reserve. Upon hearing about karma, the hero asks for a breakdown of the concept. Karma is all about cause and effect. If the academy is the cause, then the students are the effect. The academy doesn't benefit itself. It exists solely to help students improve and advance. The mentor warns that the full effect is an entirely different matter. His advice is to keep leveling up. The more you progress, the clearer everything becomes. In the end, he has the full support of his mentor. Seo Jin is curious to know if there are other students nearby. There are plenty of them, and you can find them on the forums. What he truly wants to know is whether there is anyone in his reality. Despite the difficulty, the mentor reveals what he knows. Across all the realities of the academy, the maximum number of students in any one reality is 4. Each academy has its own unique specialty. Want to learn magic? Head to AL Academy. Looking to master weapons? Gaon is the place for you. Unsure of where to go? Hunter's Mill has you covered. As the top contender, Hunter's Mill outshines both Gaon and AL, proving its legitimacy. The big day for the Pro Hunter exam at Hunter's Mill has finally arrived. Seo Yoon has his friends back. It's a completely different vibe from the tournament, with many more people around. They check in with the event crew representing Dream Academy. With a prize of 1 billion won, Seo Jin could secure a new pass for 500 million won. He's fully committed, planning to take the mentor's courses. But first, he needs to secure that pass. After checking in, they are invited inside. Soon, a crowd begins to line up to present their documents. They realize that arriving early was crucial, given the large crowd. Seo Yoon heads off, wishing Seo Jin good luck. As he walks, Seo Jin hears some suspicious shouts, indicating that a fight is about to break out. Someone is attempting to cut in line. It's Kang Chul Kim from Hunter's Mill Academy. A guy is yelling at him to wait his turn, just like everyone else. The crowd recognizes that he's a big deal. He freezes upon hearing about Kang Chul's academy. Sojin knows this exam is the real deal, so the academies are bringing their A game. The blue-eyed man gives Sojin a serious stare. He turns and walks away. Sizing up the competition, Sojin realizes he is up against a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, everyone is buzzing about who will win the exam. One guy is confident that Kang Chul will succeed because he is supported by the Order of Truth. All right, buckle up. This is going to be a wild ride. This guy confidently declares, it's our academy, so of course we've already won. But then another guy chimes in saying, nah man, it's not that simple. Even if it's a student from the exam academy. Suddenly, everyone's attention is focused on a single participant attempting to get past the guards. Sojin Kim stands there, completely baffled by the chaos around her. He can't understand how this kid managed to use every single weapon he had against him. Waving a paper, the kid shouted, "I'm a participant! Let me through, ASAP!" He's extremely frustrated that he had to wait in this long line while someone else just sailed right through. Behind him, another participant said, "Dude, chill and wait like the rest of us." But he doesn't listen and is dragged away. He continues to yell about how unfair everything is. Meanwhile, the staff is asking the warrior to come with them. The look in that kid's eyes clearly shows he's determined to ace the exam, no matter what it takes. The racetrack is all set for the competitors. Some of them are already training intensely. Do-Sok Park's a student at the Division II Hunter Academy. Honestly, he's just as skilled as anyone in the top-tier academies. With no cash available, he had to turn to a second division school that offered a scholarship. In the East, it's said that it's better to be the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon. However, even a dragon's tail can deliver a powerful blow against other dragons. As for snakes, they simply slither around among their own kind. Do-Sok Park believes this whole situation is just a big tail-wagging contest. Sojin Kim is there because of people like him. The Hunter's Mill Academy simulation consists of 5 parts from the Pro Hunter exams, along with the written components. First up is physical strength. In a 3-kilometer race, you must finish in under 5 minutes, continuing as needed. Each race completed in under 5 minutes counts as a lap, and you keep going until you can no longer continue. The score depends on how many laps each competitor can complete, so both runners are racing side by side. Do-Sok Park suddenly realizes that the guy next to him isn't a total novice, and they are the last 2 standing. Even though he's exhausted, he won't give up until he aces the test. But he's falling behind and can't keep up with Seojin Kim. Desperate, he experiences the thrill of fighting for each breath. With 5 minutes and 12 seconds remaining, he completes his test. From a distance, he observes the hero who continues to persevere. For Do-Sok Park, the only thing that matters is making it to the big leagues with the dragons, not the snakes. As he completes another lap, he waits for the young guy. Suddenly, he reaches out and places his hand in front of the main guy. Giving credit to the young man, he describes it as an epic battle between giants. But Sojin Kim doesn't slow down for a moment. He accelerates and leaves the man talking to himself. For him, the first phase has been smooth sailing so far. Some guys are starting to freak out as they notice something strange at the academy. With a massive weight, Sejin Kim is performing squats without pause. No problem. He can manage an impressive weight for his size. The other participants wonder if he's even human, struggling to comprehend how he's executing those incredible moves. Even the main character is surprised at how easy it is, believing it's all due to completing the Jungyu course. He's excited to complete the Hercules course, envisioning all the new skills he'll acquire. With Hercules training, anyone could lift tons in the 3 major lifts, while the young guy is all fired up, but another guy tells him to chill before moving on to the next part. Kang Chul Kim also receives congratulations and is advised to take a breather. As he heads out, people are truly impressed with the student. The simulations aren't a significant concern for students beyond a certain level. Kang Chul Kim, Da-Un Lee, and Dongmin Kim are participating in the simulation to enhance their academy's reputation. He understands that every exam is really just about pride. Still, Kang Chul is instructed to join the simulation and monitor Seojin Kim. He doesn't need to do anything special. He just has to watch the kid and see what he's up to. The Order of Truth had never requested anything like that before, but he must follow the sponsor's orders. Kang Chul has heard the name before, but when he sees the young man in the halls, he doesn't notice anything remarkable. Suddenly, he notices some unusual movement among the participants. That's when he realizes the scores may have declined. After the first test, Sojin Kim is comfortably in first place with 100 points. Kanchul Kim was completely shocked to see his name sitting in third place with just 89 points. He exclaimed, "No way!" upon noticing the 11-point gap between them. Alongside him, a random name he didn't even recognize was sitting in second place. He tried to stay composed, taking deep breaths to mask his frustration. Turning around, he played it cool, aware that some students were total pros in specific subjects. In the monster combat test, Sojin Kim dominated, taking first place, while Minyo Lee secured second. Everyone could sense Kang Chul Kim's frustration about being stuck in third place. He realized he couldn't simply sit around as the Order of Truth had warned him. The next challenge focused on magical ability, requiring them to smash the shield. Thanks to Merlin, our hero had a basic understanding of magic, but mastering it was an entirely different challenge. Next up was Du-In Lee from AIL Academy. She approached the shield, prepared to begin the test, when she sensed the vibe. Soon, a magical sphere began to form in her hands. With concentration, she radiated energy in all directions. With a powerful burst, she unleashed the spell against the magical shield. A massive explosion occurred, shattering the shield into a million pieces. Du-In Lee secured the top position in the ranking. Sojin Kim was completely speechless as she witnessed those incredible magical skills. The girl bounced back. Even with 2 attempts remaining, Sojin Kim's name was called, and it was his turn to step up. On the stairs, he locked eyes with Du-In Lee. He felt somewhat uncomfortable about the entire situation. He had no idea how he would manage to pull off those moves. He had to give it a shot, gripping the Longinus spear tightly. With the mountain uprooting technique now on autopilot, he could concentrate on Merlin's magical tips. As he tried to absorb all that information, he waited for the perfect moment. With determination, he charged at the shield. With the spear in hand, he was fully committed to acing that test. To his surprise, he shattered the shield in 2. Something strange began to spread through the shield. Soon, everyone took cover as energy surged through the area. Even Du-In Lee was taken aback by what had just transpired. Suddenly, the shield disappeared and he destroyed the shield generator with a single blow. He reclaimed the top spot, pushing Du-In Lee to second place. Even he couldn't understand what had happened. Confused, he stood there with his spear, waiting for some kind of explanation. The exam was paused while they searched for another magical barrier generator, as no one had anticipated that the machine would be damaged. After that brief chaos, the exam continued, and no one could surpass Sojin Kim. Everyone was shocked that the 3 major academies were being removed from the rankings. In the crowd, So-Yoon noticed that Sojin Kim's name was on everyone's lips due to the recent events. The director of the Academy of Dreams was becoming increasingly jittery. She believed in the man's potential but didn't expect him to take the lead so unexpectedly. 2 guys were discussing adjusting the exam's difficulty that year due to the unexpected performance of the students. So-Yoon overheard the gossip questioning Kang Jae-ol Kim's skills, suggesting that he might be replaced by Ha-Yoon Lee. Additionally, there may not be anyone capable of matching Sojin Kim at this moment. The director of the Academy of Dreams was closely monitoring the competition's rankings. After reviewing the scores, it was clear that Seo Jin was truly exceptional. Meanwhile, the boy found himself in a different room, deep in thought. He pondered how everything was unfolding so quickly, not in the way he had hoped. As he examined his weapon, he began to analyze every detail. Legend suggests that the sacred spear that pierced Jesus on the cross may possess special powers. However, Seo Jun had no idea what those powers might be and wondered if the weapon could cut through shields. As he lost himself in thought, music filled the room, snapping him out of his reverie. He watched as a figure strolled and sang around him, carefree and full of joy. As he examined the weapons on his back, he recognized something familiar about himself. That guy had caused a scene earlier by arguing with an employee. Noticing he was being watched, the guy rushed over to greet So-Jun, the simulation superstar. With a grin, he introduced himself as Minyo Lee. At that moment, the hero realized he was conversing with the competitor who had finished in second place. Confused, he couldn't understand how that quirky guy possessed such power. Suddenly, he began to ramble, apologizing for his forwardness. They both focused on the announcement of the next test. Feeling the grass beneath his feet and the wind against his skin, Seo-Jun appeared ready for the challenge ahead. The 4th subject was the dungeon raid, which was scored based on how quickly participants could complete it. Even though it was an augmented reality dungeon, everything felt incredibly real. Now he had to confront powerful monsters, including 10 Nurkaras poised to destroy him. Just a few minutes in, the chaos erupted with epic blows. Wherever he went, the hero effortlessly sliced off monster heads as if it were no big deal. One by one, they fell to the ground, completely lifeless. His face revealed no signs of tiredness, only pure determination in his eyes. With strikes and kicks, he soared through the air wielding his Longinus spear. At that moment, everything felt different. His opponents weren't true Nurkaras, yet he felt he was operating on a whole different level. 3 months ago, he was a nobody, struggling to get by day. But now, he was at the Transcendent Academy, where he met Seo Jun, completely turning his life upside down. As he reflected, he continued to battle the remaining monsters. He believed that the path to becoming transcendent, though challenging, was worth the effort. He could become the greatest hunter in the world. Once again, he took the lead, leaving everyone intrigued. As he sat down, he felt the weight of all the eyes on him. Suddenly, he overhears a conversation among the other participants. Dongmin Jin was telling Dongli that the young guy wasn't all that impressive. Noticing the angry looks, So Jun Kim chooses to ignore the situation and stay out of it. Meanwhile, Min Yul Lee attempts to strike up a conversation with the main guy, mentioning that he nearly matched his score. Next to him, Kong Kao Kim, who placed third, was unusually quiet. With a grin, the talkative guy considered Seo Jun to be a wonderful friend. Without saying much, Minyu Lee begins to laugh, clearly delighted with the situation. The young man claims he never received any training, so he simply improvised with the weapons on his back. Upon hearing that, the hero is completely shocked. He can't believe the man standing in front of him taught himself everything. A self-taught student is someone who bypasses formal education and learns independently. They were usually not very talented, but occasionally someone extraordinary would emerge, like that skilled young man. Minyo Lee explains that he didn't want to be associated with any hunter academy. Additionally, he had a highly experienced teacher, though no one realized he was one of their students. At that moment, Seo Jun Kim begins to wonder who the mystery teacher might be. The staff member requested everyone's attention, stating that there was an issue. Everyone is eager to find out what he was discussing. Seo Jun Kim and his friend are concerned about the situation. On the other side, Kang Shil Kim also listens to the reports. Suddenly, the guy explains that the exam judges couldn't attend because of some unexpected circumstances. It turns out that the instructors from Hunter's Mill, who were meant to assist with the combat skill exam, were stopped on their way. The competitors learned that a rift has opened in the 10-star dungeon, prompting the instructors to intervene. Now they were holding an emergency meeting, but all participants had to wait, even without understanding how. Kong Chil wondered if the order of truth had become distorted in that situation. With the simulation on hold, Seo Jun Kim claimed his victory. Suddenly, the warrior from Hunter's Mill suggested changing the exam. Since the last test involved solo combat, they could resolve it with a tournament. The other competitors believed it was a solid idea. The staff member acknowledges that it sounds cool, but notes that it's tricky to execute. With so many participants, organizing a tournament for everyone would take an eternity and disrupt the rankings. The best strategy was to wait for the substitute judges, who are expected to be Class A hunters. Frustrated, the participants were unwilling to wait that long. Kang Chul seeks a method for interested individuals to submit their names, allowing them to move forward with a select few. Additionally, if the live simulation broadcast to the entire country were to be interrupted, it would lead to significant issues. Meanwhile, a staff member gives a thumbs up to the idea of an invite-only tournament. His primary objective was to take down Sojin Kim and enhance the reputation of Hunter's Mill Academy. With determination in his eyes, Kangchul set out to claim all the glory for himself, leaving no room for the boy. Sojin had already won the simulation, but it would be even sweeter when the guy finished him off. Suddenly, everyone around began to agree with the idea. Even Minyo Lee appeared excited. Meanwhile, everyone awaited the main guy's final answer. All eyes were fixed on any sign of a reaction. Deep in thought, he considered all his options. He was eager to know if there was extra cash for the winner, as this was far beyond the usual exam requirements. In the end, they announced a surprise tournament featuring 15 top students from the academies, much like a last-minute party invitation. Sojin Kim and Minyo Lee stood out, completely outshining the big-name academies. Then, the battles began with a bang. Dongmin Jin from Gain Academy secured the first win. Don Lee wowed everyone next with his incredible magic skills. No surprise here, Kang Chul Kim advanced to the next round like a boss. These three competitors from the major academies were all focused on winning the simulation. Additionally, Kontu was determined to make Sojin Kim regret ever attending. Meanwhile, the guy was just relaxing, waiting for his turn. On his own, he discovered that the cash prize had received a significant increase. With the sim cash and tournament dough, the prize reached 2 billion won. If he secured that, even after purchasing the pass, he would still have 1.5 billion to explore more courses. But that was only if he claimed the victory. He wasn't worried about the elite trio, believing they were no big deal. However, there was one person who had him feeling a bit shaken, a true wild card. For Minyo Lee, the self-taught legend, he posed a serious threat. Most people carried about 3 weapons or concentrated on just one. Sojin heard that the guy had at least 10 weapons, but it's unclear if he could actually use them all. His opponent was thrown off when he realized that Minyo Lee's main weapon was a bow and arrow, not a sword. In a flash, he zigzagged toward his rival. With a weapon in hand, he was prepared to take the guy down. However, he had some clever tricks prepared for that kind of fight. Out of nowhere, he seized 2 swords and defended himself like a champion. He then tossed the enemy aside. Sojin Kim was quietly impressed by that wild, free-fighting style. Nothing compared to the polished moves of Kang Chul, Dong Min, and Du Un. It felt more like a street brawl than an official match, completely lacking the formal hunter vibe. In that moment, he realized that Minyo Lee was just like him. Curious, he wondered if the man was also a student at the Transcendent Academy. His mentor revealed that, in the many realities of the Transcendent Academy, there can be a maximum of only 4 students. The boy mentioned that he had a teacher, so perhaps he was learning from videos. In the end, Minyo Lee secured the victory, decisively defeating his opponent. His grin conveyed everything pure satisfaction. At that moment, the protagonist sensed that his guesses might be accurate. The host celebrated Minyo Lee's victory in an epic match. He was now preparing to call the next competitor, the one everyone had been buzzing about. The next match's participants showcased skills that were recognized by the disciple of the Demon Star. The future of Korean magic is bright, as Do-eun Lee from Ale Academy received an enthusiastic cheer from the crowd. On the other hand, her opponent was waiting. Pumped, a boy appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Sojin Kim from the Academy of Dreams scored a perfect 100 in the Hunter's Mill simulation. The host called for a round of applause to celebrate this achievement. Do-eun Lee was a genius, no exaggeration. Calling her a genius might even be an understatement. At Ale Academy, she stood out as top tier, even catching the attention of Jimin Jung, the next Demon Star. Meanwhile, the protagonist was falling behind in the ranks, as mages faced significant challenges in the Hunter's Mill simulation. If this had been an Ale Academy exam, it would have been a completely different story, or so Sojin believed. As the battle raged on, the girl was preparing for her first magical move. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual up ahead. Her face displayed pure shock. Sojin Kim appeared to have mastered advanced magic effortlessly. A flame danced around them, narrowly avoiding everyone. But the boy's body began to tremble at the strangeness of it all. Do-eun Lee's eyes widened as she realized what she saw was impossible. Her opponent effortlessly dodged the spell. Do-eun realized he had either summoned a great deal of magic or was familiar with her magical style. Meanwhile, Seo-jin contemplated how he had countered that spell, realizing it was easy to break her magic. At that moment, he understood just how epic the powers of the Logina Spear truly were. With the $1.5 billion prize, he could acquire more gear to experiment with. Suddenly, a magical spear attack was launched in his direction. His opponent, fueled by determination, appeared ready to finish the fight. Witnessing the attack, he contemplated his next move. Without moving an inch, he twirled his spear, swatting away the magic as if he were playing whack-a-mole. Do-eun Lee realized her attacks were as effective as a chocolate teapot, yet she remained determined to land a hit on him. He was just relaxing, dodging spells as if he were playing a game of dodgeball. Frustrated, she finally threw her weapon to the ground. The warrior exclaims, "Wow, this is wild!" Even with her impressive skills, she knew she was in trouble and was already feeling hopeless. That's when the main character strolls up, spear in hand. With a grin, he asks if he has won the showdown. Do-eun Lee is speechless, looking like a deer in headlights with a spear at her throat. The announcer, calling him a monster, shouts out Seo-jin Kim's victory from the Academy of Dreams. Then, suddenly, a new battle erupts as weapons clash. Minyo Lee is diving into his second fight of the day with full energy. His opponents realize he's far out of his league. Demonstrating his strength, the boy dodges blows as if he were Neo from the Matrix. Suddenly, he sees an opportunity to strike Dong Min-jun. With a powerful swing, he sends the man flying. But Dong Min-jun from Gaiwan Academy isn't giving up just yet. In a flash, Minyo Lee reveals the claws hidden in his sleeves. With precise strikes, he aims to hit his opponent. Dong Min-jun is skillfully dodging those sneaky moves, barely managing to hold on. He still had no idea what Minyo Lee would do next. Panicking, he anxiously awaited the moment when the kid would run out of tricks. Amidst the chaos, it was impossible to keep up with Min-Yo Lee's speed. Suddenly, the boy delivers a precise hit to the stomach. On the ground, it's game over for recovery. Soon, the announcer announces another victory for Min-Yo Lee. His opponent's face trembles with rage. Fuming, he insists that the kid's sneaky moves cheated him. Grumbling about the unfairness of the situation, he mutters that he won't accept defeat. The crowd buzzes with excitement over the battle strategy, while some begin to sense Dong Min-jun's frustration. Meanwhile, the main character watches it all on TV, nodding in approval at Min-Yo Lee's well-deserved victory. He believes that even without the weapon swap, the outcome would have been the same. That's when Kang Cheol learns about the Order of Truth's grand plan. They were not only watching Seo Joon Kim, but also Min-Yo Lee. In the end, the Order of Truth found that they didn't require any assistance from the warrior. Their ultimate goal was to witness a face-off between Seo Joon Kim and Min-Yo Lee, making Kang Cheol's presence unnecessary. He wonders if Min-Yo Lee is with the Order of Truth, as no self-taught student could possibly defeat the top scholars. Now they're heading into the final showdowns, and the last one is set to be epic. The announcer calls out the Iron Man, pride of Hunter's Mill Academy. Kang Cheol Kim climbs the stairs, trying to remember the orders to simply keep an eye on the kid. From the beginning, the Order of Truth was merely pretending to be the warrior. Meanwhile, the announcer introduces his opponent, Seo Joon Kim from the Academy of Dreams. With fire in his eyes, Kang Cheol Kim refuses to play the Order of Truth's shady games. Wielding his weapon, he showcases all the energy he possesses. Quickly, the main character grabs his spear and prepares to defend himself. Both are incredibly strong and exceptionally powerful. As the battle rages on, the ground begins to crack open beneath them. Holding onto his sword, Kang Cheol remains steady. Seo Joon is doing the same, placing his hands on the ground. Without wasting any time, they're both ready to dive back into the fight. With determination, they grip their weapons tightly. That's when Kang Cheol realizes the spear isn't using aura sword power. Instead, it's blocking everything. In fact, his aura sword attacks seemed to go unnoticed, as if they were invisible. Everyone could see the kid was special, but his impressive scores were likely due to that weapon. Therefore, Kang Cheol's primary mission was to dodge the spear in order to level the playing field. After coming to a realization, he launches a fierce attack on the boy. The warrior is desperate to secure that victory. With relentless strikes, he gives Seo Joon no time to breathe, swinging his sword like a tornado. The main character recognizes that this warrior is truly exceptional. However, he knows he can't simply give up. Suddenly, a surprise attack comes his way. As expected, no doubt about it. That guy was truly one of the greatest of all time in Hunter's Will. After that smackdown, the young man attempted to regain his balance. Now, he had to fight back with all his strength. With the Spear of Longinus in hand, he was fully committed to ending that brawl. Nervous, Kang Cheol tries to make sense of what is happening in front of him. Suddenly, the main character begins walking toward him. With a powerful strike, he attempts to hit Kang Cheol, but the warrior successfully blocks it. At that moment, they lock eyes, both appearing as if they just stepped on a Lego. Suddenly, Kang Cheol breaks free from Seo Joon's assault. Even then, the warrior senses that something is different. The atmosphere felt relaxed, reminiscent of a lazy Sunday. Now it's all about the vibes of a volcanic eruption. Kang Cheol Kim, who had been on the offensive, was now being pushed back. Seo Joon Kim takes charge, forcing the other guy to back off. Epic blows slice through the air. Despite the challenges, Kang Cheol was determined not to give up. However, the warrior was prepared for that fundamental maneuver. In contrast to the impressive sword skills and magic of Hunter's Will, it was simply a matter of slicing. In his eyes, it was clear he meant business. Suddenly, he directs the spear tip toward his enemy's neck. Suddenly, an explosion shakes the gym. Kang Cheol digs a hole in the ground using his sword. Breathless and fatigued, he struggles to regain his composure. He couldn't understand how those basic moves were so overpowered. Then, he realized it wasn't just about the weapon, as the young man wasn't even using aura power. If he could wield an aura sword, he would respond with a firm, "No way." As he watches the child in front of him, he feels a sense of déjà vu. In his memories, he kneels before a girl, holding his broken sword. She believed his moves were too weak to secure a spot in the top 3. Back then, his hands trembled in the presence of his nightmare Ha-Yun Lee. Kang Cheol felt completely helpless. Angry, he couldn't believe she had compared him to a weakling. Fuming, he grips his sword, channeling energy into it as he charges forward. His mind flashes to the Order of Truth and Ha-Yun Lee. The mighty Kang Cheol Kim snaps back to the present fight, unleashing all his rage. Suddenly, his massive sword begins to glow with energy all around it. On the flip side, his opponent waits, calm and collected. With fire in his eyes, he launches a wild attack, telling the young man to return to the underworld. Seo Kim stood prepared, wielding his spear of Longinus. Suddenly, Kang Chul's sword shatters into a million pieces. The crowd is stunned, captivated by the intense showdown. As he hits the ground, the warrior concedes defeat to his rival. The announcer declares another victory for Seo Kim. In disbelief, the boy struggles to comprehend what just happened. Min-yo Lee watches on TV, realizing that his friend has made it to the finals. With a grin, he's excited about the news. In the crowd, everyone is left speechless as they witness Seo Kim in action, showcasing his incredible skills. Excited, a kid asks another who our hero will face in the final, and his friend replies that it has to be Min-yo Lee. The announcer then announces that the epic final is about to begin. Smiling, the protagonist's rival declares that he can finally face him, even if it's in the finals. Our protagonist looks at him seriously, and the young man responds that it seems he has a lot of questions. Confirming her suspicion, Kim asks if he truly didn't train with anyone special, to which he replies, "Nope, even with a master, that person remains unaware that he is more of a disciple." Curious, the spear-wielding boy asks who his master is. Confused yet somewhat annoyed, his rival asks why he even cares. In response, the young man expresses his curiosity, stating that his master could potentially be someone he knows. Called a liar, the protagonist contemplates whether he should bring up the Academy of Transcendence. If Lee Min-yo isn't from the same academy, he can easily pass it off as a mix-up. If not, they would be rivals going head-to-head. Concerned about the rival's reaction, the young man considers that it might be wiser to drop a hint. Gathering his nerve, he asks if the young man's master possesses powers that are truly extraordinary. The announcer continues to hype the fight, while Lee Min-yo, completely stunned, wonders who Kim really is. Grinning, he says he wanted to ask the same thing, but instead, he'll make a bet. Alright, here's the deal. Whoever loses has to reveal their true identity to the winner. The other guy, curious, asks how he can be sure that will actually happen. Our main guy simply shrugs it off, stating that it's his decision to make. The showdown begins and both are prepared with their weapons. Kim wields a massive spear. Meanwhile, the other guy is gearing up with his sword. Everyone is wondering why they aren't moving. It's as if they're frozen in time. Our boy is thinking that this must look really strange to everyone watching. Meanwhile, the other guy thinks, wow, this dude has no weak spots. He chooses to take the initiative, yelling that Seo is tougher than he thought. Sizing up Lee Min-yo, our protagonist realizes that the sword is no ordinary blade and decides to go all out. He unleashes his spear move, Pierce, and just like that, the yellow-eyed guy's attack was a complete failure. Plus, his sword was snapped in two, leaving him completely confused. To avoid trouble, the other guy begins flipping around like a ninja. He's stepping back, trying to maintain a safe distance. Kim charges in, confident that he's close to wrapping this up. Suddenly, arrows begin to rain down, catching him off guard. It turns out, the plan was to step back and embrace a Robin Hood approach with a bow and arrow. Kim spins his spear like a seasoned expert, deflecting arrows left and right. Lee Min-yo exclaims, "Dude, your weapon is epic. If I win, can I get the details?" Kim jumps and attacks, declaring, "Sure, but you have to win first." The sword fighter is grinning, declaring that he has to give it his all to secure the victory. They exchange blows, then they dash off in opposite directions. Our boy is wondering what is happening right now. The other guy is laughing, saying our boy is incredible. Seo is suddenly overcome by a strange feeling. Even though the sword fighter is employing sneaky tactics, he doesn't appear to be trying to win. The crowd is booing, but he's successfully blocking every hit. Seo pauses, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. He asks the guy if he even wants to win, and the guy responds, "Yeah, totally." Kim asks, "Where's your champion spirit, man?" Lee Min-yo looks confused. He expresses a desire to win, yet claims he doesn't mind losing. He's doing his best, even with his clever tricks. Our boy is annoyed, insisting that it's not a genuine effort, but the guy remains unfazed, indifferent to what others think or say. Kim feels a bit unsettled by this. He smiles, puts away his ornate spear, and pulls out a standard one. He tells the guy not to think he's being underestimated. In a flashback, Kim is seen watching a lecture on his phone. The instructor emphasizes survival of the fittest, asserting that the strong prevail over the weak. You have to keep pushing forward, or you'll be left behind. Back in the fight, Kim is determined to be better than he was yesterday. His mind wanders after the other guy shares something that sounds Buddha-like. It was about breaking free from your own thoughts and experiencing the world from a new perspective. The Buddha's story takes us back to a time on Earth when he was still in training. He watched as kids raced. One kid always came in last, yet he never stopped smiling. Even in defeat, that kid always wore a smile, never looking downcast. Shakyamuni became very curious, so he approached and asked, "Why do you keep running, even when you always finish last?" The kid simply grinned and said he did it because he loved it. When asked if he ever got tired, the kid nodded and replied that he always managed to walk a little further. Buddha then pondered what would happen if the other kids caught up. Surprisingly, the kid stated that his finish line was different, so that wouldn't be an issue. The man then pointed to the finish line near the tree and inquired about it. The kid replied that it was the finish line set by others. For him, it was merely a checkpoint. After that, the kid simply walked away, not even glancing back. He consistently finished last, but in the future, the biggest race ever in Tathagata took place, and that kid emerged victorious. Buddha believed that life was about dedicating oneself to building a small tower with unwavering commitment. This motivated him to train diligently to construct the perfect tower. Remembering the child's words, he realized the tower didn't require all his energy. Reflecting on his past, Kim Seo-jun viewed his world as a battleground, where those who fail to improve are left behind and ultimately fade away. Survival is for the fittest, where the strong hunt the weak. He worked hard, observing his own growth. He believed he would never be left behind. However, as time passed, his worries grew. He became obsessed with the Academy of Transcendence, feeling an increasing weight on his shoulders. The pressure to improve weighed heavily on him, driving him to avoid being forgotten and overshadowed. But now he finally understands nothing matters. The finish line set by others should only serve as a checkpoint, just as it did for Lee Min-yul. Snapping back to reality, Kim looks ahead and smiles, realizing he has finally understood the lesson that the instructor, Siddhartha Gautama, intended to convey. Grabbing a spear, he reflects on why he had never seen things this way before. Confused, his opponent watches as he puts away his usual spear. The sword-wielding boy breaks the ice by expressing his discontent, asking why the other person made that move. After all, if he had used the other spear, he would have definitely won. Realizing the truth, our boy admits that if he used the Longina spear, victory would come easily. His goal to win remains unchanged, and he understands that using specific gear is also a skill. However, he wants to approach it in a different way. The spear-wielding boy confidently echoes his opponent's words, insisting that insults do not diminish his worth. Therefore, applause from others does not increase his value either. Only he can make that decision. No one else can. Lee Min-yul stands there, mouth agape, at a loss for words. Finding his words, he admits that their boy is a better friend than he realized. Then he discards his shield and all his weapons felt lighter. He hopes the boy doesn't feel underestimated. Holding a dagger, the young man declares that it's the only thing he learned from his master and truly trusts. With a smile, Kim Seo-jun admits he didn't like that either. They stand poised, ready and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Then they clash intensely, sending stones flying. Armed and determined, they shout that all they need is to win. Our protagonist deflects his opponent's dagger strike, locking eyes with him in a fierce stare. Meanwhile, Lee Min-yul mirrors this action, successfully blocking the boy's spear. The dagger kid begins to smile, revealing that he's putting in a tremendous amount of effort. Surprising our boy, he quickly crouches and changes his strategy. Kim continues to stare as the boy approaches, getting closer to his face. His opponent backs off, throwing daggers with a smirk. The weapons graze the protagonist's shoulder and waist. As he attempts to defend himself, the young man perceives the attack as intense. With the lance of Longinus in his possession, a single strike could halt those dangerous attacks. The man with the dagger is back at it, determined to prevent the next attack. Lee Min-yul is giving it his all, making it seem like a walk in the park. Our guy reflects on how the dagger-wielding opponent constantly changes his moves, making it difficult to keep pace. Suddenly, he tries to grab a dagger to defend himself, but he ends up hurting his hand. He steps back for a moment to catch his breath before diving back in. He's relaxed, recalling that it's okay if he loses, since his opponent mentioned that earlier. Charging in for a big move, he is determined to give it his all to secure the win. He wonders if fighting has always been this epic. Kim yells that the move the dagger-wielding guy just pulled off is the only technique he actually learned from his master. Lee Min-yul, sneaking up behind him, asks if he's already surprised. Our guy ducks just in time as the dagger-wielding attacker flips over him. Dust covered every surface. Our hero isn't exactly thrilled about the situation. He covers his face, attempting to catch a glimpse of what's happening. The opponent remains, shrouded in the dust cloud he created. But then, poof, he vanishes, as if by some magic trick. Kim is curious whether it's a ninja move, and if Dagger Dude really has those skills. Our protagonist realizes that even if the dagger-wielding opponent is aware of the move, he won't be able to execute it perfectly. He needs to concentrate to avoid losing track of Lee Min-yul again. That trick must be Dagger Dude's secret weapon. So now it's time to turn his own magic against him. Tapping into his power and reflecting on past fights, a light bulb goes off in his head. He realizes the solution to the problem has been right in front of him all along. He stands up, gripping his lance tightly. He contemplated his plan, questioning whether it was the right decision. He insists it's not about doubting himself, but the Dagger Dude's wild style is certainly intriguing. His style has always been very strict. As he reflects on it, our protagonist comes to the realization that learning is truly amazing. However, if you learn everything, you may risk losing your unique style. Learning is about discovering your own groove. How long can you embrace other styles while still staying true to yourself? Kim finally realizes that he should rely on his own magic rather than Merlin's. With his eyes closed, he realizes that Merlin's intelligence, Chiron's keen senses, Xiang Yu's strength, and Siddhartha's calm demeanor are all uniquely his own. Golden lights wrap around him, illuminating his figure in a warm glow and lighting up his eyes. Those traits truly belong to him. With his lance at the ready, he feels more energized than ever to continue the fight. In the crowd, everyone's jaws drop as his aura fills the space with brilliance. Park Se-yoon wonders how that's even possible when even the pros struggle with it. Not hearing a thing, our hero stands resolute, displaying his sword aura for all to see. His weapons glowed gold in his hands. Looking back, he sees Lee Min-yo entering, and just like that, he counters immediately, breaking Dagger Dude's weapon and leaving him completely immobilized. They both grin as his opponent, sweating buckets, admits defeat and concedes the match. Meanwhile, a gray-haired lady is informed that Kim Seo-jun has secured first place. Barely reacting, she takes a sip of her tea and asks if that's true. She then turns to a hooded figure and inquires if he noticed anything unusual. He replies that he did see something strange, but isn't sure if it was real. Suddenly, the man switches weapons and unleashes a sword aura. Even though she is surprised, the lady tells him to keep an eye on the guy while she reports to the apostle. He asks her if she has a reason for making such a big move. Annoyed, she asks what he's trying to say. He explains that he recognizes Kim's potential, but with the recent 10-star cave collapse, the Korean Association is involved, which is causing delays. Therefore, he doesn't understand why they're pursuing a cadet so aggressively. The woman with the braided hair calls out his name. Remorseful, Caucus offers an apology as the hunter glares at him intensely. Later, another hooded figure asks Kalia if something strange really happened in Korea. She simply replies, "Yeah." The figure then inquires about who fixed the distortion, and Kalia answers that it was someone named Kim Seo-jun. Curious, the gray-haired woman wonders why she was summoned if the man knows the distortion has been fixed and why he cares about who did it. He then asks her to keep an eye on Kim. Looking up, she inquires about the reason for this request. However, the man casts a spell on her. While he acknowledges that among the successors of the Apostle of Chastity, she is the top choice, he reminds her that she has not yet reached that point. In agony on the ground, the woman pleads for forgiveness for her request. The man stops influencing her and begins to walk away, stating before he leaves that it wasn't his choice. Kalia tries to ask further questions to clarify his meaning. The man pauses and explains that the Apostle of Temperance holds the highest position in the Order of Truth. He knows she was working without the council's approval, which they might overlook since she's a successor. However, anything involving the boy that Kim reported is non-negotiable. Nervous, the woman wonders if someone might be manipulating the apostle, a feat that only one person is capable of. She knows exactly who it is. As they leave the competition venue, people are buzzing about how incredible it is for someone like our boy to take home the win. Kim asks the hunter how long it will be until the pro hunter exam. The hunter responds that he feels like he's turning into a beast. Anyone who watched would agree, especially since he utilized the aura. Curious, Park Seo-yoon asks how the boy learned to use the sword aura. He dodges the question, claiming he simply got lucky. She then asks if they can go home, but the young man replies that he needs to meet someone first. Behind the woman, Lee Min-yul suddenly appears, yelling at others about his refusal to join their academy. The hunter, eager for answers, asks if that is the person the protagonist wanted to meet, and the protagonist nods in affirmation. Observing the scene, Kim Seo-jun realizes that, as he suspected, everyone is eager to recruit the young man. After all, even though he lost in the final, he learned everything on his own, and his talent has attracted the attention of many academies. The only question is what to do if the young man with the dagger approaches him, surrounded by all those people. Using his ninja skills, Min Yul suddenly vanishes from everyone's sight, reappearing behind the protagonist and exclaiming that he will attend the Dream Academy. He then asks the boy and the hunter if it's all right for him to join their academy. Confused, the duo inquires about what he means as they seize the opportunity to disappear from view with the young man. Relieved, Park Seo-yoon announces that it's now safe, and they successfully manage to shake everyone off. Annoyed, Kim asks Lee what he was thinking when he said that. The boy replies that it was a mix of pressure and something he genuinely wanted. The protagonist then asks if the boy had been considering joining a hunter academy previously. Denying it, the young man states that he never even considered joining the same academy as him. Leaving our boy even more confused, not knowing what to say, he suggests they discuss it another time. He then asks Lee Min-yol if he remembers the promise he made earlier, before the fight began. With a steady gaze, the young man replies that he certainly remembers. Without hesitation, the protagonist asks who his master is. Sighing before responding, the boy admits that he doesn't actually know. Furious, Kim demands to know if he's joking and vows to uncover the truth, but the young man insists that he genuinely doesn't know. He explains that he has already mentioned his master is unaware that he is his disciple. Our boy then asks why he claimed his master possessed strength beyond the imagination. Lee explains that he didn't learn anything directly from anyone. Rather, he gained knowledge through observation. In fact, he had never taken a lesson with anyone. As a self-taught cadet, he was determined to become a hunter, despite lacking the natural talent typically required for the role. However, his situation was unique, as he possessed both talent and financial resources. He chose to learn on his own and trained in the mountains. Having never taken lessons from anyone and without an academy overseeing him, he appreciated his independence. One day during training, he sensed the presence of someone nearby. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a young man lying on the grass. He rushed over to ask if everything was okay and what had happened. It was on that day that he met his master. The man on the ground was quite injured. Lee Min-yol realized he had to rush this guy to the hospital immediately to avoid a total disaster. But the guy insisted he couldn't leave the mountain, which completely freaked out the young man with the dagger. Sensing the man's fear, he abandoned the idea of going to the hospital. Instead, he took on the role of a nurse in an abandoned mountain house. He cooked for him, fed him, and patched him up. Initially, the guy was in poor condition, but gradually he began to improve. A month flew by, and all the young man wanted was for the guy to wake up. One day, near the cave, he heard voices accusing a man of hiding like a scaredy cat. Armed soldiers were mocking him for being on the brink of death. Mignol, hiding behind a tree, eavesdropped as one soldier inquired about who had assisted the man. The guy said, "That's none of your business." The soldier began to wonder if a newcomer was hiding in the woods. A brawl erupted, and the injured man began taking them down with impressive skill. One furious soldier commanded the others to finish him off. Back in the present, Lee trembled as he recounted the story to Kim Seo-jun. He remarked that it was the first time he had seen someone fight like that in ages. He recalled a soldier, his face battered, saying this wasn't in the script. Meanwhile, the guy joked that they had forgotten they couldn't see him. Using his power, he ordered Lee to leave and never return. Purple lights flashed, causing the boy to shield his eyes. The guy disappeared, leaving him completely baffled. Uncertain about what had just happened, the young man chose to heed his master's advice and take whatever he could. That's when he discovered a dusty manuscript and stuffed it into his backpack before leaving. He hoped to return it someday, but he never saw the guy again. Curious, Kim asked why he referred to someone who never taught him as a master. He explained that it was because the manuscript was filled with epic dagger moves and stealth tips. The catch is that the guy doesn't realize he has read it all, much less that he has learned dagger skills from it. Yelling, the young man insisted that the story was not only wild, but also 100% true. Our hero suspected he might be exaggerating, but he was certainly not a cadet of the Academy of Transcendence. As they discussed the man's identity, Park Seo-jun watched with great intrigue. After some contemplation, she jumped in and asked him if she thought the young man's master could be the Dark Saint. Known as the Sword Saint, he is one of Korea's top 5 heroes and remains shrouded in mystery. The hunter recalled seeing the man a few times as a child during his visits to her grandfather. She considered asking the Sword Saint whether Min-yol's text truly belonged to the Dark Saint. The young man zoned out upon discovering the girl's grandfather's identity. The following day at the Academy of Dreams, Kim was disappointed to find a gadget he wanted, priced at $500,000. He wondered why the academy always seemed to make him pay more, regardless of how much he earned. Then he realized he didn't want that weapon as much as he thought. The real issue was Min Yol. Someone panicked upon discovering Park Seo-jun's identity, pleading for her assistance in locating his master. Even though he was hesitant to show the manuscript, he tagged along and showcased his skills, later chatting with the Sword Saint while Kim waited for their conversation to conclude. Our guy scored the free pass. They realized that even without it, Kyron's lecture progress would continue to rise. The boost allowed him to complete the introductory lecture and finally earn the Metamorphosis A badge. A light blue glow enveloped him as it occurred. Staring at his phone, he felt exhilarated. They began cheering and posing, but seconds later, he realized that nothing had actually changed. Unlike when he finished Shang Yu's lecture, during which he felt a surge of power. Suddenly, the boy began to feel something, and a snake with yellow eyes emerged on his back. The boy exclaims, "Whoa, what was that chill down my spine?" It feels as if someone has pressed an ice-cold sword against his neck. Then, out of nowhere, a voice says, "How did you even know I was here without seeing me?" Our guy is freaking out, asking, "Who's talking to me?" The voice says, "You'd make a great rival." It turns out to be the Dark Saint, sneaking in like a ninja. The man is impressed, noting that the kid is quick on the uptake. Kim says, "I don't know how I sensed you. Maybe it's this new power-up I got." He wonders if Min Yol tipped him off, but the guy insists he was already on his way. Then it hits him. He left the sacred text behind on purpose, and young Lee has no idea he is the Dark Saint, which frustrates him. Our boy says, "Lee's gonna be here soon," and the Dark Saint replies, "I have to bounce. I've got other business to attend to." He gets straight to the point, asking if Kim is connected to the Order of Truth. Kim responds, "I just met Kalia." The guy is all mysterious, claiming he understands why things unfolded the way they did. He has been following the Order of Truth, which piques Kim's curiosity. The Dark Saint believes you can't trust them, even if they are perceived as heroes. It turns out that the Berserk monster they defeated is still out there. This beast was never actually defeated. Without a body, there's no proof. As a result, Berserk simply vanished into thin air. Kim is confused and asks why people say the Order saved humanity. The man explains that they did accomplish something significant, but it wasn't defeating the monster. He then asks Kim if she knows why the Apostle of Chastity's position is vacant. Kim suggests that something is off, and the guy reveals that the apostle didn't just die of old age. He vanished. This raises suspicions, especially since the 7 apostles have always been closely connected. During his digging, he discovered that the Order was hunting him, which led to a 10-star dungeon break. All because of Kim, who is being watched, though he doesn't yet know why. Kim wonders why she is being told this. The guy says he needs a favor. He wants Kim to take care of Min Yol, since he can't do it himself with the Order closing in. Since anyone he talks to gets marked, Kim has to be the go-between. The Order is unable to spy on Kim, unlike their ability to monitor others. Kim is curious about why they can observe the Dark Saint, but not him. The guy says he has no clue, but they can't see you. Kim believes that's why the Academy of Transcendence has no details about him. The Dark Saint is about to leave, asking Kim to pass a "How can you trust me with this?" He said, "You're the only one not being watched, so there aren't many choices." He hands another manuscript to Kim for review. It claims to have some impressive skills, but Kim responds, "No thanks, I'm good." He inquires if he can request something else, and the Dark Saint is like, "What?" Grinning, Kim says, "Ever heard of child support?" The Saint's jaw drops and Kim responds, "Pay up or no deal." He said that if the guy coughs up 3 million, he'll do whatever he wants. The guy is fuming, demanding to know if Kim has lost his mind. Trying to convince him, our guy insists, "Bro, the price is totally fair. Only I can deliver what the Saint wants." Plus, he's close with Menial, so the guy is definitely going to trust the manuscripts from his master without any hesitation. It's a fib, which means the guy can help him out whenever he needs it. By helping, he risks everything, siding with the Dark Saint against the Order of Truth. With no argument, the guy agrees, saying, "All right, 3 million it is." He promises to send the cash soon, as long as the kid doesn't ask him for that much every month. Kim exclaims, "Is that 3 million tax-free?" The guy responds, "Your shame level is off the charts, dude." With a wave, he announces that the money is coming through the association's name. Before disappearing, he tells the kid to talk to Menial, but to keep their secret under wraps. Suddenly, the star of the conversation makes his entrance, announcing himself with flair. Our hero reveals the truth, leaving him completely shaken. Kim said that the Dark Saint had to leave for something urgent, but wanted her to pass this along to you. After submitting the manuscript, our guy is off, humming about the cash that's about to hit his account. But Lee asks, "Why did you give me that? He could have claimed the arts for himself." Deep in thought, the hero is searching for a clever response that acknowledges the book's significance without diminishing its value. He's about to speak when the kid in the blue jacket interrupts. He states that he has made a choice. Confused, the spear guy asks what the decision is. He announces that he is joining the Academy of Dreams, starting today, and not a moment later. Full of swagger, Lee wonders if Kim will give the thumbs up. Meanwhile, Kim is left contemplating what's going on in Lee's mind. They share the news with Park So-yoon, who grins and exclaims that Lee Min-yul joining the academy is epic for her. Hearing this, the kid is excited, but our hero remains a bit puzzled. After some reflection, he realizes it's not too bad, as he'll now be training with the Dark Saint's secret book. Whenever he needs to drop something off, he won't have to hunt the guy down, allowing him to continue asking for cash. So, Dear Lee is his golden goose. Snapping him out of his thoughts, the hunter said, "We can start team compositions now." Hearing this, our guy is curious. But when he hears that the prizes are exciting, a light bulb goes off. Now he's fully committed to the competitions. This just proves that his new buddy is a total golden goose. 3 days pass quickly, and Kim finds herself at a lecture. The instructor said, "Hang tight, kid. Let me finish this set." Our guy is relaxing, reflecting on the cash he scored while observing the man at work. He remembers how 4 million disappeared in an instant with just a tap, all because he signed up for the Hercules lecture. He stops and introduces himself. The guy said that if you haven't finished the Chiron lectures, you should do that first and then come back. To him, a combat warrior's body is essential, characterized by strength, reflexes, and speed. In this class, he's focused on strength. Hercules argues that the notion that big bodies are slow is completely false. Strength, speed, and reflexes all stem from muscle power. Kim Seo-jun's jaw drops as he watches the guy's muscles expand with hardly any effort. The instructor zooms away like magic, reappearing and claiming that his speed comes entirely from his leg muscles. After breaking new ground, he asserts that the guy's strength derives from powerful arm muscles and reflexes that surpass instinct and thought, combined with boundless endurance. Muscles develop throughout the entire body. Therefore, if his student wants to enhance reflexes and speed, he must focus on building strength. Kim receives his daily tasks and is shocked to learn that he must complete them while carrying over a ton. Frustrated, he wonders if these people are out of their minds. It turns out that the claim that anyone can lift 500 tons wasn't just a joke. They decided to attend the footwork lecture by Jang Sam-bong, the elder of the Weidang sect and the creator of the Great Sword. As he watches, our hero recalls the legend that tells of a man who ascended and became immortal. The elder begins the class by announcing that he will demonstrate how to walk on air. No joke. He states that all you need is some inner strength, and he will share the technique later. Today's wild task? Kim has to drop from a height of 30 meters, and she has to do it 20 times. Yikes! Scrolling through his phone, Kim remarks, "Can I really pull this off?" Suddenly, someone bursts in, calling his name. It's Soo-yeon, and Kim is completely shocked and curious. Pausing the lecture, he offers her a drink and asks what's going on. Soo-yeon, Mancho's daughter, reveals that her father, Kim's former boss, spoke about him. Kim recalled that the last time she saw him was when she signed up for the hunter exam. He asks why she is inquiring, and she looks visibly upset. She explains that she lost contact with her dad and wonders if Kim knows anything about it. Kim, feeling nervous, asks when this happened. Soo-yeon recalls that it was just yesterday when her dad went to work and suddenly vanished without a trace. To lighten the mood, Kim jokes that maybe he just got wasted and fell asleep somewhere. Noticing her stress, he asks if there's something more going on. Holding her coffee, Soo-yeon admits that she had an argument with her dad about her desire to become a professional hunter. Kim is confused, asking, "How? You don't have powers." Surprise. She reveals that she's had powers for a month now. She told her dad she wanted to attend an academy instead of college, and he wasn't thrilled about it. In conclusion, Soo-yeon acknowledges that her dad is likely just out drinking somewhere. Seo-jun understands, walks her out, and tells her to reach out if anything happens. They say goodbye. Kim is feeling down about everything. He heads to the gym and tries calling Manchul, but there's no answer, which makes him anxious. However, he decides to give it another shot tomorrow. Meanwhile, a member of the Order of Truth informs Kalia that the Star of Evil is onto them. She asks about their son. The guy says they still can't find him. Kalia orders that the 10-star dungeon break secret remains locked down. He responds affirmatively, and she instructs him to continue with the plan. At the Academy of Dreams, Kim is working hard to master the Hercules task by finding the perfect weight. It's fortunate he managed to get the kaibasis, even if he's never used it in this way before. He loads the bag with a heavy stack of weight plates and begins his workout, putting in a tremendous effort. Sweating profusely, he hopes he's lifting more than a ton. After the first attempt, he drops everything. He never imagined he would push himself this hard. With determination, he rises and vows to give it his all. Park Seo-yoon arrives to find him face down, begging for help. The weight is crushing him. She crouches down to assist and asks what's in the bag. Struggling at first, she ultimately channels her energy to toss it aside, falling back in the process. Kim gets up, expressing that he thought his hand would break and thanking her. Recovered, Kim inquires about the height of the building, which is approximately 15 meters. He simply states that it's not enough, leaving her puzzled. He explains that he needs to jump off the roof. He asks her to wait. She hears a scream followed by a thud. Outside, Kim is excited, declaring that he can do it. He decides to jump again, while So-yoon thinks he's crazy. She worries about what the new cadets would think if they witnessed this chaos. Lee Meal rolls back and asks the hunter what happened with Kim while he was out searching for a crash pad. Whispering, the girl confesses she's clueless, but she recalls that the first time she met the guy, he was acting the same way. Our guy is just relaxing, staring at his phone, feeling stressed because he still can't reach Manchul. Believing that something significant has occurred and that he needs to investigate it in person, he jumps up and announces that he's heading out for a while. His crew is shocked, believing he's about to do something outrageous, but he's simply heading off to find Manchul. The hunter is all jittery, asking what's going on with the guy. Throwing on his coat, Kim says he's not sure yet, but he'll share the details once he knows. He heads to his old job, leaving everyone in shock. As he arrives, the workers cheer him on for his impressive performance in the mock hunter exam. Suddenly, a debate erupts, leaving our protagonist feeling uncomfortable. When they ask why he's there, he replies that he's just stopping by to see his old crew. One guy then remarks that they're doing great, especially after Kim Soo got the boot. Cutting to the chase, the guy asks if they've seen Manchul, and everyone responds with a firm, no, not in ages. This only adds to his stress. One worker mentions that the guy disappeared after following a suspicious individual. That person, who seemed very suspicious, reached out to another guy, claims he heard that this mysterious person was offering a substantial commission, but no one else joined, just Kim's friend. A worker notes that the individual made a personal request instead of following the company's official procedures, which seems quite shady. Our guy then realizes that the man must have gotten involved in something illegal to raise money for his child's school fees. As the conversation comes to a close, Kim inquires about the whereabouts of his friend, but everyone is left in the dark. One of them suggests he contact the association that records all transport missions. He thanks them for the tip and quickly waves goodbye to everyone as he bolts away. At the association, a suited man states that he can't disclose someone's location to strangers. Desperate, the guy insists that this person is missing in action, but it's all in vain. All the guy says is, sorry. Outside, Sejun sits down on a bench, contemplating his next move to find his buddy. Despite his gut feeling that something is wrong, the association claims there is no evidence to support the man's disappearance. He starts sweating bullets as a chilling sensation washes over him. Reflecting on all the moments spent with Manchul, especially during his time in the hospital, the guy assisted him with 3 million won. Even though he was reluctant, the man insisted, saying that when an adult offers something, you should accept it and express your gratitude. Caught in a cycle of worry and gratitude, our guy acknowledges that it's thanks to the dude that he has become who he is today. He can't just sit around doing nothing. Grabbing his phone, Kim calls Seo-jun to request backup. He is asking if he can meet the Sword Saint right now. The plan succeeds, and he finds himself face to face with a man who claims he's heard about his situation. Then asking if the man would like his help, but shockingly, he actually wants the guy to accept a duel with him. Park Seo-jun and the Sword Saint's security are stunned by what Kim just unleashed. The challenge dude then asks what the guy is talking about. Our guy is confident. He says that if he wins, the other guy has to step in to find Manchul, but if he loses, he will be out of the Academy of Dreams. His only rule is that he wins if he lands a hit on the guy, even if it's just once. Even while sweating bullets, the guy believes he has to find out what happened, no matter the cost. The Sword Saint could definitely get the scoop from the association, thanks to his reputation. With a serious expression, the hunter's grandfather commends him for his bravery. Instructing his bodyguard to follow, his granddaughter panics, realizing that the duel is truly about to happen. Entering the room, the old man grabs a sword. However, not just any sword, but the Blue Dragon sword, forged by Kim Yushin, the general of the Silla Kingdom, during his training in Wirial. Behind the Sword Saint, the bodyguard is worried because the man only reaches for that sword for one reason: All right, buckle up for this epic showdown. Our hero is fired up, determined to crush his opponent, something he hasn't accomplished since the big disaster came to an end. Curiosity is eating away at the man in the black suit, so he asks his boss about the plan for the kid. He's concerned that if things go wrong, Park So-yoon will be really upset. The Sword Saint snaps, "Zip it." He's convinced the kid didn't challenge him just for fun, so he's ready to give him the full experience. Outside, the hunter tells Kim that he doesn't have to go through with it. She said she could talk to Grandpa and sort this out for you, but Kim insists, "No, I have to do this." He believes that Manhwa may have vanished because of him. Therefore, he needs to become stronger and more authoritative to ensure the safety of his crew. To achieve this, he needs to lure the Sword Saint into the duel, creating the appearance that the old man is supporting him. As he says goodbye to the girl, he promises to return as a winner. Inside, the boy grips his spear, prepared to confront the old man. The old man says, "If you think I'm going to go easy on you because of my granddaughter, think again." Kim is grinning as he declares he won't back down, hoping the old man keeps his word. The old man draws the blue dragon sword, recognizing the kid's bravery. He said, "You make the first move." Our hero is devising his attack strategy. Even though the old man is the Sword Saint, he's confident he can hold his own for a while. He steps back, accelerates, and charges at the old man. He's going all out from the very beginning. He unleashes blue lightning with his spear. The old man, hardly breaking a sweat, effortlessly blocks it with his sword, all with just one arm, like a true boss. He looks at the kid and asks if that's everything he has. Then, he throws him back with some serious force. Kim is taken aback, wondering what she has gotten herself into. But he's not hesitating. He's ready to dive back in, because there's no turning back now. He's evading sword strikes with the agility of a ninja. The battle is on, and it's full throttle. Our boy is starting to realize that the old man is serious. Every move feels like it could lead to game over. The old man performs his sword dance while Park Se-yoon anxiously worries about her friend. Kim is in full defense mode while the hero of the Cataclysm, the S-Class legend, showcases his skills. The fight is intensifying. The Sword Saint notices the kid's improvement. He is now vastly different from the weak little newbie he once was. Back then, he was just another average student. In this fight, the kid is pushing himself to reach a new level. Kim is preparing for a major move to secure victory. However, the old man blocks him once more, sending him flying. The Sword Saint is eyeing the kid's spear. It seems a bit strange. He believes that if it hadn't been for that weapon, the fight would have ended a long time ago. He needs to put in a bit more effort to finish this up. They're exchanging blows fiercely. Our boy is giving it his all, but he just can't seem to hit the mark. He ends up getting nicked by the sword. On his knees, he realizes he may have gotten too cocky. He believed he could defeat the Sword Saint simply because he had beaten a few students. But cadets are cadets, and he should have recognized the vast difference between himself and the Sword Saint. Worn out, he feels disappointed that he couldn't get the old man to give it his all. The old man is closing in, ready to strike again, and Kim has to think quickly to dodge. With a leap and a bound, Kim is still pursuing his goal, no matter what. The old man is staring him down, demanding to know how he dared to challenge him with just that. Thrown back once more, our boy realizes that the old man's strength is no joke. He can scare off enemies just by saying his name. As he observes him, he realizes he wants to be just like him. His major mistake was becoming overly absorbed in the idea of the transcendent title and completely underestimating his opponent. The fight continues with no breaks and no chill. Even going all out, our hero realizes he's completely outclassed in every possible way. The only silver lining is that he can finally see where he truly stands. One day, he decides he's going to outdo the Sword Saint. Now, he's focused on leveling up beyond his former self. As he swings for a hit, he notices that his hands are numb, even while gripping the spear. Everything feels out of place, even his footsteps, as he prepares to confront the challenges ahead. Suddenly, he is hit hard. Park Se-yoon shouts his name and rushes over to him, while the crowd cheers for his resilience and holding out for so long. Facing him, the Sword Saint hopes he will keep his promise. Then, Kim hits the ground, completely exhausted. The old man looks at him, clearly annoyed, while everyone else is preoccupied with the kid, who is completely unconscious. Scene switch. Manhwa is sprinting with someone on his back. The guys didn't see that distortion coming. They would have gone solo, but his buddy reassured him, saying that a rescue was probably on the way. The guy said no and told the association's president to keep it quiet. Getting out of there might be tricky. Manhwa grins. He mentioned knowing a super reckless guy who would definitely make it out. Back to our hero, who wakes up feeling dazed. Park So-yoon is there, asking if he is okay. Panicked, he asks how long he has been unconscious. She replies that it wasn't long. However, she is concerned that he doesn't have much time to recuperate. Just as she is about to mention her grandpa, he walks in. The two simply stare at each other, uncertain about their next steps. The old man steps forward and hands him a sword. The blue dragon sword leaves him shaken. Everyone is puzzled, including the hunter and the security team. Curious, he asks why, and the old man replies that he is keeping his word. By using the sword as a sign, the association will understand the situation, saving him some trouble. He needs to hustle and secure what he requires on his own. He better return the sword once he's finished. At the Hunters Association, the headquarters for hunters, our guy meets Lee Tabum, the powerful leader. He displays the sword, which shines like a diamond. The guy wonders why the blue dragon sword is here, while the kid thinks, wow, I'm talking to the president. Kim introduces himself, mentioning that he stopped by unannounced to ask a few questions. He explains that 4 days ago, Sok Manchil vanished after entering a dungeon on someone's recommendation. Someone needed to inform the association, so he wants to know which dungeon they visited and who accompanied him. Lee Tabum is feeling nervous, wondering why the kid is bringing this up. He tells Kim they need to verify if the blue dragon sword is legitimate first. Kim responds, saying it would have been easier if he had just answered. But the guy isn't budging. Kim asks if he'll take the blame if things go wrong because of the delay. Stuck, the president facepalms. If it is the Sword Saint's will, he has no choice. He reveals that the Holy Mage took Manchil to the dungeon to investigate secretly after receiving a tip. Our protagonist remembers the Dark Saint's warning about the Order of Truth, tampering with the 10-star dungeon. Realizing that everything is connected is quite strange. Before he leaves, he has one final question. He wants to know if he can use the blue dragon sword as collateral for a loan with the association. As he leaves, he calls Sok Soo-yeon, who anxiously asks if there are any updates about her dad. Kim says no, but he has a lead on where he might be. He reveals that there's some drama surrounding the dungeon he entered on someone else's orders. The girl is clearly stressed, asking what they should do. The guy recalls that she has already lost her mother to a dungeon breach, which was a desperate attempt to save her child's life. That's why she became a hunter, to ensure that no more loved ones are taken by monsters. In an effort to comfort her as she cries, the main guy promises to bring her dad back. After hanging up, he reflects on what the association's president had said. Recognizing that, despite being old and sick, the Holy Mage still possesses incredible power, it becomes clear that he is likely trapped. It could be a cunning trap set by the Order of Truth, who are watching closely and ready to strike if anyone makes a move. The only way out for them is through him, who is flying under the radar and has just received some loan cash. He decided to sell the sword and even wrote a memo to make it official. Now he's planning to visit the Transcendence shop for gear, knowing he needs to be fully equipped to save the day. As he walks into the shop, Kim strides in confidently, revealing that he has been eyeing something for quite some time. That something is a powerful golden weapon known as Gungnir. With his new toy in hand, he attempts to channel his mana through it. He then makes his way into the dungeon, blown away by the massive crowd, especially the Dryads, which, despite being 6-star, are tricky to hunt because they blend in with the trees. To avoid attacks or getting surrounded, our protagonist decides to sense the creatures. He closed his eyes. He places his hand on a tree, feeling the contours and mapping out everything within reach. Focusing on one aspect, because he senses a strange, indescribable vibe. As he approaches, he notices that the tree appears completely normal from the outside. To clarify, it's best to test it immediately, allowing him to evaluate the power of his new weapon. Grabbing his gear, the man prepares to confront what appears to be a monster with all his strength. He hurls the Gungnir, targeting the trunk directly. Ready to succeed? It turns out his instincts were correct. A Dryad suddenly awakens, screaming as if on a roller coaster, twisting to evade the attack. Kim is shocked. She had no idea the creature could pull off such a maneuver. The weapon recoils, poised to strike the creature with full force. The attack connects, and a hole opens up in what appeared to be just a tree trunk. All of this unfolds effortlessly, showcasing just how epic his new weapon truly is. Our boy is amazed by the spear's performance, the very one that took down the first giant, Ymir. He initially thought its power would be underwhelming, since it's just a copy. With his hand extended, the guy wonders if he can take it back. The spear begins to glow, but the hero soon realizes it requires more mana than he anticipated. Finally, the weapon rises and lands directly in the young man's hand. Totally wiped out, he realizes he can only use the return move once in battle, meaning he can't dodge the limits of a copy. Still, our guy is confident he made the right decision by using the blue dragon sword as collateral because even if the sword saint declares, "I'm going to get you," he can still use Gungnir to evade. Suddenly, an enemy ambushes Kim, but she quickly responds with a counterattack. He bolts from the scene, wondering where our Juicy is. Over there, you can see the guy carrying the unconscious holy mage. Behind them, the eerie trees are howling like banshees. A branch strikes the protagonist's friend. He faceplants. Fortunately, the old man wakes up and uses his powers to drive the monsters away. Going all out, he tells the guy to scram, adding that he doesn't have much time left on the clock. Plus, none of this mess would have happened if he hadn't been stubborn and brought Manchul along. Even though he's terrified, Suyin's dad stands firm, saying, "I'm not going anywhere." The elderly man loses consciousness once more. Bracing for the worst, the protagonist's friend apologizes to his daughter. But to everyone's surprise, nothing happens. All thanks to Seo Jun, who arrives just in time. Turning around, the young man asks if the guy realizes how worried Suyan is. Before telling him to grab the holy mage and bounce ASAP, the situation escalated quickly. Enemies lash out with their branches, all set to take our guy down. Thinking quickly, he realizes he needs to locate the main body immediately. Suddenly, an explosion erupts. The protagonist leaps into the air, skillfully dodging the attack. However, he soon realizes that things aren't looking good. The creature keeps returning, no matter how hard he strikes it. Panicking, our hero searches for the spear, which is simply resting on the ground. The problem is that his friend and the holy mage haven't moved far enough away. To protect them, the hero raises a shield. Then, noticing that the coast is clear, the young man begins to dodge the incoming attacks. Finally, he seizes the spear. He hurls it with all his might at the enemy. With that hit, the creature splits in two. This only angers the other enemies even more. The protagonist skillfully dodges the blows and initiates a swift counterattack while also searching for the sacred spear. After spotting it, the boy begins to use the return move. The weapon floats up, moving toward him just as he had planned. With the weapon in hand, Kim takes her position once more. A dark look crosses his face, but the creatures remain unfazed. Surrounded, the protagonist taunts his enemies, daring them to make a move, and wonders if they finally grasp how dangerous the spear truly is. He cracks a joke about how his hand sent it flying. The young man then targets a creature that is clearly displeased to have a weapon aimed at its face. After a brutal hit, only half of the trunks remained. Not wanting to meet their end, the other monsters block the path with branches to prevent the young man from reclaiming the spear. Still, he feels relieved that he doesn't have to make the first move. With one strike, all the branches are destroyed, demonstrating that Gungnir isn't his only legendary weapon. Later, Seo Jun encounters Manchul and the Holy Mage. Curious, he asks why only the young man showed up. The young man replies that he didn't tell his friend to disappear. Before questioning why his friend decided to send Suyan to the academy, despite previously opposing the idea, they switch topics to discuss the situation with the wizard, who appears to be quite banged up. Seeing the old man's condition, the protagonists felt relieved that he had brought a med kit. The boy quickly handed a potion to the old man, who finally woke up, feeling a bit disoriented. The protagonist's friend mentioned that this was the kid he had spoken about earlier. Curious, the wizard inquired if he was referring to the student from the Hunter Academy and how the young man had realized they were there. After claiming he had defeated all the dryads, the protagonist questions why the old man arrived and brought the other man with him. The old man suggested studying the monsters, but he needed help carrying the bodies. To avoid drawing unwanted attention, he chose to keep things low-key. Cutting to the chase, Kim asks if the wizard did this to evade the order of truth. The wizard was shocked. Suddenly, a noise captures the trio's attention. Confused, the main characters wonder if this is an earthquake or something else entirely. It turns out that the beast is the one who left the holy wizard all banged up. Our boys are wondering what kind of beast even the old man can handle. In a spooky tone, the wizards warned, "You shouldn't have chased them, bro." A massive dryad emerges from the trees, startling everyone with its sudden appearance. The old man explains that it seems like a mutation, but who can say for sure? Our heroes let out a sigh of relief, grateful that it hasn't spotted them yet. The best plan is to stay out of sight and escape from the dungeon. Man, I've tried to school everyone, but it always catches up with me, dude. To make matters worse, the monsters have skin as tough as a tank and heal quickly. This means the wizard's magic is essentially ineffective. So Jun is shocked, but the old man responds, "I'm not who I used to be. Even if he weakens it, a mega attack is still needed to finish it off. Our heroes are all ready. Fine, I'll be the one to deliver the final blow." The wizard is shouting that a normal hit won't cut it. If they make a mistake, there are no second chances. Using him as bait is the clever strategy. Showing off his spear, our boys thought this might just work, because this weapon is going to pack a serious punch. Seeing the weapon glow, the old man is astonished. He wonders how this magic circuit isn't just a tangled mess. Man, it sounds like the wizard has never talked this much before. With sparkly eyes, the old man said, "We might just make it out alive." When asked about the weapon, our hero feels awkward. He, the holy sword wizard, purchased it because revealing the truth was not an option. Nearby, the giant dryad is simply going about its business. Kim is ready to take down the boss. In a flashback to the plan, we see that it's quite straightforward. Our hero explains the situation. The wizard weakens the enemy, and then I strike with the spear. The old man declares that even if it risks his life, he will do his part. But our boy says, nah, no need for that. First, he will taunt the creature to buy some time. During the chase, the wizard unleashes a powerful weakening spell. Our hero quickly identifies two potential problems. He could be used as bait and get wrecked, or the enemy might switch targets. Worried, he tells Ijusi that he can't promise it will chase him, so if things go south, his buddy has to step up. With a smile, he tells the young man to relax. Then he says, "If you don't want to die, hang on tight, old man." Listening to their conversation brings a smile to our hero's face. Back to the present, the trio is ready to execute the plan. Up in a tree, our boy exclaims, "It's huge! You can't miss it." He advises the duo not to get too close, suggesting that their dodging skills will be sufficient. Despite his worries, the wizard nods. The two men tell the young man to stay safe. Our hero nods in understanding before vanishing. Approaching the monster, our hero exclaims in awe, "It's massive and radiating power. No wonder the holy mage was defeated." As he runs, he feels relieved that there are no more dryads nearby, allowing him to concentrate more effectively. Confronted by the boss, Kim lets out a scream. The enemy turns and catches sight of him, and without a pause, it launches its branches, stretching outward in search of light. This doesn't exactly excite our hero. Standing firm, he watches as the branches come toward him. Before shattering them into pieces, on one branch, our hero spots another impending attack. As he dodges and runs, he wonders why it's acting like this. After those wild hits, he decides to distance himself from his friends. The problem is that the spell still isn't ready. In a fit of rage, the boss sends another branch flying. This forces our hero to move quickly to dodge it. Suddenly, more branches emerge from the ground. With his spear ready, Kim is going all out. He nails the counterattack just in time. The hero takes a step back to catch his breath, but the monster is on him like a shadow. Thinking hard, our hero realizes this beast is no joke. This means he may need to give it his all. Suddenly, a flash illuminates the trees. Quickly, the hero realizes that the spell is ready to go. He comments that the mage's timing is perfect. The monster lunges at him once more, but in an instant, he disappears and then appears in another location. Running, Sol Jun challenges the creature to catch him if it can. The dryad is furious, absolutely furious, and goes all out to capture him. Seeing a branch headed his way, he dives to the ground. After twisting like a pretzel, he dodges it effortlessly. Looking back, he feels relieved that the enemy is still pursuing him. Soon, he'll arrive at the meetup spot. For the plan to succeed, the monster must be present as well. Once more, the boss flings its branches and suddenly, chains shoot up from the ground. They wrap around the monster, leaving it completely confused. Our hero, dodging yet another attack, grins at the unfolding scene. Since the holy mage's magic worked better than expected, he now just needs his part to go smoothly. The creature senses something nearby and becomes alert, its instincts kicking in as it scans the surroundings for any signs of movement. It quickly lashes out with another tentacle, targeting the holy mage. Aware that the old man is out of mana and his companion is just an ordinary guy, Kim realizes he must act swiftly. Activating his legendary weapon, he readies himself for a devastating strike, channeling all his strength into the spear. He clears his mind to focus and nail the shot. After sizing up his opponent, the hero finally spots the core. With determination, he prepares to strike, knowing that this is the key to victory. Without a second thought, he hurls Gungnir. The monster lets out a bone-chilling scream before collapsing to the ground. The legendary weapon pierces through its body. The core shatters into fragments. The creature closed its eyes and fell to the ground. Kim looks ahead, assessing whether his plan was successful. Suddenly, he falls backward. He wonders if the dizziness is a result of expending all his energy. As he struggles to stand, he hopes his friends are safe. He quickly spots the duo and notices that something is off with Manhwa. On the ground, the man insists he's fine, claiming it's just a scratch. Concerned, the hero insists on examining his friend's leg, stating that even if the injury isn't fatal, they should act quickly to address it. Laughing, Soak's dad jokes about how he could carry 2 people and run for days if he were younger. Switching topics, the hero remarks that with the boss defeated, leaving the dungeons is no big deal. He'll go and grab his spear. A loud crash suddenly echoes. Branches begin to emerge. The giant dryad stood firmly in their way, refusing to let them pass. Face to face with the creature, Seo Jun wonders how this could be possible. Since his strike hit the core directly, the holy mage is shocked to reveal that the monster possesses 2 cores. The creature roars like a wild beast before launching its tentacles at the 3 of them. Taking charge, the hero quickly assesses whether he can evade the attack. Meanwhile, the holy mage leaps into action, casting a shield to protect them. But his health is so low that he starts spitting strawberry juice. The hero notices the mage is struggling and realizes he must destroy the core. Panicked, he searches for the spear, but it is tangled in the branches. Our protagonist wonders if the enemy is deliberately hiding his weapon. Switching gears, he decides to enlist Longinus and asks if the mage can cast the weakening spell once more. The mage promises to give it a try, but he expresses concern that it may not be effective. Kim warns that he will be the bait again, as there's no time to waste. As the old man watches him run, he shouts for him to wait, but his calls go completely unheard. The hero weaves through the branches, dodging every strike, knowing that if he gets hit, it's game over. Understanding that the mage has reached his limit, he realizes the responsibility now falls entirely on him. With a single strike, he sends branches flying in all directions. A little further on, the old man exerts every ounce of strength to keep the shield raised. We see that our guy is about to get caught, but once again, he escapes just in time. The challenge lies in striking the core. He has to keep moving until he finds the perfect spot. After thinking hard, the boy concludes that the monster is on a whole other level. To make matters worse, a branch catches on his leg. Thanks to the mage, chains prevent other branches from hitting the young man. The hero feels a sense of relief as the spell takes effect, realizing that it's time to act. The creature exerts all its strength to stop him. The chains are now fewer and thinner than before, indicating that the mage had to push himself significantly to reignite the spell. Confronted by his adversary, our hero finally spots an opening. He swiftly slips through the branches and, with a powerful leap, prepares to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, one of the chains snaps. A tentacle strikes the boy, sending him flying through the air. On the ground, Seo Jun has completely run out of energy. The young man insists that it is entirely possible to pierce the core with Longinus' spear. The only hiccup is that his plan to get closer didn't work out as intended. With a deafening roar, the monster prepares to finish the fight. Even though he knows he needs to dodge. I'm sorry, but it seems there is no text provided for me to rewrite. Please share the narration you'd like me to improve. It's remarkable for a young cadet to reach such a power level before turning 30. The old man is confident that he will become humanity's hero, but for that, he must survive. With a shaky voice, our boy expresses that he doesn't want to bail. With determination, he rises to his feet once more. The old man shouts, urging the boy not to be swept away by emotion. Aware of his own short lifespan and injuries, Kim remarks that the man should be the one to escape. The hero questions why he didn't abandon Mantril when he had the chance, and why he continues to try to sacrifice himself. The protagonist hits the ground again, using the spear to support himself. Looking ahead, he realizes the mage won't last much longer. Spitting out strawberry juice, the young man realizes that fleeing is his best option. This way, his buddy would also make it home safely. He insists that he has made his choice, and it does not involve turning tail and running. In his daydream, our boy recalls what Hercules shared during his lecture. Physical strength was essential, but it was not the only form of strength that mattered. We flash back to the boy as he hustles to complete his daily missions. One day, Hercules suddenly stops speaking without any explanation. After bouncing back, he reflects on the time when Hera cursed him, leading to the tragic death of his wife. Thanks to Theseus and the 12 labors of atonement, he found the strength to continue living instead of ending his own life. The missions included taking down the Nemean lion, slaying the Lernaean hydra, and capturing the Cerenian hind, as well as the Erymanthian boar, among others. As he completed the tasks, Hercules' reputation grew day by day. However, some people began to laugh at him, believing that someone with so many sins could not possibly be a hero. Despite the challenges, the young man refused to give up and continued to sacrifice himself for others. all in hopes of one day seeing altruism as simply a part of life. After completing the 12 missions, the blonde boy was recognized as a true hero and even saved the gods of Olympus during the Gigantomachy. He revealed that the driving force behind his actions was a desire for atonement. His advice to listeners was to stop worrying about what others say. In the present moment, the protagonist begins to rise, recalling the hero's words, and ultimately discovers the reason he must succeed. Worried, the wizard exclaims that this is pure madness. The young man realizes he cannot defeat that creature. Our boy agrees, though fear grips his heart. Simultaneously, Hercules' voice resonates in his mind. Even knowing that his mere 28 years are insignificant to the holy mage, he insists that he doesn't want to give up and jeopardize his future. Finally, Seoljun's divine power activates, illuminating the entire area. The monster squints against the bright light. Meanwhile, the protagonist appears prepared for as many rounds as necessary. The creature launches several branches simultaneously, but they are all taken down with a single strike. Fueled by divine power and the spear, both the monster and the young man begin to scream just before a massive explosion occurs. The force of the impact sends a rush of wind through the trees, uprooting them. Even the holy mage strives to stay grounded. The old man's eyes widen in shock. The hero stood in awe, gazing at the massive hole he had blasted through the boss's trunk. Meanwhile, our guy is still floating in midair, but then he completely passes out. The old man swoops in to catch him. Monchul, visibly worried, arrives with a stick for backup. The wizard says the kid is hurt badly, but he's not going to die. That makes sense after the Wild Power movie pulled. Feeling down, the guy confesses that he was really freaked out. Seo's dad is surprised, asking, "Wait, for real?" The old man nods and admits that he's afraid of dying, uncertain about what will happen to the world after he's gone. When asked for clarification, he reveals that the world isn't as calm as everyone believes. He experiences significant anxiety about death. Ajusi asks if that's the reason the Holy Mage took on a student. The Holy Mage replies, confirming that Jinin really excelled. This means that even after he finishes his work, his legacy will continue to endure. Then, the old man says he sees Kim as the beginning of a new hero squad. This makes him feel a bit uneasy about getting older. A little while later, our hero wakes up feeling completely freaked out. His buddy drops by while he's reflecting on the fact that he didn't make it out of the dungeon, as he finds himself in a hospital. Concerned, he asks if everyone is okay. Manchul and the wizard agree to take some time to relax and cool off, but our guy knows the old man is lying. Switching gears, Seo's dad asks how he's feeling after being unconscious for hours. Panicking, the hero asks if he contacted his daughter. He nods and replies that he also spoke with Seon, who was very worried. After a moment, Sojun realizes, that makes sense. I disappeared with the dragon sword. When the wizard asks why, the man replies that he got into this mess for his daughter. The old man says, "I'll pay you, but can I mentor your girl?" Everyone's jaws drop at that. Then they all wonder if the old man is losing his grip. He firmly denies it. Ajusi asks, "Why do you want to do that when you're so busy?" The old man explains that he wants to pass on his knowledge because he feels he is running out of time. If she doesn't want to be a mage, that's fine. He can still assist the young man. Grinning, the hero says, "Thanks, but I'll just take the cash." The old man chuckles and says he'll pay whatever it takes. Later, someone bursts through the door, yelling. Se-yoon's grandpa declares that no one is stopping him from getting in. Next to him, the girl warns the hero to bail if he wants to survive. He's torn between jumping out the window or going all in with a bold approach. Meanwhile, the holy mage, during their conversation, the old man asks how he's been doing. He claims he's fine, but it certainly doesn't seem that way. As they catch up, Park informs the hero that Su-yeon is on her way. The sword saint remarks that it seems like you're pretending to be sick, but the wizard insists that he nearly met his end. Thanks to the kid, he now has a little more time. The girl's grandmother shoots our guy a disapproving glare as he attempts to explain that he had no choice. Yelling, the sword saint exclaimed that there was no right to sell the weapon. Trying to calm the situation, the wizard explains that the kid had no choice. However, his buddy isn't budging. Hearing that Kim sold the blue dragon sword leaves the old man stunned. He had no idea where the money for the legendary spear originated. Looking like a ghost, the hero realizes he is in serious trouble. Fuming, the sword saint channels his energy. Freaked out, our guy insists, "I didn't sell it, I just used it as collateral." Feeling a bit worried, the wizard advises his friend not to go overboard. Turning around, Park's grandpa says, "I'll let him go after a punch." The kid either dodged the danger or got wrecked. Shaking, Songjun says, I can get the sword back, but that isn't enough to stop him. The hero watches as the man's fist hurtles toward his face. In a surprising turn of events, he chooses to fight back. Their hands remain locked for a few seconds, resembling an intense staring contest. Then our guy pulls away and starts yelling as if he just won the lottery. Meanwhile, the sword guy is confused, pondering how he survived the attack. He continues to push forward with his strong arm, like a true champion. Seeing the old man power up again, Kim wonders what happened to the one-hit wonder rule. He casually mentions that he's going to step outside for some fresh air. No big deal. The girl's grandfather is left relaxing in the room with the wizard. Breaking the awkward silence, the old man jokes, I guess age catches up with everyone, huh? His buddy didn't want the kid to kick the bucket, but he certainly didn't see that coming either. Nonetheless, the man insists he would gladly abandon the hero if he had the chance. The wizard makes a joke about the man's granddaughter having a soft spot for the young man. Annoyed, the sword saint shifts the conversation, inquiring about what truly happened on the battlefield. After hearing about the Apostles' Trail, the mutant, and the hero's epic victory, the man struggles to believe it all. Laughing, the wizard says, you should have seen it yourself, dude, still refusing to give the young guy any credit. Unfazed, the huntress's grandfather insists that even if it's true, he won't believe it. They discuss the current hunters and agree that none of them meet the mark, as being a hunter means something entirely different to them. Even if they don't want to criticize the new hero era, they recognize that the world is still uncertain. Curious, the Sword Saint wonders if humanity can withstand the looming threat. The wizard has no clue. But since you pulled off the impossible once, maybe this time it will be easy. Outside, Kim is receiving a lecture from the huntress. Suddenly, out of nowhere, someone arrives and captures the trio's attention. Upon hearing that their era might be over, the sword-wielding man wonders what the old man is talking about. Grinning, the old man remarks, time flies, huh? Siak embraces Manchol, tears streaming down his face like a waterfall. The man feels an immense sense of relief to have his daughter back. Feeling grateful, he expresses his thanks to Seo Jun for everything. With a smile, the protagonist says, no need for thanks, bro. It turns out they all received the green light to leave the hospital, allowing everyone to return to where they belong. However, in a surprising turn of events, some things changed, including the sword wizard becoming Su Yan's mentor, and a specific payment promised to our boy. After losing 10 billion, the old man reassures the young man not to stress and encourages him to use the cash whenever he needs. Using 500 million ones, the protagonists returned the dragon sword, nearly losing their life in the process. Additionally, he increased his progress in the Hercules course by 47.3%. Lee Min-yul is excited to see the protagonist. He explains that he didn't visit because the huntress said the young man was cool. Park appears and asks if the boy is okay. Taking charge, the brown-eyed man asks if she can assist with an item. Nodding, the girl replies that she will get it as soon as possible, demonstrating that despite all the changes, the Academy of Dreams remains true to its essence. This consistency makes the protagonist feel completely at home. Later, Hercules remarks that the students who receive divine powers must be shaken by the progress of the lecture. Since he's focused on helping, he wants to emphasize that skipping the lectures at this point is a rookie move. You need muscles to handle infinite power. This means the next step is to get strong. Kim realizes he has nowhere to hide. He wonders if he can sign up for another lecture now that he is leveled up, or if he should grab an elixir instead. Suddenly, the hero realizes that if he has enough mana to retrieve Gungnir, everything would improve significantly. After some consideration, the young man decides it's better to attend a lecture. To fully absorb the elixir's energy, he must deepen his understanding of mana cultivation. Determined, our hero sends a message to his mentor. To his surprise, he receives a reply immediately. According to the mentor, some lectures are limited, but since everyone has different preferences, it's better to check out some previews. Our boy is unsure where to begin, so he decides to check out the prices first. Later, the huntress wonders why the hero is so excited about the upcoming fights, and what is he doing with all that cash he has been accumulating. The hero has a list of 3 epic classes he wants to explore. He's feeling a bit crazy, too. The girl reveals details about a fight where the winner takes home 3 billion won. No exaggeration. But there's a catch. You have to roll with a squad of at least 3. Kim sighed. Ugh, oh, that's a snag. Because his academy consists of just a duo. Curious, the guy asks if anyone else wants to team up, but the huntress replies, nah. He's brainstorming intensely, considering who could join the crew. Ideally, a budding hunter who remains a free agent. After some deep reflection, he concludes that Seox is the MVP for the spot. Park is puzzled when he hears the girl's name. He asks, are you sure about this, bro? The hero responds with a confident, yep, burb. The huntress contemplates whether it's worthwhile to join an academy solely for a contest, but Seo Jun thinks she doesn't need to join just to fight. Next stop, the Holy Mage's abode. The butler pauses for a moment. The hero relaxes on the comfiest couch imaginable. A little later, the old man arrives and asks what's going on. Our protagonist is curious about why the mage is using a cane. Putting that aside, he asks about Minchiel's daughter. The mage responds with enthusiasm, explaining that she has traveled extensively since mastering elemental magic, which astonishes him, as she accomplished mastering mana in less than a day. Even Jimin would need a full day for that. Still smiling, the mage reflects that he didn't anticipate teaching her would be this thrilling. When asked once more, the hero reveals the reason for his presence. The mage is shaken upon hearing just how cautious the Dark Saint is being. Worried, he asks if Seo Jun might also be on the Order of Truth's radar, just as Minchiel's daughter is. Without hesitation, our guy says that if the girls are with someone invisible to the Order, it's all good. However, for that to happen, the mage's student must join Dream Academy and relocate. The old man contemplates it. As Kim reflects on how he views his friend's daughter as a sister, he realizes that even the Dark Saint is playing it safe. The mage confidently declares, "All right, let's do it." Since he can't hold on to his student forever, gaining experience points is always a win. Later, the hero arrives at the academy with the girl. The huntress is excited to see Sok, just like Lee. The guy jumps right into the introduction but is interrupted by the hero. Covering his buddy's mouth, he says he's the Dark Saint's disciple. Then, our guy introduces his friend and mentions that she's still in high school, so no jokes please. Once the introductions are complete, Seo Jun states that the plan is for the three of us to tackle the teen competition. Excited, the blue-jacketed hunter thinks this is going to be amazing. While the newcomer focuses more on honing her skills, the hero reassures everyone, saying they'll have time to train before the showdown. Manhwa is on board, assuring everyone that the girl is in good hands. The huntress steps forward and declares that it's time to choose a team name. The duo begins brainstorming, but soon everyone's eyes are on our guy, because they see him as the team captain. Kim feels awkward seeing that even Park is on board, especially since he was just focused on the contest. After gazing at the gym sign for a moment, the hero suggests, "How about Team Dreams?" Manchiel's daughter and the hunter instantly connect with it. The Sword Saint's granddaughter is equally excited and full of energy. And just like that, the squad finalizes the name. From this small gathering, the crew went global, and their name began to buzz everywhere. It turns out that the invasion battle is managed by a private company and supported by major guilds. These guilds invest heavily in these battles for several reasons, because they're like a buffet for students. Most hunters belong to a guild, which is essential for their trade. It's not just about showcasing individual skills. They also need to demonstrate their teamwork dynamics. That's how students with incredible potential get discovered. Large guilds began evading the government, referring to it as sponsorship. This excitement sparked interest among other companies, elevating the competition to a significant level. At the event, some hunters are shocked to see young Siwoo, Park Yoonjung, and Minjun from Gown Guild as the top contenders at the academy. Nervously, one guy wonders who is representing the Mills and Ale guilds. Another kid's jaw drops when he hears that Lee Hae-yoon is in the mix. Oh snap, the disciples of the five heroes are here as well. Minhwa is confused, questioning why no one is talking about Kim. Round 1 kicks off, focusing on clearing out a spider-infested zone in a speedrun style. Lee Dao-yan from Aries Guild is not pleased with the situation. Many teams face tough challenges in round 1, prompting his buddy to remark that this dungeon is no joke, especially with those mutant enemies lurking around. The guild leader contemplates whether he should check on the squad still in the game. Later, Gam Academy finally completes the cleanup. Noticing another squad pass by, the guy in the dress shirt was curious about who they were. It turns out it's Dream Academy, delivering an impressive performance in just 9.5 minutes. The bald man says to check the machine as something seems off. A guy arrives, assesses the situation, and confirms that there is a timing glitch. The squad actually finished 30 seconds quicker than indicated. The real time is 9 minutes and 4 seconds. Flashback to when the action was still in full swing. After defeating a formidable beast, the main character worries that if Instructor Arachne hears its name, she will freak out. He decides to save the legendary spear for extraordinary moments. The villains begin launching super stretchy webs at the boy. He's dodging like a pro, all thanks to Longinus being incredibly sharp. Nearby, the Dark Saint's disciple is delivering blows with impressive skill. Socks watches them, completely mesmerized. The monsters never even get a chance to fight back, even with a limited number of spells. She understands that she must step up. She swiftly hurls blowing ropes at her enemies. Several of them become trapped. Lee is taken aback, exclaiming that he didn't see that coming. In contrast, the main guy is beaming with pride for his buddy. Outside, a hunter wonders how the team captain manages to be so smooth. Our boys, feeling flustered, tell the hunter to keep quiet. He then inquires about the weapons his friend abandoned. The boy reveals that his master wasn't a fan of him using all the gear. He's left with only the daggers and the bow. When asked why he carried the daggers, the hunter explained that he was looking out for Suyen. A little further back, the girl requests a second. He wonders why everyone is giving them strange looks. Quickly, others spot Kim from the mill's hunter exam, as well as Minhyul. Looking back, the main character notices Setwoo glaring at him. The young man takes off as soon as he sees the hero. The Dark Saint's disciples were excited, claiming that people were finally noticing them. However, Seo Jun urged them to calm down, saying, "Chill, dude. Stop making a scene." The Mills Academy trio arrives, believing everyone is impressed by their team. However, they soon discover, in the most epic way possible, that this is not the case. Round 2 focuses on collecting magical crystals in the cave before time runs out. Dream Academy excels, completing the challenge in 4 minutes and 23 seconds, and takes the lead. On to Round 3, where the focus is on defeating Link Bell monsters. In an impressive display, the main team's players crush it in just 19 seconds. In Round 4, the challenge is to survive in the Dryad Forest for the longest time. Yelling, the main character's friend announces that they are out of arrows. He will handle the creatures on that side with daggers. Kim wields his spear as he confronts the villains on the other side. When the Dryad screams from the impact, it only fuels the hero's determination even further. Even with monsters appearing like unwanted ads, our heroes remain calm because, hey, at least there are fewer of them now. Suddenly, a glowing orb floats by, capturing his attention like a cat fixated on a laser pointer. Curious, the guy wonders what his Chiron sense is picking up and where all this mana is coming from. He quickly realizes it could be the dungeon's core or some magical object that spawns monsters. Suddenly, an angry dryad appears behind him, looking as if it missed its morning coffee. But our guy remains unfazed and grabs his epic spear and hurls it at the glowing orb. To his shock, the spear whizzes through the air. It crashes into something far ahead. Stunned, he wonders if he's seen things or if that really just happened. Suddenly, branches begin to creep toward him as if they were in a horror movie. Before he takes off, he tries to understand what his Chiron sense is buzzing about. Then it dawns on him, unlike Gungnir, he never quite mastered the powers of Longinus, which are likely just as epic. Grinning, Sojun takes off running, the enemy hot on his heels. He jumps into the air, face to face with the orb. It's time for Round 2. Meanwhile, the Gan Guild squad is in action. The leader shouted for Minjin to hold the line. The blonde guy says to hang tight for just a little longer. In just 44 minutes, they accomplish the mission, confident they are the greatest of all time. Noticing Siwoo's silence, they think to themselves, "Yep, we nailed it." Turning around, Park spots the dream team. "Since we rolled in together, first place is a sure thing." But halfway through, the blonde senses that something is off. Looking the same way, the leader's jaw drops as he asks, "Is that even possible?" Astonished, Doyen is trying to comprehend the sight of the dungeon's core. It turns out that what the Dream Academy accomplished is truly extraordinary. Still reeling, the Ares Guild member wonders how Kim became so overpowered so quickly. He decides he needs to recruit the trio as soon as possible. Behind him, other guild members are urgently contacting their leaders. Outside, the hero admires his spear. He reveals that he initially believed Longinus could bypass Mana's shields, but then realized that Gungnir could do the same, concluding it was simply a class feature. Back to the epic moment. Our team is airborne. With a single epic strike, the core is split in two. Intrigued, he wonders if the spear's power is affecting things that technically aren't there. Lee is amazed, believing the leader has wiped out all the monsters. Meanwhile, Shak is trying to figure out his friend's trick. Suddenly, Siwoo arrives with a face that clearly shows he is not happy. Confused, the hero asks, "What's up, hunter dude?" Annoyed, Siwoo said, "Are you going to give a lame excuse or what?" This infuriates the Dark Saint's disciple. The rival captain insists that Seo Jun must have cheated, even though deep down he thinks it's somewhat awesome. In his mind, only a hunter like Hei Yoon could accomplish that. As Lee watches the guy walk away, he thinks, how dare he disrespect us and just leave. Later, Manchel's daughter is trying to stay calm for the next round. Curious, she says, "Isn't it obvious we've got this?" And our guy replies, "Totally." Suddenly, a voice calls out to the trio. Confused, the hero wonders what this guy wants. A bit awkward, the guy says. I've got an offer for you. If they win, they'll secure the maximum prize of 6.5 billion. In conversation, he asks if they are aware that round 5 features 9-star monsters. While not as fearsome as real ones, they are still a tough nut to crack. The round focuses on testing the strongest moves and assessing how quickly they can adapt. All of this will later be combined into a score. The guy reveals that no team has ever defeated the boss, and that's what the dream team has to do to secure the cash. The hero asks, "What if we pass?" And the guy responds, "No biggie. It's just an offer." Seo-jun quickly realizes that the major academies are involved, indicating that more people believe they cheated in the last round. Now, the guilds are determined to take down the dream team to save face. The hunter and the mage leave the decision to our hero. The representative from the organization, eager to share in the excitement, emphasizes that everyone is enthusiastic about the idea, especially since the competitiveness of that battle has completely diminished. With his arms crossed, Kim contemplates his next move. Finally, the young man asks if he can make a counteroffer, proposing an amount of 10 billion instead of 6.5 billion. The organizer is completely taken aback by the request. The main guy explains that even if the group decides to back out, the 3 billion is still secured. He contemplates how he will manage lectures and elixirs if the cash flow increases. Far away, Do-hyun listens to the updates. He discovers that many people were stunned by the dream team's counteroffer. Sipping his coffee, the young man expresses his faith in the team's potential. This leaves his buddy feeling a bit mind-blown. In the 5th round, we discover that the monster is called Revenant. This formidable opponent not only feels no pain, but also requires a double knockout to be defeated. Unlike the leader, the bald man believes the creature is quite overpowered. Everyone agrees it's best to relax and wait. Inside the dungeon, Min-yeol jokes that Seo-jun is possessed by the ghost of cash. Understanding the stakes, the main character urges his friends to give it their all. Suddenly, a black mist rolls in, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie shroud. The trio turns to see what is happening. Nearby, a creature appears, clearly excited to have visitors, as it can't seem to wipe the grin off its face. Outside, the crowd is shaken to see a draugr. This is a formidable 10-star monster that poses a significant challenge. Yelling, a member of the Ares Guild, asserts that monsters with psychic attacks are banned from competitions like this one. Without hesitation, he decides to leap into the arena. Although students cannot die from a monster's magic attack, a special case alters the situation regarding psychic-type monsters, as they can cause severe brain damage. We learn that in the past, a monster of this caliber was summoned, and even at 6 stars, it defeated a hunter. In the arena, Sok and Lee have already been hit. Meanwhile, our guy remains calm. And in control room, Do-hyun orders the organizers to pull the trio out as quickly as possible. However, a man explains that someone was sent, but there has been no update. The workers are anxious about the potential costs of damaging the dungeon's core. The hunter angrily questions whether the text will truly allow future legends to die over a few billion. Then, they try to relax. However, something on the screen captures everyone's attention. On the battlefield, the monsters were puzzled by Seo-jun's calm demeanor. With his hand on his head, he grins, clearly showing he's more than okay. Intrigued, he wonders why a draugr is present here. The monster widens its red eyes, searching for a way to regain control of the situation. Hearing the screams, it becomes cheerful and starts grinning once more. To their shock, the hero remains unfazed. Suddenly, he hears a voice say, "You must be on a winning streak now." Then, his mind becomes trapped in a loop of phrases that question his professional potential. After a few seconds, the young man starts to feel better again. The enemy watches him, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, the main character is excited to see his speech progress improving. As the creature prepares to take off, Kim readies herself to launch an attack. Without hesitation, he begins sprinting toward the enemy. Fearing discovery, the monster begins to whisper once more. This bombarded the hero's mind with its evil phrases. Amid his growing anxiety, he recalls Buddha's teaching that coincidences would ultimately guide him in shaping his destiny. Despite this, the draugr's whispers grow louder, insisting that the young man is nothing without help. The main character strives to remain strong, reciting the lessons from the lecture. Thanks to Buddha, he understands that sometimes it's better to let go of stress and simply accept the present as it is, recognizing that everyone is a child of the same universe. This means the young man deserves to be where he is, even if he doesn't feel that way at the moment. As Seo-jun draws nearer to the enemy, his lecture progresses even further. Without moving, the monster continues to torment his mind, questioning whether the young man truly believes he has been giving his all. Determined, Buddha reappears, sharing insights about Tathagata's experiences. This journey is not solely composed of good times. People are always learning new things. Those epic pictures everyone remembers are simply snapshots of moments they've come to accept over time. If our guy isn't feeling a moment, he has nothing to contribute. If he has nothing genuine, he has nothing to share. That's why moments reveal his true character. They also provide him with strength during challenging times. Finally, our hero overcomes his anxious and doubtful self. He stands face to face with the creature now. In a state of panic, it attempts to bite down on the legendary spear. The hero feels his nerves buzzing as if he has just touched a live wire. But thanks to Buddha, his seeds of anxiety are gone, leaving him with a heart of stone. Kim harnesses the power of God. A massive flash suddenly illuminates the scene. The enemy stares, completely gobsmacked. Then it starts screaming as if it has seen a ghost. Grinning, the hero declares that it's too late to dodge, but adds a playful thanks for the lesson. The spear slices cleanly through the Draugr. A massive explosion erupts, sending debris scattering in all directions. The arena screens go blank and suddenly, everything is engulfed in darkness. In the control room, Do-hyun and the crew are on the verge of losing their composure. Everyone is wondering how on earth this is happening. No cadet should survive a psychic attack from a 10-star monster. Additionally, only the Soul Saint has dealt with the ghost in Korea before. Sweating bullets, the Ares Guild hero worries that his team can't handle someone like Seo Jun. Now we find ourselves in the player's waiting room. Soo was speechless, just like the other hunters. He remembers that only Ha-yoon could take on that creature. However, what troubles him is that his power cannot match the hero's. On the battlefield, our hero is thrilled that he didn't pass out. He wonders if he won because of Buddha's lecture. His progress bar jumped by 14.2% in no time. While he's excited about his gains, his friends are trying to figure out where they stand. Snapping back, the hero inquires whether his crew has returned to normal. Sok yells, "Did you beat the Draugr solo?" With a smile, he adds, "Let's bounce first." The duo assists the hero in passing through the portal. Outside, recruiters are showering Kim with offers like candy. Clueless, our boy wonders what's happening. A short distance away, an organizer wonders what they are doing. The Dream Team just experienced a major setback. They need assistance, not empty promises. At last, the trio breaks free from the chaos. In the infirmary, Seo Yoon is panicking. As he sits down, the hero reassures everyone that no one was hurt. That's why the duo is fast asleep. The huntress asks if he is all right. He admits he's a bit lazy, but in a low-key way. She was afraid that something bad had happened to him. But now she understands he's no longer just a cadet, which means it's time to buckle down. There's still work to be done before the big day arrives. She wonders why her heart feels tight. Confused, he asks if she's okay. She replies, "Yeah, all good." Suddenly, a knock echoes through the door, and the president of the association makes an appearance. When asked, Taebum expressed his concern about the incident. Kim exclaimed, "Seriously? He's contemplating the Blue Dragon's sword, a weapon that the Sword Saint never allowed anyone to borrow. He believed that anyone involved would not survive. But to everyone's surprise, the boy managed to handle it on his own. Now he understands why the Sword Saint is interested in him." Curious, the huntress asks how they know each other, prompting the hero to awkwardly reveal the story about the sword. As he gets up, our boy assures everyone that he's feeling good. Since the president is here, he wants the details on what happened. This raised questions about why the Draugr was in the location designated for the boss revenant. Sojun is shocked to learn that the Manhwa has overloaded. Taebum explains that Jimin utilized his mutation research for the competition. The hero wonders if this means they can create a distortion. This, in turn, meant that the whole world went bonkers over this wild phenomenon. The president acknowledges the mistake and promises that this kind of situation won't occur again. However, understanding that talk is cheap. If the boy wants anything, he just needs to call out. Grinning, the main guy says he'd be thrilled to get 3 billion $1 bills. The man nods, prepared to make it rain, not realizing the boy meant 3 billion for each person. The epic showdown revealed skills that could make even the top academy elites weep. Thanks to the Draugr drama, every guild was eager to recruit the Dream Team members, which essentially set Korea ablaze, metaphorically speaking. Still at the hospital, Manchul's daughter declares that she will only keep the 3 billion. Lee is fine with it and tells the main guy he can keep the rest, since he took down the boss like a champ all on his own. Filled with excitement, our boy embraces his squad and shouts that he loves them. After splitting the loot, Kim is left with a hefty 22.5 billion. This means he's just 4.5 billion short for the Sky Sage's lecture. At the guild headquarters, the boy asks Seo-jun if the dream academies have reached the big leagues. The huntress confirms, and the hero wonders if they are now ready to tackle 6-star dungeons. However, he then discovers that they need an A-rank hunter on the team for that. Knowing the girl is a B rank, the main character worries they won't receive the green light anytime soon. Concerned, the girl apologizes, but the hero insists that he couldn't have participated in the tournament without her support. Outside, our boy realizes he probably shouldn't have mentioned it. The real challenge is finding ways to accumulate more cash. As he thinks, Seo-jun debates whether to wait or attend the Manhwa lecture first. Unsure of what to do, he decides to seek advice from his mentor. Suddenly, the instructor appears and asks what's going on. Startled, our boy asks if he could appear less like a ninja. The mentor replies, "Nah, that's no fun." They go to the terrace to talk things over. After a brief pause, the mentor inquires whether the hero's level is satisfactory. If that's the case, he'll offer a causality discount for both lectures. The protagonist wonders, what is this causality discount? He discovers that it's a special event. Curious, the young man asks if price cut events are still happening at the Academy of Transcendence. The mentor confirms that the boy can receive a discount of up to 100%. Excited and fully committed, he's ready to dive in. However, the mentor reminds him that there are no handouts. He must earn his place. This means a student must participate in the ongoing event. The goal is to support students in achieving outstanding grades, excelling in exams, and mastering simulations. Kim expressed her disappointment, saying, "Well, my grades were terrible," but then he recalls everything he has learned since that time. Still, he believes it's impossible to score high enough to reach the top tier. The mentor interjects, explaining that the contest is for students who have shown the most improvement in their grades. So, the discount aligns with the improvement rate, meaning all the hero needs to do is boost his grades. Our boy is amazed by the offer and realizes he can't let this opportunity slip away. Meanwhile, the young man announces that the fake gold bar is ready. As he scrolls on his phone, the mentor tells his student to hang tight, since the exam fee must be paid first. Using his wits, the protagonist figures out what he will have remaining and the discount required for both lectures. He quickly realizes that he just needs to raise each subject by 3 points. With that settled, the exam dragon kicks off, beginning with combat skills. Holding the gold bar, the hero stands ready, waiting for the dragon of destruction. Suddenly, something zooms in at incredible speed, even surprising the mentor. Our boy tosses the gold bar aside and grabs a spear. Feeling relieved that the creature is distracted by the bar, the protagonist continues to run, preparing to launch his attack. But he's a bit freaked out to find himself up against a 9-headed hydra. A bit further back, the mentor reveals that the hero has just 30 minutes to secure victory. Grinning, the mentor tells his student to hang tough, while the kids all watch intently. "Didn't my teacher mention that the problem would be different?" The mentor, who is laid back, mentions that he assumed the kid already knew, because if the questions were identical, it would simply be a matter of memorizing the answers. Just before getting whacked, the hero thinks to himself, "Nim should have given me a heads up." He then realizes that dodging might not be an option. A massive explosion erupts. Our hero launched into the air like a rocket. Determined, he focuses on enhancing his 3 key points. Kim activates his Stairway to Heaven ability, allowing him to remain airborne. Surprised, the little guy asks, "When did you master that move?" The hero stares at one of the Hydra's heads, speechless. Suddenly, the creature unleashes a purple beam that leaves a small cut on his arm. Within seconds, he is screaming in pain and crashes to the ground. Confused, he wonders what is happening. Then he says, "I'd rather die than feel this pain." A notification appears, indicating that he has failed. The mentor strolls over and asks if it hurt a lot. The Hydra is a rare class poison monster known for its formidable presence and deadly abilities. With multiple heads, it can unleash a potent venom that poses a significant threat to any who dare to confront it. This creature is not only a challenge to defeat, but also a fascinating example of the dangers lurking in the depths of the wilderness. Seo-jun reflects on Kieran's ordeal and understands why he felt the desire to end his life as well. The silver lining is that his progress rate increased despite the setback. He still wonders if he should give it another try. The teacher tells him that he can quit if he wants, but he can't guarantee that the points will be sufficient. With no other option, our boy clicks yes. Facing the enemy, he contemplates his next move. He realizes he needs to deal damage to earn good points. He draws his aura blade. With a swift strike, the monster loses a head. This makes him incredibly excited. He's thinking, I just have to do that 8 more times. But then, unfortunately, the head grows back. Wide-eyed, Kim wonders how that's possible. The Hydra, eager to demonstrate its abilities, showcases its impressive skills. leaving the hero no time to react. After another failure, he wakes up screaming on the ground. Trembling, he contemplates how to overcome this challenge. Reflecting on the past, he scored 4 points by striking Fafnir with the Longinus spear. But I never really understood how points are scored. The mentor suggests that if it becomes too challenging, he can read the comments. However, doing so will lower his score. This still doesn't prevent him from achieving a high score. Our boy begins to cry, feeling ready to tell everything to go to hell. And so, another attempt begins. Panicked and furious, he commands the enemy to charge. Meanwhile, the professor is cheering him on from a distance. Shouting, the hero exclaims, "I hate the little one." Before being caught in an explosion and facing yet another failure, Seo-jun spent hours in anticipation, eagerly awaiting the results. To his shock, he sees a notification indicating he scored 8.8. His mentor observes that he is becoming a different person. Curious, the professor asks when he first learned about divine power, but Seo-jun admits that his standard scores still aren't great. Trying to shake it off, the hero feels relieved to have earned the points he needed. Pumped up, he's ready to keep going. However, he later completely regrets his decision. Flashback to 9 days ago, as the endurance test begins, he holds a large rock in place of Atlas for an hour. In the end, he scores 5.9 points. 6 days earlier, he prepared for the speed and reaction test, where he had to win a staring contest against Argos. The challenge was that Argos had nearly 100 eyes. Kim scored 4.2. In the fourth test, he faced Archlick's mana drain, with the creature seemingly taunting him. "Is that all you've got?" He awkwardly explains that he hasn't yet converted any speech into mana. After scoring only 1.6, he feels completely doomed. His total score only adds up to 9.1 points. Ready to quit, he inquires about any available discounts. The mentor insists that score growth must be 50% or higher. Then, he announces that it's time to kick off today's exam. The guy has to listen to the Archlick's epic jam session for a full 30 minutes. The creature appears, hoping our hero won't fail this time. Deep in thought, he's confident that he's going to ace it. Fast forward, the test comes to an end. He's relieved, but he knows that level 2 is where it really gets intense. He needs to shake off a severe 9th level hell possession in just 1 hour. Suddenly, a spooky voice declares, "You'll never shake me off." Kim smacks his ear, wondering who's yapping. Realizing he just conquered level 2, he now faces level 3, which is all about resisting Aphrodite, the ultimate queen of temptation. Seeing her, he thinks, "Aren't you freezing in that outfit?" Boom, another level down. His mentor is completely shaken. Level 4 is a screenfest from hell that lasts for 30 minutes. A multitude of tormented souls emerge, blaming him for the situation they created. He confronts a monster, inquiring if they have met before. He seems to be zoning out, noticing that he has conquered yet another level. The mentor wonders how he's managing to do this at such a high level. The Demon King is ready to rumble. Seo-jun is sweating bullets as the demon looms large. Even Faust couldn't handle this. The depths of lust create a zone where no desire is left behind. After kissing Park, he's off to Ambition Hell, where he can grab whatever he desires. In Gluttony Hell, the Demon King boasts about an endless feast, a true buffet bonanza. In Sloth Hell, our hero is battling to stay awake. Next, Wrath Hell offers him a chance for payback against those who have tormented his heart. In Envy Hell, he confronts all the items on his wish list. However, he powers through once more until Pride Hell breaks loose. Suddenly, he finds himself back in the real world. He failed the 5th test with 22 minutes remaining. Checking his phone, he remarks that this level is no joke compared to the others. Still, he remains determined to try again and again until he exhausts 9 attempts. Exhausted, he waits for his score. He explained that he passed level 5 because his heart has made some serious gains. Upon hearing that his progress is at 31.7%, the mentor is left in disbelief. Last time, it was May 15. In shock, he grabs his phone, witnessing the truth firsthand. When asked about his progress in Hercules' class, Seo-jun simply replies, "Just lucky, I guess." The little guy is skeptical, believing he might be getting played. Our hero covers his ears to avoid the next barrage of insults and insists, "It's all luck, man." The results of the psych exam come in, and he's thrilled with a score of 22.8 points. A few days later, all the results are in, and our guy has exceeded his goal. His boost is an impressive 80%. He is now set to attend the Heavenly Sage's lecture. He contacts Nim to ask how many points he needs to avoid failure. The mentor said that you need to score over 60 in each subject. A score of 59 in any context means it's game over. When asked about passing points, the teacher replied, "You need to score over 90. He needs a total of 630 points or more." He checked his score. He is experiencing frustration. Seeing him typing, the little dude thinks, "Is the sage's lecture starting now?" Our guy responds, "Sure, but what's the cost of the celestial meteor lecture?" He needs to master some other skills first. With little else to occupy his time, he immerses himself in the available lectures. But he's stunned to see the price tag of 5.4 billion. Still, he figures that at least he doesn't have to cough up 27 billion anymore, which is a win in his book. Super excited, Kim slams the start button. But here's the twist. The video remains unmovable. Out of nowhere, the great sage appears and says, "Sorry." It turns out he had to respond to Master Tripitaka's call. Our hero is thrilled to discover that the instructor is a genuine sage from the heavens. The instructor breaks it down, explaining that this lesson focuses on the fundamentals of stick and spear techniques, along with deflecting, grabbing, and pinching moves. He reveals that all spear and stick techniques originate from 3 fundamental forms. He's going to remind the cadets who completely spaced out. Kicking off with deflection, the sage explains that it's all about executing an outward deflection move. With one epic demonstration, the teacher splits the mountain in half once more. Next up is grabbing. The guy explains that you need to push the stick inward. For pinching, you need to strike as if you're targeting a single point. During the demonstrations, the instructor emphasizes that to master the celestial meteor, you must perfect these moves. These techniques are essential for executing specific spear and stick maneuvers. With the first lecture complete, our hero receives his daily task and learns he must perform the deflecting move 1,000 times. Beside him, the mentor explains that in the upcoming lectures, everything will be taken to the next level. This means the levels will be completely different. He dives straight into the task. After setting up his spear, he nails the first move. Boom! A massive explosion erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. Our protagonist looks around, clearly confused. He realizes he has devastated a large portion of the area. We zoom in on a distant temple, where the Ale Academy representative, Cha Hin, and the Gaon Academy representative, Lee Jin Song, Mills Academy representative, So Jin Hyun, is relaxing. Putting his cup down, the guy remarks that the top 3 hunters' status isn't looking too good. All thanks to the Dream Academy. He's considering checking out Seo Jun's fighting skills. A blonde guy wonders if he's crazy for wanting to take on someone supported by the Sword Saint. Without hesitation, he declares that he will pretend this conversation never took place. The girl with short hair bounces as well. The Mills representative mentions the upcoming exchange tournament. Shocked, the girl asks if he is considering sending Ha Yoon. With a grin, the glasses guy asks for their thoughts on the plan. We're back with our hero, still shaken by the impact of his single move. Sitting down, he remarked that it felt as if he had used God-level strength. The downside is that it consumes a significant amount of energy. The mentor explains that this course assumes students are not beginners. Therefore, at the boys' level, the expectations will be extremely high. Deep in thought, our protagonist contemplates how he will complete the daily task. Lightening the mood, Nim says that if it were truly impossible, he wouldn't have allowed him to sign up. When asked how to get through it, he recalls the magic course. He says that if the boy took those classes to enhance his training, it would be a breeze. After tidying up his mess, Kim declares that he's ready to roll. He then asks what's next on the agenda. Sharing his insights, the professor recommends exploring the experimental classes. The hero decides to start with instructor Lu Dongbin's lecture, which focuses on developing inner concentration. According to the professor, one must increase the size of the vessel, referring to the human body. This body has flow points categorized into 3 types: the upper flow point, the central flow point, and the lower flow point. The first moment happens when the spirit returns to the void, earning it the title of MVP. However, our protagonist soon realizes that the points are beyond this course's league. After some contemplation, he understands the reason. If the brain controls the upper flow point, it signifies that he is in the mental zone. Furthermore, inner focus cannot be used at that point or at the midpoint, which is situated in the heart. In the midst of his thoughts, our hero suddenly senses that something is amiss. Clueless, the mentor asks, "What's going on?" Turning around, the protagonist has a question. He can't understand why he can't take both courses at the same time. Even though the upper flow resonates with Siddhartha's unwavering mind, this means that any magic course already enhances 2 flow points simultaneously. Kim responds, "Yeah, that makes sense." However, the more advanced the course becomes, the less he understands it. Seeing his progress in the Merlin course skyrocket, Seo Jun feels a surge of excitement and determination. He wonders if any other students have mentioned this. The mentor responds, saying it shouldn't be a big deal. The protagonist then asks if they can check with the instructors about it. Noticing that the professor isn't too thrilled, the young man asks why there's hesitation. It's normal for students to have questions about their classes after all. The mentor says, "All right, I'll do it." As he reflects, our boy realizes it always comes back to his wallet. Later, he returns to the academy. Park remarked, "Good timing, hero, since some people want to meet him." Leading the way, the huntress reveals that they are from the Ales, Gown, and Mills guilds. Jin, Hyen, and Hyen are beaming with smiles. However, Sung is maintaining a serious demeanor. Kim is confused. She wonders why the big shots are here. The trio discusses the upcoming inter-academy friendly match. Typically, a relaxed, unofficial battle between the top guilds. This time, they aim to include the Dream Academy. The huntress is supportive of whatever decision the protagonist makes. Smiling, he inquires about the prize, but to his surprise, there is no cash reward. The goal is to enhance competitiveness and foster talent growth. Our boy asks, "Park, did this help the academy?" She smiles and replies, "Nope." Turning around, he expresses his disinterest. The Gaon representative is fuming. This is a golden opportunity. As she pleads, Soljun finds them incredibly annoying. A little later, he finds Lee and asks if he would join the match on his behalf. The hunter is down and has nothing better to do. It's also a great opportunity to test new skills. As he says goodbye, our boy reveals that Lee is his sub, a revelation that doesn't sit well with the recruiters. Everyone is in a state of panic. What happens next? Flashback to the moment when the hero requested 6 billion to join. The blonde guy says that if he's out, the match becomes pointless. Even while agreeing, the girl wondered, who ever heard of a cash prize being offered here? Meanwhile, Miles is trying to understand why his friend needs cash so desperately. After some back and forth, the Mills representative requests a second. He apologizes for the wait and assures that it's sorted. Lying, he claims he wants Kim in the match to challenge other students. However, since the kid wants cash, they have to go along with it. But the hero must adhere to certain rules. Later that day, Sok is training hard. In no time, she casts a spell that illuminates the entire area. The holy mage appears, urging for a more concentrated use of magic. Elsewhere, Lee is concentrating on his sprint training and dagger strikes. He is amazed at how hard everyone is working. The prize started at 6 billion, but they later introduced second and third place prizes, raising the total to 12 billion. In a flashback, Jin Young explains the deal, outlining the terms and conditions that will shake their future. The trio is funding it, which allows them to establish the format and rules. Additionally, they want all members of the Dream Academy to be included. The protagonist asks if there are any more conditions. Glass's associate responds with a firm no, but they require someone's approval. Seo Jun is puzzled until he remembers Park. Facing the group, the huntress asks, "What's this about?" Back in the present, the protagonist watches his ally as she trains, trying to understand why she feels compelled to be there. As he approaches, he says, "You don't have to do this for me." Grinning, the young woman replies that she has never truly thanked him for everything, so she's excited to finally lend a hand. The main character tries to argue, but the huntress gently nudges him and reassures him that it's all good. As he bounces, our guy realizes he should prepare for the friendly match as well. On the way, he recalls his mentor, who is still missing in action. Suddenly, a message from Nim appears. He asked him to pause his magic classes for a while. Confused, the main character wonders what's going on. The teacher says it's too complicated to explain via text, so he'll reach out with more details later. A few days later, it's the morning of the friendly match. Outside, Kim comments that the event looks massive, resembling a raid battle. Park nods in agreement, noting that it's no surprise the organizers are called the Three Greats. Meanwhile, Lee's stomach growls, which irritates Siak. As Lee surveys the area, he spots a group of reporters who seem to be searching for inside information about the event. Reading from the script, the huntress announces that the opening event will be a one-on-one tournament. The Dark Saint's disciple begins to pray as he prepares to confront Suyan, having secretly observed the main character's training and recognizing that he has reached an extraordinary level. The duo begins to bicker as the reporters continue to swarm around them. Then, suddenly, someone shouts that Hae Yoon has arrived. The girl arrives with her bodyguards, but our guy doesn't understand why everyone is so worked up. The journalists shout, pleading with the huntress for a moment of her time, but she simply ignores them and continues to follow one of the match organizers. A reporter asks if it's true that the girl stopped competing because of Kim. Upon hearing this, the young woman comes to a complete stop. Turning around, she asks who the person the guy mentioned is. The journalist collapses to the ground in shock, while the huntress continues to walk without a glance back. Mi-yul reveals that he knows the girl and describes her as super cool. This left Manchel's daughter feeling completely flustered. As she approaches, she remarks that she has never heard the boy speak about her in that way. Teasingly, the hunter claims he doesn't hype people who are still in school, which sparks a heated argument. Suddenly, the squad realizes that others have taken notice of them. With nowhere to hide, they all freeze as splashes erupt all around them. With his arms crossed, Lee tells the mage to shout louder next time. Laughing, the main character suggests they should head inside. In the Dream Academy's waiting room, Jin Yoon reminds everyone that no personal gear is allowed in the match. Weapons will be provided for everyone except Sok, who doesn't need one. Holding a bow, Mi-yul admits that he's not accustomed to this type of equipment. Jokingly, the mage remarks that a confident blacksmith never complains about his hammer. Disagreeing, his friend argues that weak hammers can't withstand the pressure for even 5 minutes. They quickly stop teasing and ask if the captain is okay with the spear, since it's nothing special. Before he can respond, the duo is back to arguing. As he contemplates, Seo-jun wonders if this will truly work out. The main character's first opponent questions why special gears are banned when he doesn't appear to have anything unique. Flashback to when Suwoo declared he wouldn't participate in the friendly match. Confused, his friend asks if he's afraid of Hae-yoon. The young man denies it and reveals that he doesn't want to join because of Kim. Back in the present, the hero confronts his opponent with a confident grin. He believes this is his opportunity to prove to everyone who the true Rookie of the Year really is. With both contestants in their positions, the organizer kicks off the showdown. In an instant, the main character disappears from the light-haired guy's sight. Intrigued, he realizes he didn't even see the hero make a move. Still, he manages to turn just in time and block the attack. Confronting the main character, the hunter wonders where this incredible power is coming from. Our guy lands another hit, resulting in a powerful boom. He sends his opponent flying. The young man struggles to maintain his balance, but he realizes too late that he's about to be struck again. Without flinching, Kim aims his spear directly at his opponent's face, stopping just as the blade comes dangerously close to his eye. Suddenly, gusts of wind whip around, creating a chaotic scene. Everyone begins to understand as the pieces start to fall into place. The main character is announced as the winner. Holding the completely shattered spear, he claims he saw this coming. Meanwhile, the man with short hair collapses to the ground. Unfazed, the hero turns away and inquires if the organizers have a more formidable spear. Sometime later, he examines the spare spear he acquired and realizes it's just as flimsy as the first one. This means he will need a new weapon after each fight. His friends arrive and mention that everyone is losing their minds over the young guy. Backing this up, Park mentions that they've even shared information about it online. The main character is shocked to discover that they are actually writing about him. He discovers that, in addition to everything else, the major guilds are considering sponsoring the friendly match. Our guy insists that Hyun is truly amazing and doesn't realize that all the hype is centered around him. Laughing, the hunter proclaims that the hero is the main attraction, especially after he seemingly redefined the very meaning of strength. The main character chuckles heartily at his friend's jokes, unlike the young star who is displeased to learn the reason behind all the buzz. Jin Hyun wonders if she can defeat Kim. She tells the girl to relax if she loses, because second place isn't so bad. With a serious expression, the hunter acknowledges that the young man has skills, but he is still just a student. The guy claims he was simply demonstrating that he cares, and that's how the conversation comes to a close. In the VIP zone, the Mills representative returns to focus on the main individual. He reveals that he isn't entirely convinced he's just a student. As the tournament progresses, the Dream Academy excels to the point where everyone is making the cut. After yet another fight, our protagonist asks if there are any spears left, as this is the 9th one that has broken. One of the organizers realizes that this young man alone has accumulated damages exceeding 100 million. After considering it carefully, Seo-jun asks if it would be better for him to use his own spear. Initially, the guys refuse, but soon they begin to wonder if the director might make an exception. While they sort this out, the main guy notices his friend is shaking quite a bit. He approaches her and asks if she's up next to fight. When asked why she's shaking, Sok reveals that her next opponent is Hae-yoon Lee. He quickly realizes why the girl is so upset, especially since her training started only recently. Despite this, the young man grins and reassures her that she won't be tackling a dungeon solo. This means she can relax, even if she doesn't win. Reflecting on the past, Manchul's daughter remembers that she barely participated in the last tournament. Even though she loves sparring with her friends and being in the spotlight, she still feels that the guys are far ahead of her. Interrupting her thoughts, the announcer announces that the match is about to kick off. Kim encourages his friend to give it her all. Smiling, she says she will, all the while thinking about how she needs to prove she belongs on the team. In the arena, she watches her opponent approach, and her nerves intensify. As soon as the starting signal sounds, the mage unleashes her bolts with all her might. With her power activated, she instructs the huntress to proceed. However, the huntress insists that she should make the first move. The mage expresses confusion about the girl's intentions, but the huntress believes this is the quickest way for everyone to understand their place. She unsheathes her blade, ready for the challenge ahead. Hae-yoon narrows her eyes and focuses intently. He asks the young woman to demonstrate her skills. Without moving, Montrul's daughter notices that her opponent's guard is completely down. Fuming, she vows to make her regret everything she just said. Mockingly, the huntress remarks that it was a truly original line. Closing her eyes, the mage activates her spell known as Fear. It's designed to disrupt the opponent's senses. Then, she charges in with all her strength. The representatives are taken aback by such a move, since it is uncommon for a sorceress to engage in close combat, especially when facing someone like the heroine. On the battlefield, the young woman with red eyes skillfully dodges every attack like a seasoned expert. Still, Seok refuses to give up and teleports closer. As she thinks, Hae-yoon wonders how a student can move with such agility while casting spells simultaneously. She then voices her realization that she is beginning to understand why her students consistently lose to the Academy of Dreams. We learn that the primary role of a mage is to cast buff magic for the squad from a secure location. In real fights, things rarely go as planned. That's why the girl was taught to prioritize practice over theory. As she watches the fight, Lee cheers for her friend. As he reflects on how the young woman fights with a style reminiscent of the Holy Mage, who, during the epic chaos of the Great Cataclysm, transformed into the ultimate nightmare monster, earning the title of War Mage. Dodging another attack, the huntress taunts the mage, asking if that's all they've got. She then decides to throw a punch of her own, causing Sion to spit out a mouthful of strawberry juice while her opponent is busy calling her pathetic. But surprise, surprise, it was all part of a larger plan. The mage intensifies her power once more, sending debris flying in all directions. The problem is that the huntress appears completely unfazed. This means they aren't even in the same league. After a slap, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Suk is launched through the air like a frisbee. Chas feels relieved, but her friends are in a state of panic. On the ground, the mage is completely immobilized. Hae-yoon, undeterred, grabs her shirt and prepares to continue. Lee bolts away, while Park stands there, jaw dropped in shock. Our hero is ready to charge in, but the mage holds him back. Even though she's banged up, she insists she's fine. An organizer intervenes, instructing the huntress to release the girl. Without hesitation, she complies and throws Manchul's daughter to the ground. The protagonist rushes over and scoops up his buddy. Still turned away, the girl with red eyes calls the scene pathetic. Kim is fuming, but San tells him to calm down, insisting it's all her fault for being too weak. Right after the match, the medical team swoops in to assist the mage, and fortunately, her injuries aren't too severe. Despite the huntress's harshness, she received only a warning. Myeol, filled with outrage, attempted to retaliate, but ultimately found herself on a stretcher. Park vows to create an even bigger scene, but Sojun intervenes to stop her. The girl asks why. The hero simply tells her to let it go. The tournament continues, but the protagonist is barely paying attention, his mind lingering on his friend's worried expression, and constantly in need of new spears until it is finally his turn to face Hae-yoon. They lock eyes in complete silence as the announcer builds excitement, declaring it the most epic match ever. Outside, everyone gathered to enjoy the beautiful day. Laughter filled the air as friends and family connected under the warm sun. The vibrant atmosphere buzzed with conversation and the sounds of children playing nearby. It was a perfect moment to relax and appreciate each other's company. As they paused to observe their surroundings, our boy broke the silence and spoke up, saying he had a question. He needs to understand if she truly had to push herself that hard, even as the top prodigy in Hunter history. Without hesitation, he expresses that he has always felt lost. But this moment proves just how hard he has worked, and that's why she can't simply dismiss it. Impatiently, the Hunter asks if he has finished his speech. Rubbing his neck, he says she needs to experience it to understand, so it's time to take action. With his hand in his pocket, Kim tells her to bring it, full force, just as she did with Sok. With a dark expression, he vows that she will experience humiliation. Hyun says all the praise must have gone to his head. Unfazed, our boy confidently assures her that she'll soon understand. Confused, the judge checks if everyone is ready before starting the match. Furious, the hunter prepares for battle. To her shock, the hero simply stands there. When asked, he reiterates his stance, demonstrating that he is unwilling to change his position. Annoyed, she argues, but he responds that her point isn't very original. Finally, the hunter charges forward with all her strength, yet Sojun dodges as if it's effortless. With her eyes glowing red, she desperately attempts to land a hit. As he simply watches and yawns, swaying side to side, debris begins to fly in all directions. Despite everything, our boy challenges her, asking if that's all she's got. The hunter steps back entirely to unlock her unique abilities. He's somewhat surprised that she can wield the aura blade, since that means dodging is not an option. Turning his shoulder, Kim blocks the hit without using a shield. From a distance, it's evident that he only used the spear he acquired. A flash illuminates the area, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Giving it her all, Hyun can't believe she's being outmatched by a fellow student. Overwhelmed, she takes a step back. The protagonist continues to stare, motionless. He powers up and declares that he's getting serious now. She believes she's the best. She's out here accomplishing epic feats, as if it's no big deal, thanks to her incredible skills and talent that make it all seem effortless. Seeing him go into full beast mode really freaks her out. She still doesn't fully understand what's happening. Her power is beginning to awaken slowly but surely. Golden energy envelops him. Suddenly, a wave crashes into the swordswoman. It's tough to take that kind of hit. Even the trickster ends up a bit banged up. This injury leaves her puzzled because the powerful man simply twirled his weapon. Out of nowhere, something is drawing her in like a magnet. An impact reverberates across the battlefield. All that energy is pulling her toward the fighter. Being pulled around like this is frightening. She is getting closer and closer to her rival. Now things are getting really intense. Sojin is about to unleash his epic attack. A massive energy beam shoots toward the overconfident figure. The force is so powerful that it even cracks his weapon. The force of the impact sends her flying, until she crashes hard onto the ground. The entire situation leaves her completely shaken. She never saw it coming. She believed no one could surpass her. There was no way anyone could defeat her. After all, she is the GOAT of skills, and her enemy is determined to prove that this isn't over. She cannot allow her name to be tarnished. Her hand moves swiftly, the sword poised to strike. She's preparing for a brutal strike against him. But then, one punch from him brings her to a halt. The impact sends her flying back, without a hint of struggle. The fire in her eyes is unmistakable. She's so angry that she decides to go all out once more. Then, another guy says, "Should we step in?" But the other replies, "Nah, Hyun's got a weapon, and Seojin doesn't." Still, the fighter isn't backing down, and the prodigy endures another hard hit. After being thrown, the swordswoman lands gracefully on her feet. As she approaches, the guy says, "Some people get beat up every day because they don't have your talent. They face bullying at school with no way out," while the strong one manages to evade yet again. None of her hits land, and she wonders why she can't hit him. The boy stops in front of her and asks if she knows the reason. Returning to Sojin's perspective, he believes that the weak do not consider fighting back, and an aura envelops him. Fear grips the adversary. He continues, stating that when you're constantly knocked down, your focus shifts. Upon hearing this, the selfish one panics and declares that no matter how hard the blow, the oppressed will not fall. They continue to move, piece by piece. Even when they get knocked down, they always rise again, their legs shaking from the effort. They may stumble, but they'll find their way back into the game. Confronting their opponent is the only way to overcome something that seems unbeatable. He inquires whether her talent is capable of achieving that. The swordswoman responds, "No, that's not a skill." The warrior becomes frustrated after panicking following just a few hits. Now his fist glows with energy. Magic trails from the attack linger in the air. This scene leaves her utterly speechless. The protagonist's hand moves closer. The peak she stood on crumbles just as she envisions herself. Fortunately, his arm comes to a halt, softening the impact. The sheer power leaves her speechless as she kneels before him. The trio is stunned by what just occurred. The other two are lying flat on the ground, and this young woman feels a sense of relief. The defeated one is left stunned by the vast power gap. He asks her if she understands now. The first round of the tournament goes to the young man. The three of them are left wondering, what happens now? It's a disappointing moment for everyone involved. Even the blonde doubted he could defeat Seojin. Hearing him is wild because, even in retirement, he remains a big deal and Slavel Academy leader. Even the slick one thinks he might lose too. Every hit from the protagonist comes from a source beyond that of a regular student. He wasn't this strong before. It was only after he learned some new tricks that his power increased. Now it's clear that the protagonist is on another level. It's time to acknowledge that they can't defeat him. However, they might be able to leverage his strengths to their advantage. Some people wonder if the winner is a Star Sword disciple, while others are curious about his thoughts on the exam. Everyone's jaws drop as they see him zooming through the air, completely ignoring the reporters. Even if they could be taken down by the fighter, these three pranksters refuse to let the Dream Academy slip away. Now the buddy is wondering, what just happened? The champion is making their way back to the locker room. They discuss the press, which the powerhouse completely avoided. Now, the entire country seems to be buzzing about what happened. The internet is buzzing, labeling him as the next big thing in pro hunting. Many people online are fangirling over him. But then the haters begin to throw shade for no reason. They both stare at each other after reading the comments. Then the laid-back one bursts into laughter at the entire situation. It's time to gear up for the next round, taking place in a dungeon where all the teams will battle it out. But here's the kicker. The squad is stuck in the hospital, which could complicate matters, and the reporters outside are preventing her from getting any answers. Finally, someone succeeded in getting them out of there. As she returns, and Sojin needs to catch some Z's, he waves goodbye to his friend. Now, the goofball realizes that using divine strength was a mistake. He should have just knocked her out. It turns out he got caught up in the moment and made a mistake. The tiny figure appears, announcing that he is the mentor, but something has him shaken as well. After all, he ended up startling the main character. To make matters worse, the guy is likely to pull this stunt again next time because it was truly epic. Now the strong one asks if his buddy has found out anything. Not only did he grill a number of instructors, but he also quizzed the next director to ensure everything was in order. Most teachers believed it was impossible. It makes sense, because there's no way the Transcendent didn't consider this, but the little guy has something to share. The admin believes it might be possible if he gives it a try. Although they're uncertain, the manager mentioned that it might be possible. However, using the lower and medium points simultaneously was initially ruled out. This leads the man to question why this situation seems to apply only to him. Given that this is the leader's perspective, it carries the weight of an expert opinion. There is a limit to the amount of mana a being can use and absorb. Since this energy is drawn from the being's essence, it cannot be fully maximized. This limit will be reached even if the focus is concentrated on a single point. There will be consequences if he attempts to push beyond these limits, and the penalty would simply vanish. However, utilizing the medium and lower focal points could save him from that fate. Meanwhile, the kid is feeling a bit confused. The reason is that his karma count has never been logged. In other words, there's no karma calculation for his existence. This comment reminds him of the time his little buddy had to explain to his boss that the fighter didn't show up. Hands soon clash afterward. The takeaway is that not having a registered karma makes him limitless, and the director believes this will prevent him from vanishing. Nonetheless, a number of precautions are still necessary. First, he needs to open all his points at once. After this initial move, the karma numbers will soar. This is necessary because the two focal points will require significantly more than double the mana, and an exponential boost is essential. He'll tap into a tremendous amount of power through this, but it's impossible to do it alone, and it will certainly come at a high cost. The cost has been stressing him out significantly, to the point where he still hasn't moved houses because of it. In the little dude's opinion, this is a shot worth taking. Since the board indicated that it might be possible, that's reason enough to give it a try. The concept of transcending through all three of his focal points captivates him. If it works, incredible things could unfold. Even the director is so excited to see it that they would quit their job if it happens. Sojin is contemplating the kind of person he truly is. It's difficult to describe the type of person the manager is. It's clear he was the second to transcend. It appears the main character was unaware of this detail. This is the first time he is hearing this story. Then, the mentor begins to reveal the origins of the Transcendental Academy, but is interrupted as the door starts to creak open. That familiar buddy has returned, and the little creature disappears in an instant. She asks who her friend was chatting with, and he plays it cool, denying it immediately. As the plan for round 2 is revealed, the slick guy interrupts her. We see the trickster preparing to explain how everything is going to unfold. The exchange is a great opportunity for everyone to showcase their skills and compete against the best of the best. The organizers decided to proceed with the second round, even though Seo Jin is going solo on their side. They are considering changing the rules for the next showdown. The plan is simple. Each team will consist of one student and one instructor from each academy, forming the dungeon duos. This allows Sojin and So-yoon to dive into the action as they always do. The catch is that she's paired with a rank A hunter, which could intensify the online hate directed at her for being Class B. When the smart girl asks if the prize will receive a boost, the organizer's expression suggests he just got hit with a pop quiz. The one who's completely lost is the main guy, while the girl continues to press the smooth-talking guy about this sudden change. As she begins advocating for this change, she turns to her buddy. The girl reassures her friend not to worry, explaining that no one has supported him until now, and she wants to help. Additionally, the laid-back one remains unfazed by the haters. Listening to her draws him into deep thought. The warrior expresses his desire for more than just additional prize money. His request? Replace the instructors with directors in round 2. Since his partner is a director, it's only fair that the other big shots step up as well. Hearing this, the other guys left, and the brainiac demands a $6 billion prize. If not, he's out, and the suited man's jaw drops in shock upon hearing this. But then a creepy grin spreads across his face, as if he's fully on board with these ideas. As round 2 begins, the teams are arranged exactly as Sojun envisioned, and the battles commence in 3 dungeons. Students venture into the first dungeon, while the directors tackle the second. When they acquire the magical crystals, they must place them on an altar to unlock the third. The duo that moves the fastest through the winds will trigger the next event, and boom, registration is now open. We see the fighter securing his position while receiving a notification about his skills. One of the crew members checks in to see if he's ready, and he responds with a thumbs up. He swiftly calls for his partner. They approach their team's portals, and he wants to speak with the girl. He then spots the altar for the crystals. His friend seems a bit jittery. The truth is, the poor girl may not be as fast as her rivals, but this round is all about achieving the lowest total score. Ultimately, it all comes down to how much time he can save. The big question is whether his powers can stand up against X-Rank's hunters, and they have been cleared to enter. They lock eyes before plunging in. It's evident that he's doing everything he can to encourage her, and he promises that they'll meet again soon. This causes her cheeks to flush. As they step through the portal, a massive creature looms in Seo-jun's path. Its massive claws sink into the earth. All the formidable werewolves close in, only to be waved off by the fighter. With just a swing of his arm, he unleashes a wild aura. His epic strike is prepared in an instant. The first focal point opens up, followed by the illumination of the second one. But then, something suddenly freaks him out. A stumble sends him crashing to the ground. His spear swings wildly. The force is so intense that the shockwave towers over the mountain. This power sends the monsters fleeing in fear. What unsettles them even more is his admission that he made a mistake. Clearly, those who are wise understand it's time to leave. Later, the young man is holding his crystal. He's astonished that these man-made creatures know when to flee, yet he took them down with ease. After the win, he returns through the portal. His partner is still missing in action. He must place the stone on the altar to stop the clock. Something causes him to freeze in place. The main character gazes at something, clearly puzzled. Time is running out as events unfold. This discovery hits him hard because it's something that could truly disrupt their lives. He quickly realizes they are both in trouble. There is a significant difference in the clear times between the 2 dungeons. Typically, directors work faster than students, but in this case, the roles are reversed. If he drops the crystal now, everyone's attention will shift to him instead of the director. But if he continues to stall, they're both in trouble. Additionally, the poor girl might not even complete the mission because the dungeon's level is off the charts. He feels guilty for prioritizing cash over careful consideration. An academy is about to conclude its course. He recalls the moment his buddy chose to support him. His hand shook with doubt until he realizes that the opinions of others are insignificant. Seo-yoon is giving it her all. She finally brings down the salamander. Suddenly, something catches her off guard. Another creature appears, spitting fire in her direction. She dodges the attack and counters with a strike. Her blade is locked onto the monster. Her eyes are laser-focused. The strike takes down the enemy. An explosion suddenly rocks the area. The energy is intense, catching her off guard. The fire is spreading rapidly in every direction. The fighter narrowly escapes just in time. Then another reptile appears, ready to attack her. A beam of fire nearly turns her to toast. She's beginning to feel anxious about her situation. She knows her buddy is waiting outside, and the fire is still raging. She must win, no matter the cost. And the beast is giving it everything it has. As she lands, she notices something approaching. It's the opponent's tongue coiling around her. From the front, the other one attacks fiercely. Fortunately, the sneaky one breaks free and manages to dodge. It's evident that she's feeling stressed. Honestly, the poor girl never had the talent. Despite being the granddaughter of the Sword Star and receiving training from the hero of the Great Cataclysm, her best rank was only B. Flames engulf her, raging wildly all around. Although she respected her elders, she often felt inadequate for not living up to their greatness. All of this made her hate herself, and burn marks marred her face. Now, the swordswoman finds herself completely surrounded. In that moment, she recalls her farewell with the student and finally admits that she never wanted to be a hunter. A bloodied hand clutches the crystal tightly as she walks among the fallen bodies. She reflects on the moment she first met the main character. She believed they could help each other out and thought he would be a good enough student. A movie of all the events plays in her mind, recalling every fight and training session. Seeing all of this, she simply wanted to spend a little more time with him. With the hunter exam approaching, this could be their final moment together. She can hardly believe their time is almost up. In other words, she must do everything she can to help him. Even if it's the last thing she does for her brother, she will make it count. Crossing the portal, the director believes this will be enough for her. Soon after the girl meets her partner, she suddenly stops to face him. The crystal soon falls to the ground as well. The hunter is wondering what her buddy is up to. The girl begins to feel increasingly awkward as confusion sets in. Seeing her like this makes him feel awkward as well. Although he considered money, it wasn't the only thing occupying his thoughts, because things like cash can always be earned later. However, he cannot stand by and let his loved ones get hurt. The young man expresses his gratitude for her efforts. He walks toward the grand altar. Both place the crystals, and the boy begins to think about what he will do when he levels up and becomes a professional hunter. His greatest wish isn't to be alone. It's to be surrounded by people like Seo Jun. They successfully complete the first 2 tests. To win, they need to defeat the third boss in 48 seconds, and the main character has something to share. They wouldn't have made it this far without her assistance. As a result, he'll need his friend's assistance once more. The knowledge that the boy will still need her support deeply moves her. She begins to cry immediately. When she asks why, it's because she's the only person Seo Jun trusts. In other words, if he passes out, the director has everything under control. A colorful aura of power begins to surround him. Hearing this blows her mind, leaving her in doubt when she witnesses the warrior's power. Finding and defeating the basilisk in just 30 seconds will be nearly impossible. The only way out is to unleash an attack so powerful that it will destroy the dungeon. Then, the strategist prepares to act, his aura blades charged with the strength of the gods. However, it remains insufficient for his plan. A vial of void milk suddenly appears. Then, he downs it like a pro. It's incredibly powerful. His aura is radiating intensely. Everything is shaking as if it's a dance party. The swordswoman wonders where this power is coming from, and suddenly, his lower focal points ignite. Then, the middle focal point chimes in, saying, "Hey, I'm here too!" His master's teachings resonated with him like a playlist on repeat. Every move is coming back to him. His hand is on fire, literally. This power is unleashing a rainbow beam. Now, he's directing that energy inward. Next, he wraps that force around his spear once more. The ground is cracking like a shattered phone screen. His sensei's instructions play on repeat in his mind. His memory is becoming clearer, like wiping fog off a pair of glasses. He's incredibly focused now, like a gamer fully immersed in the zone. He selects a target as casually as choosing a pizza topping. His eyes shine like LED lights. He zooms in for the decisive attack. He then makes a massive thrust. The pressure is so intense that the weapon is cracking, with even the tips shattering like a broken pencil. He can't help but think, "Whoa, did I just do that?" His eyes are fixed on the target. One director's jaw drops in surprise. His buddies were just as shocked. The slick guy is completely astonished. He exclaimed, "What just happened?" Dream Academy conquered the third dungeon in just 41 seconds. It's time to celebrate with a victory dance. Later, Seo Yun awakens. Seo Yun is spending time with him at the hospital. The desperate guy asks, "What happened?" She simply says, "We won." Duh. Additionally, the Lancer is feeling fantastic. Seeing him looking so good makes her blush. Then he asks, why is he acting all weird? Until she expresses her gratitude with a big warm smile. Those words struck him like an unexpected surprise party. Above all, they bring him immense happiness. Suddenly, people burst into the room. A security guard is attempting to play goalie. The press is snapping pictures and firing questions like it's a quiz show. Everyone is buzzing about the dungeon and its epic destruction. Other academies are in denial, claiming they lost to the hero. Not Dream Academy. They exchange glances after that shocking revelation. Despite everything, the boy is still grinning. He's just an ordinary student. It's no big deal. Suddenly, he lies about having done nothing. He simply followed the director's orders. She can't understand why he's saying that. Reporters are treating her like the nation's leading hunter, inquiring about her secret training methods. Watching her in the spotlight brings him joy. It turns out she's not handling all this fame very well. Suddenly, something catches her by surprise. A video featuring Soo-yeon has surfaced online. A YouTuber reveals the inside scoop on the Lancer and his academy. Everyone is aware of their friendly exchange. What captured attention online was the hero's incredible talent. Even as a student, he's already at hero level. Now, the mysterious figure is revealing more details about the story. It becomes evident that Soo-yeon is the secret ingredient. His grandfather is the legendary Sword of the Star. The second round included academy directors, so he wasn't alone in this process. The video has ended, and the comments are buzzing with surprise. Meanwhile, the Lancer is incredibly excited. The cash prize was substantial. On his way to the academy, he encounters someone blocking his path. The girl is standing right in front of him. It's Soo-yeon, the same opponent he defeated earlier. She attempts to engage in conversation, but he shows no interest. This leaves her completely stunned. Her disappointment is clearly visible on her face. Now, she refuses to give up and continues to follow him. Naturally, this freaks him out so much so that they find themselves face to face. When he notices she's silent, he decides to leave. That is, until she mentions the Star of the Sword. Rumors are spreading that the old man is his master. He then jokes that if it were true, he would use a sword instead of a spear. Noticing her surprise, he asks if she had never considered that before. In that moment, everything falls into place for her. He begins walking again until she calls out to him once more. If that legend didn't train him, then who did? All of these questions make him feel uncomfortable. He simply walks away into the sunset. A trail of lights chased after him like a comet. Such speed completely freaks him out. It's Soo-yeon who can execute the same move flawlessly. They both land once more, and he has to admit that she has skills. As he becomes increasingly stressed, the impatient one urges him to spill the beans already. He even suspects that she's concocting an excuse for her loss. But no, she's simply curious, and that catches him off guard. Additionally, the arrogant one is inquiring about the whereabouts of the other director. It turns out, the prodigy has a question for the lady. The problem is that the manager is currently dealing with some drama and has no idea when she will return. Now the demand is for the selfish one to stop following him. Seeing her so friendly is just strange. He suddenly recalls the moment his mentor left. He decides he might catch up with her at the academy. The warrior kneels before her grandfather. Her visit was a complete surprise. She's there to reclaim her sword. These words unsettled the guard, as it's her first time training alone. Her goal was to join him. The elder quickly realizes that she wants to join the boy. The fact that she is abandoning her dream to follow him as a professional hunter shocks this legend. However, that's not the agreement. She's not giving up on her dream. After all, the protagonist's greatest desire isn't to become a professional hunter. At the time, this revelation amazed her, especially since the boy had spent a lot of money on training. However, it wasn't his dream. The spearman explains that it all stems from something important someone once said. He can't explain it. It's somewhat tricky, and his mentors are left scratching their heads. The lesson the hero learned is that dreaming is an active pursuit, while jobs are simply titles. Essentially, a job cannot embody a dream. What he aspires to is not merely becoming a professional agent, but rather forging his own path in life. She feels jittery as the memory resurfaces, her hands clenching at the thought of that conversation. Meanwhile, the director is fully committed to training in swordsmanship once again. Her grandpa watches her with a serious expression. Now the poor guy is broke. The materials used in the dungeon cost 2 billion won. To make matters worse, that amount appears to have the big question, is how to earn more money. Suddenly, something catches him by surprise. He senses a presence and questions whether that person always has to be sneaky. It's the Dark Star. The old man is shocked that he was spotted. He only felt him, and the poor guy admits that he's getting older. The spearman asks his friend why he is there, expressing concern about the vision. Before they begin their conversation, Soo-yeon reassures him that the child is doing fine after facing a tough opponent. This seems to irritate him, as he advised the young man to stick to one weapon. A shadowy figure delivers books to Manhwa. Additionally, he offers 3 billion for the protagonist to agree to complete the delivery. Switching gears, the warrior inquires whether the elder was aware that the Demon Star's disciple was at the academy. This seems to take him by surprise. However, this story revolves around another student, and a legendary figure paid him 10 billion won to keep an eye on his pupil. The trickster begins to explain the entire story, but it comes out as complete gibberish. In the end, he sums it up by saying he was paid to babysit that young grasshopper of the star demon. Someone wonders what this conversation is even about. Another legend arrives on the scene. It turns out the bearded man isn't thrilled to see the dark star present. They both glare at one another, all fired up. The gray-haired man's aura begins to flare up dramatically. The slick one demands an answer. In response, his rival unleashes his own power, stating it's just business and poses the same question. The spearman feels quite awkward about this situation. The two elders become heated and are on the verge of a confrontation. If they want a brawl, they need to take it outside. This argument is wearing down the dark-haired man. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decides to step in. His aura extends toward the two. They are struck by an overwhelming force. They ultimately follow the young man's orders. It's incredible how quickly he's gotten so strong, and they need to be careful not to damage the place. After all, if the academy is destroyed, the Dark One will have to take his student to live in the mountains, just as the swordsman cannot face his own granddaughter after destroying her school. After being scolded, the elders are completely losing their composure. It's time for the duo to discuss the important topics. The Order of Truth is conspiring with the Berserk. He's uncertain, but the Apostles may be on the move. Enemies may be on the rise, but connecting them to the Wild Warrior remains a mystery. The plan is to investigate, and he needs Sojin's support. He called him because the legendary figure can't tackle this mission alone. Additionally, their enemies are conducting experiments in a unique dungeon. The young man is a student, which limits him to exploring only certain dungeons, but they can relax until he passes the hunter exam. When the rival asks if the kid can help, the swordsman responds, "Why ask him?" The answer is that the hero is the only one who can. Meanwhile, the fancy guy is left feeling confused. The dark figure isn't revealing any information because the suited man doesn't trust him, just like before. This confession strikes a deep chord. They both become tense again. They resemble two kids playing together on a playground. Now, what is the sword star doing here? His granddaughter isn't there to greet him. He recalls the moment he met her. That memory only fuels his anger. Suddenly, something captures everyone's attention. They are all prepared to confront whatever lies ahead. Something has caught his attention. Steps are taken quickly. Suddenly, someone crashes into the hall. Seeing this person leaves him at a loss for words. Ayun suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The intruder is blushing. As she passed by the rival academy, she felt a surge of energy and decided to investigate. Now she stands before the legendary sword user. It was enough to freak her out. Naturally, the poor girl panicked, and the protagonist even made a joke about the Dark One hitting her. The elder demanded answers from him until the dark-haired man finally agreed to help. After the hunter exam, he was focused on the cash he would earn, preoccupied with his price tag. She was amazed to see him haggling with a legend who offers 10 billion won. The deals have finally been sealed. Then, the clever one recalls that the book delivery fee is separate from the mission. The swordsman playfully mocks the warrior for opting for cash instead of training with his rival. It turns out the gray-haired man has been there as well. This nearly leads to another fight. He begins to fade from the scene until he is gone for good. Someone inquires about his connections to the Dark Star. The young man claims they are merely business partners. Now, it's time to question her about the invasion. She attempts to explain that she didn't follow him. The poor girl receives another chance to defend herself. If she doesn't reveal the truth, the elder may punish her. This only intensifies her panic. As Seo Jun is about to finish, the wild girl asks to join the academy. This revelation shocks him, especially with the hunter exam looming ahead. The anxious girl becomes even more jittery. He wonders if she is spying, but she simply wants to be included. Then, the gray-haired man decides to leave. The fancy guy tells him when. The poor girl begs, but her idol simply walks away. Now, she's stuck with the protagonist, completely shocked. She believes her rival is honest, but ultimately, it's the director's decision, not hers. It's evident that he's looking for a way to secure her a scholarship. The mission is to guard these items until Sojun returns. It's extremely heavy, even for someone with experience. All her mana is required to maintain it, and the slacker's training cannot afford any interruptions. The elder returns to the base. He walks into the same room and spots his granddaughter. Her determination to achieve her goal is unwavering. She remains silent after the taunt, to the point where her grandfather feels uneasy. She then moves toward her blade. Soon, she grips it with unwavering determination. and begins to slowly unsheath it. The draw envelops her in a mist. A tremendous force is unleashed with just a simple motion. This technique focuses on rapid strikes and draws. It's similar to striking the opponent with thrusts. Distance is crucial. If you're too close, your attack will lack power. However, the fastest jab relies on the joyful blade move. The wild sword focuses on catching the opponent off guard, then shifts its attack style, throwing the opponent off the scent of the big hit. The solid sword may be slow, but it's no novice. It can definitely disrupt the enemy's plans. This hefty blade is all about delivering powerful swings. Every move is focused on taking the opponent down. The Colossal resembles a major upgrade of the big blade. It's an exciting clash, as it's beefier, heavier, and far more epic. The sneaky style focuses on deceiving the eyes through slick footwork that plays with your perception. The smooth style focuses on redirecting the attacker's energy back at them. Finally, the ultimate sword combines the finest sword skills, prepared to dominate anyone who dares to draw a blade. This entire vibe makes your aura shine, but it will remain until the relic is safely tucked away again. These are the sword pillars that pierce the sky, known as the sword gods. With a countdown to the hunter exam at the end of the year, she must master everything before then. If she fails, she'll never wield the weapon again. Even her assistants are saying, "No way." If the pressure becomes too overwhelming, the director might simply give up. But the woman is determined to succeed. The man tries to strike up a conversation with her until the silver-haired man interjects, saying, "Get ready." Her resolve is as solid as a rock. Suddenly, something completely catches the talented individual off guard. The energy in the room is through the roof. He playfully teases her when her arm slips. We see the other students returning to the academy. Maxing out her power levels is a challenging task. She's wondering how many elixirs it will take, and the prodigy is going all out. Her hustle is intense, and it frustrates her that no one recognizes it. Then, the jerk thinks his rival hasn't learned anything at all. He begins waving at the girl until he begins to worry about her condition. She's eager to slap him. Finally, the brunette gets a moment to catch her breath. It's strange for him that everything is going smoothly. It's time for the poor girl to bear the burden once more. What piqued his curiosity was why the magic seal wasn't activating, which should zap anyone who touches the bag, except for him. Then he remembers that the director can handle it as well. After she fainted while battling the giant tree monster, her friends managed to carry her belongings. The seal likely only zaps those attempting to steal it. So he asks the girl to throw another item into the bag. She simply nods and goes ahead with it. A shock strikes her like a bolt from the blue. The other students finally arrive, but none of them are thrilled to see her there. Ultimately, the decision to let her in rests with Seo Yoon. He remembers he needs to drop something off for Min Yol. It's the books the master left behind to help him overcome defeat. Watching them chat while she endures is truly brutal. Moreover, she is the only one aware of his incredible power. Plans are in place to observe how the powerhouse trains. Everyone received an earful from Seo Yoon, who now has to wait until dark to jump off the roof. This conversation has her second-guessing herself. It's time to pull her out of that Herculean grind. Her new role is to help Su-Yan with her training. At first, the brunette isn't feeling it. She's speechless because she knows she has to go through with it. Additionally, the main character allows his friend to use the talented individual for various purposes during training. It's a solid plan because the newcomer is incredibly strong and can assist with training. A series of fireballs are summoned. The attack begins. We see the goof attempting to say something only to be blown up repeatedly. We see a group of people working hard at the Pro Hunter Association. One of them looks extremely bored. Everyone has lost interest in this meeting. It seems that Seo Yoon is still the hot topic of discussion. The Lancer stirred up a storm wherever it went. So much information about him leaked to the public. Someone suddenly appears in the room. Executives express their apologies for the delay. Every reporter is grilling the kid who has taken the scene by storm. Allowing the hero to skip the Pro Hunter exam could have negative consequences. Additionally, placing him in alternative tests would be unjust. The solution? Revamp this year's test significantly. Everything is about to reach a whole new level. There will be no more easy mode. In other words, tougher challenges lie ahead, and the increased difficulty could impact the class rankings. Everyone is excited about leveling up when a guy from the press chimes in with a question. He's wondering how much more difficult it will be, but the main goal is not to achieve perfection. Even the main character is going to face struggles, and that's the plan, and it freaks everyone out, because this is going to significantly increase the difficulty. Every reporter is scrambling to get their questions answered. Ultimately, if no one achieves perfect scores, then no one will qualify for Class A. Unlike before, being the top dog doesn't mean you have to be perfect. He attempted to make the best decisions, but the powerful guild's lobby obstructed him. They're only targeting hunters who are ranked A or higher. However, the man in the suit says they have no idea what will happen if they cross Sojun. If someone excels in the tests, they receive priority access to dungeon missions for 5 years. When the main character becomes a hunter, it will be a game changer for everyone. She is unsettled by what she sees because the cocky one is teaching her student. A lot happened while she was gone. There are doubts about whether the manager handled everything appropriately. She feels a bit uncertain about how to respond. She finally reveals that she can't work at the academy until after the exam. She'll drop by occasionally, but not often, and nothing significant is expected to occur. The Lancer is contemplating the hunter tests. He needs help training until then. Hearing this brings the girl joy. That's what the director wanted to discuss. Her plan is to transform the academy into a guild. At first, they're not on board because it seems small and might resemble more of a strike team. The dark-haired one recalls her dream, but the clever one counters that a dream isn't a job. However, she has one condition, and that's how Seojun became the boss there. He needs to secure the rank A license in the exam because that's when hunters are allowed to start their own guilds. One student is really excited about the idea. To him, it's pure genius. Not just him, the other girl is all in too. They're so invested that they begin to dream big and make plans. Seeing this really gets him fired up. All he can do is excel in the exam. Then, the swordswoman declares that she will train hard as well, and he responds, "What did you say?" It's important for everyone to give their all, especially those who work hard. This brings a grin to his face. The duo is getting really excited about their future roles, but the main guy is telling them to calm down. From a distance, the talented one appears to be a bit unsure. Later, we explore the training of the former director. As time passes, everyone is pushing harder. Someone arrives for the training session. Hae-yoon is a bit shy about joining in. Meanwhile, the hero is giving it everything they've got, to the point where his skills are rapidly leveling up. Finally, exam day has arrived. One team member feels nervous because she wishes Seo-hun were there. She apologizes for not tagging along, while the warrior wonders why his friend hasn't explained her absence. He then recalls another topic to discuss, feeling confused about why his rival is present, especially since the poor girl wasn't allowed into the academy. It turns out that the other students brought her along. None of them are holding grudges from the past, so the dark-haired one remains silent until someone finally spots him. A crowd begins to gather around them. Feeling awkward, the strongest member waves to his crew, prompting them to burst into laughter. One girl believes she has a lot to improve, while the fighter takes off like a rocket. A meeting of the exam officials is taking place. Song-min thinks this crew has a lot of potential. Yoon-mi sarcastically remarks that that guy's guild is broke. Then, the guy fires back, claiming that they're doing better than her crew and Dosuk's. Monchol jumps in, stating that warriors are worth more than money. They're complaining about the association president pulling a fast one for so long, but the crafty ones are prepared for it. The guy at the end asks if everyone is clear on the plan. This is Jinchul, who believes that if the main guy reaches rank A, things are going to get complicated. They discuss the possibility of recruiting him, but they need to consider their options if the Lancer declines their offer. Time is running out before their target reaches level A, and the boss recalls his not-so-gentle methods. He's not a fan of competition, so everyone has to concentrate on preventing the hero from leveling up, which is a bigger headache than recruiting. Everyone nods in agreement, clearly unsettled by his vibe. Eliminating the poor guy is the top priority for everyone involved. The first test is written and designed to be extremely challenging. The tests are flipped onto the tables. Questions seem to unsettle him immediately. One of the executives states that achieving a perfect score is impossible. Later, the goofballs discover that their target scored the maximum points. They believe that reaching 100 was nothing more than a pipe dream. The first test focused entirely on theory, while the second will assess physical skills. The third focuses on magical powers, while the fourth centers around a dungeon raid. In fifth place, they will face off against monsters. Finally, the sixth test features one-on-one fights. Seeing the scores, everyone is amazed by the challenging questions. Minyul scored just 50 points. Meanwhile, their other friend, who scored 87, wonders how the main guy performed so well. The fortunate guy simply guessed the answers. Hearing this leaves both of them utterly stunned. Naturally, they despise this news, and even the dark-haired one would have failed right from the beginning. The girl asks about Hae-yoon's score. She hesitates to share, but when she finally does, it all comes out. It was only 32. They are shocked to hear her say that. It turns out that the most talented person in hunter history excels in just one area. The fact that the trickster mastered it all frustrates the schemer. Additionally, their target excelled in both the written and physical tests. Everyone is scrambling for excuses now that their target has passed a test designed for guildmasters. It turns out the exam isn't over yet, and there's still hope. They are aware that Dream Academy plans to transform into a guild, which includes the granddaughter of the Lancer and the Sword Star. Everyone understands the implications of this move. Their future guild will benefit from cash and raid priority for 5 years, assuming everything goes smoothly. This is the association president's strategy, and it could significantly disrupt their current position. The Redhead's plan is to assess the warrior's skills and adjust the tests to make them even more challenging. It would be nearly impossible for the poor guy to succeed. But the genius just aced the third test. He completely dominated the dungeon raid. This news brings everyone down once more. It's enough to make everyone panic, believing there's a spy among them. The boss begins to strategize his next move. There's almost nothing left to accomplish. With just 2 tests remaining to crown Seojin as a Class A hunter, the boss's last-ditch plan is to cancel everything. When faced with mounting pressure and dwindling resources, this drastic decision aims to cut losses and regroup for a fresh start. When questioned, his eyes flash like lightning. His aura extends toward the woman, and she is overwhelmed by the pressure filled with terror. The one-on-one combat examiner will be a representative from the warrior guild. This will need to change again. A young man walks casually down the street. He appears somewhat uneasy. He questions his boss's decisions, aware of the Big Five Guild's interference, yet his boss still tells him to relax. The old man interrupts him immediately, because if that had caused the Lancer to fail, he would never have begun his journey. Additionally, the organization's leaders wouldn't take this step without support. For now, they have to let it slide. This decision weighs heavily on him. It turns out the slick guy ignored orders and went after the warrior. His surprise is evident. The crazy guy's aura is off the charts. The man asks what he is doing there. He's so worried that he thinks something has happened to his former director. It's not about her. And the ally notices that his energy is noticeably different from last time. Over the months, the fighters made significant progress in their skills. It seems the legendary swordsman was already aware of this. The question is, what's up? There's something important to share with Seojun. Day 3 arrives. The Academy trio scores perfectly. Everyone's excited, except for the one with dark hair. His silence is louder than a rock concert. A guy suddenly appears and announces that the examiner for the last test has been changed. Everyone thinks this is going to be tough, no matter what. But the student believes it's much worse than that. Now, the 4 major bosses of the guilds are stepping in as examiners. Everyone's jaws drop, except for the Lancer. He has a very serious expression on his face. With 1 hit, Yan is down for the count. She achieves a score of 64. Surprisingly, those points are quite valid. Her opponent is Man Seol, wielding a sword so legendary that even the Star of the Sword seems to acknowledge it. He respects the candidate's strength. It's as if the elders are forging their path to greatness. But this journey could ultimately lead them to profound truth. The next challenger steps forward. It's the warrior, with a serious and icy demeanor. Everyone is excited for the showdown. Everyone is buzzing about who's going to win. Passengers on buses are fixated on their screens. Even construction workers are getting involved. The association's president is feeling anxious. The gym buddies are watching as well. They stand their ground, refusing to back down. He lets out a sigh as he sees his next rival. He is undoubtedly impressed by the scores. But he knows that a perfect score isn't in the cards. Even the dark-haired guy understands that. His gaze is fixed on him. Just yesterday, the poor guy discovered that the guilds were plotting against him. Even with perfect scores, things are about to get messy. Regardless of the fight's outcome, they might still award him 99 points. The realization that protests won't work leaves the student stunned. Even the Guardians of the Truth Guild found themselves entangled in the chaos. There's only a chance if the Saint of the Sword steps in. Perhaps the old man will negotiate. This thought has him feeling deeply emotional. Now he's concerned about Seo Yoon and the deadline set by his grandfather. The assistant believes it's an impossible mission, but hey, it's her battle. No one should interfere, and she hopes the fighter scores big. So Jin then asks his friend to share the details with the swordsman, but she isn't on board with the idea. She expresses that it won't alleviate her stress and believes the goal is unattainable. While she sees no shame in failing, he feels quite the opposite. The girl experiences a sense of companionship, yet the main character is on his own impossible quest, determined to succeed without the help of the sword star. Meanwhile, someone calls for Seo. Now, a guy shouts about how the students have been training relentlessly for days. She's clearly exhausted. Becoming a master swordsman in just a few weeks is truly incredible. The vet advises to let her be. Despite everything, this is what the fighter desires. He watches her closely during training. Her determination is unwavering, and she continues to push herself. Now, the assistant is beginning to understand why she is picking up the sword once more. Her movements are steady as she moves back. As the fight approaches, Seo-jin admits he can't achieve a perfect score, but ultimately, it all rests on his shoulders. The elder acts sly, insisting that points don't matter, but is quickly interrupted. He wants to know who determines the points if the examiner is unable to do so. If it's evident that the Lancer deserves a perfect score, what's the reason behind it? Then the old man quickly realizes that the examiner has to be knocked out for that to happen. For that to happen, the candidate must win, and the trickster hopes the guildmaster remains alive. These words infuriate him, but he maintains his composure with a deep breath. The conspirator observes his opponent's arrogance as he boasts about the necessity of those 100 points. He challenges his enemy to make the first move. This boldness immediately stuns him. Initially, he didn't intend to go all out, but soon he's off the ground and moving quickly. He aims to teach a lesson, and they both dive into the fight. A surge of energy erupts from their clash. The veteran's anger is unmistakable. Something is beginning to surprise him, because the young man keeps insisting that we shouldn't get neutralized. After all, his spear is a beast to handle. 9 years ago, someone realized that Manhwa shared a name with the leader of the warrior guild. It turns out that, years ago, the manager's father saved the life of his own dad, and learning this completely blows his mind. He recalls the Great Cataclysm. The situation deteriorated when monster legions surrounded the evacuation zones, prompting the government and military to make the ultimate sacrifice. The trapped individuals were simply waiting, resigned to their fate. The 5 epic heroes were occupied with various chaotic challenges. It was essentially game over until a beam of light swooped in to save the day. One moment changed everything. The civilians were shaken as a fighter took on the villains. The hunter, Wan Jae-han, drew the blade of absolute truth and saved everyone. On that day, the legend shared some wisdom with humanity. It's all about whether you gave it your all. Did you fight until your last breath? A massive energy wave crashes into the invaders. He feels a surge of excitement as he recalls how the legend saved 50,000 people. Tragically, the hero made the ultimate sacrifice that day. His dad was one of the saved, so he named his son after him. At that time, Seo-jin aspired to be a hunter, but he was still saving money for his academy fees. The old man feels sympathy for his rookie, who has been working so hard, and advises him to take care of his health. Suddenly, another guy interrupts their conversation. Meanwhile, another headline dominates the news. The 10-star guild was completely defeated by Manhwa. Then the main character was called back into action. Everyone was buzzing that the hero's abilities extended beyond mere muscle strength. We see the big deal giving a live interview, explaining that his skill is rooted in the unbreakable human spirit. The dark-haired man thought that was epic. Back to the present, we see the Lancer throwing his opponent. This move inflicts serious damage right from the start. The young man remains strong and steady. Another hit connects with a spin move. The pole is used to throw him off balance. Despite everything that has happened, the gray-haired man remains standing. The problem is that now a piercing attack comes, zooming in like a powerful beam of light. It's enough to propel him with even greater force. A trail of chaos remains. Everyone is amazed and believes he is stronger than the guildmaster. Now, the old man stands up despite his injuries. Watching him rise and continue speaking is incredible. It seemed impossible, but if the main guy hadn't held back, he would have definitely taken him down. A complete and decisive defeat for the seasoned competitor, or so it seemed, because he remembers the rules and powers up once more. After all, someone from his crew never gives up, even in a losing battle. His determination begins to shine through. A member of his squad begins to question whether they did everything possible or if they fought until their last breath, while Seo-jin remains silent. He must ensure he left everything on the battlefield. The essence of the Blade of Absolute Truth activates, triggering his supreme charge. The kid dodges and asks if all of this is real. He wonders if the examiner gave in to the conspirators. He also wants to know if they have teamed up against him. The dark-haired man wants to know if the gray-haired man surrendered for power. The ultimate question is whether this was the philosophy followed by Wan Jae-han. We witness the memories of the day the savior fought. Then, the fighter believes he has earned his respect. He also believed in the unbreakable spirit, as he contemplates how his opponent will meet his father in the afterlife. Hearing his predecessor's name irritates him deeply. In that moment, the Lancer remembers that he was dared to take his enemy's life. Although he was nearly ready to take that step, he ultimately chose against it. Instead of the spear, something else is summoned. Following the fight, the warrior will be sidelined for a month or two. These words only make him angrier. Another charge is made while questioning whether the kid is mocking the absolute truth. Before he reacts, as the main character dodges and prepares to deliver a massive punch, emphasizing that the mockery stems from the dishonorable. Such a punch sends the fool sinking into the ground. Even Seojin appears frustrated with the situation. The traitor is finally getting what he deserves, once and for all. No one understands what just happened. It all concluded with a punch. After the impact, he strikes again, only to be defeated once more. The second punch sends him spinning through the air. Another attack is ready to launch, and when it does, the enemy is sent flying. He swiftly appears behind him. A powerful combination of punches is unleashed, until he is slammed against the ground. The skill gap truly amazes him. The main character's strength is extraordinary, to the point that the older man believed the younger one would be no match for him. He couldn't even get close to him. It's on a whole other level. He grabs the fool by the collar, preparing for another charge, until someone tells him to calm down. It's the one who has been defeated who desires to be brought down. Then, energy is unleashed with incredible intensity. The force of the gods is summoned. To bring everything to a final conclusion, he's grabbed again, poor guy. His condition? Completely pitiful, or perhaps even worse. But now, he achieves the perfect score. The humiliated one did not follow the path of absolute truth, but instead chose Jinkle Ryu. Letting him go might change his mind. Additionally, knocking him out is not an option due to his philosophy. He could lose 1,000,000 times and still not achieve the perfect score. However, if he takes him out, he will be disqualified. It's all part of the enemy's cunning strategy. Everything is being done to prevent him from reaching Class A. His hands shook with rage. It turns out that the path of the Transcendent involves creating a way where there isn't one. That's how you become the one who conquers the impossible. The winner knows he will only bench him for months. The strongest punch is primed and ready to unleash. Even the warrior is begging for help when he gets struck. The force is incredible, and the light is spectacular. Boom! An explosion erupts with a powerful impact. The untamed, unshakable mind is a part of absolute truth, leaving the poor soul completely wrecked. Anyone on this path has to ask themselves, is this the end? And finally, the fight is over. Seojin understands the philosophy so well that it reminds Monchel of his dad. As he observes him, he realizes this is the essence of the doctrine, and it doesn't amount to much more than that. The beaten man hits the ground, his face contorted in rage. He calls out for the top guild master. The villains are watching everything unfold. A threat is directed at the next wrongdoer. The problem is that the grim-faced man doesn't seem worried at all. The workers are excited about the win, just like the association's president, who is eager for interviews. An elderly woman recalls meeting him at the hospital months ago, while her grandsons tremble. Now, the fighter is back with his crew. Meanwhile, his enemy is trying to understand what happened. They did everything they could, yet he remains unhappy. To make matters worse, their political rival is stepping in and calling a conference to address recent events. Additionally, Monchel can't wake up right now. He's completely exhausted. It will take him months to bounce back. Essentially, everyone there faced defeat. He wonders what the new excuses will be. In the end, they were all defeated by a student. He remembers the threat he received all too well. All that remains for the coward is to hurl insults. Yet his anger still burns. The recent win was truly unexpected. Human limits were completely shattered. Of course, the warrior took it easy on the talented one. Everyone is amazed by the power, but he couldn't care less. They make jokes about his strength. However, none of it matters. Finally, they head back to the academy. Since it will no longer be a school, they need to change the name. Additionally, no one has confirmed whether Seojin will be in Class A. We're just waiting for the president of the association to make their announcement, curious to see if they'll remain in ranking B. She announces the team's arrival back. No one is there waiting for them. The old director didn't return, and it's strange not seeing her at the base. The question is whether the spearman heard anything about the old leader. It turns out the guy isn't answering, because he just disappeared without a trace. It simply flew away, because his partner's deadline was at the end of the exam. Her absence from the academy could signal trouble. The young man pursues her. It seems the master has banned visits. The poor guy attempts to find a loophole, but he has no luck. The old man knew the protagonist would arrive. Even though it doesn't stop him, he cannot use force to get through. Suddenly, she lets him pass. A well-dressed man approaches. It's Soa, signaling the green light. He'll take the blame for whatever happens. The door slowly creaks open. The assistant calls his friend. They rush into the room together. They come to a stop right in front of the location. She kneels in front of her grandpa. The woman then sees her partner. Since the elder band visits, tensions have risen within the community. Disregarding his order causes him to unleash his destructive energy. While the spearman stands firm, the right-hand man struggles to keep his footing. All that remains is to plead for forgiveness. Despite this, Sojin has something to share. His growth and power boost astonish the legend. He's no longer the weak kid he once was. Now, he's someone serious. Alright, buckle up because this story is about to get wild. The teacher has finished with his student and sends her off. As the deadline has arrived, there's no more time to relax. His request was quite simple. If she can't handle it, it's better to part ways now than to face a bigger problem later. Essentially, the poor girl just isn't keeping up with him. But wait, someone says it's not over yet. The hunter exam is still in progress. This news makes him angry because he believed everything was settled. He's there to prove it when, suddenly, something interrupts. It turns out his score is still missing in action. Technically, the tests aren't finished yet, and his combat points remain a mystery. Her battle is still ongoing. She's completely shocked by this unexpected twist. And, of course, the legendary figures are not happy. Meanwhile, his rivals were feeling pumped about this. Causes him to reconsider his game plan until he finally says, "Alright, I get it." They lock eyes, prepared for round 2. He extends his hand toward her. They move in closer, radiating intense energy. Then, the brave ones take the plunge. It felt impossible for the poor girl. He is living proof that anything is possible. Boom! Another shot at glory. So much so that the swordswoman turns to her companion, ready to throw down once more. Everyone is on the edge of their seats as the Grandmasters prepare to rumble. She charges in without a second thought and delivers a powerful thrust. Her footwork is now precise, and a powerful stab hits its mark perfectly. They're moving like lightning, facing off as equals. Both hands grip tightly because a heavy, brutal blow lands. And with it, her effort transforms into a scream, "I want to win!" One foot wobbles, but she remains steady. The energy from their clash is intense. He's quietly impressed by all of this. Despite all her efforts, her swords were deflected, throwing her off balance in his mind. The fight felt already over. He chose to adopt a more laid-back approach instead. As he went for a big slash, she kept up with him, flinching and shutting her eyes tight. Everyone watched, holding their breath. Even the main characters are fully engaged. Then her eyes light up with excitement, and she expertly blocks that thrust with confidence. Plus, she counterattacks without breaking a sweat. This move takes him by surprise. Feelings always outweigh understanding, right? Now, she senses that something is off with her grip. She spent her life in the shadows of legends, never truly meeting them. Because of that, she lived a basic life. She might have done okay if she hadn't bailed for so long, but meeting Sojin changed everything. Her techniques focused entirely on distraction. Every hit is fast and furious, all because she wants to be close to him. She fights with her heart, recalling the lessons her grandpa taught her. She senses something else beginning to stir. Clarity and purpose begin to emerge. Something is taking over from within. It's a power stronger than anything else. A beam of energy envelops her. It's as if her swords command the battlefield. She achieved her goal. Seeing her like this was a total shock for him. Before, she had limits. But now the older guys are wondering, who even is this? The emotional girl asks if she can join them. She wonders if she can leave now, and her friends respond with confusion. Before the fight continues, Sojin chats with her friend. Her joy was off the charts, completely visible. Some only see the difficult road ahead, but occasionally, different people arrive. People like this may not see their own path, but they excel at helping others find theirs. The duo is celebrating. Even the legendary swordsman couldn't achieve this. Their happiness astounds the Grandmaster. The sword wonders what an old friend would think while Sale responds, "Sorry, but it's all good." He's excited to see the young ones thriving. Later, the girl calls him over. If she had flopped, the main guy would have contacted the association's president. Of course, that's an unusual move. It turns out the trickster intended to request a delay in the conclusion of the hunter exams. Hearing this makes her blush intensely. Messages indicate that the politician wants to speak. They have a hustle now, and people are waiting for them. They begin heading out. Everyone cheers for the former director when she appears. The crew is excited to have them back. Then the executive arrives. He cracks a joke about referring to him as a hunter now. The big news is that the powerful one aced the exam. His perfect scores earned him the award, while the others were marked as rank B. He considered giving it an S rank, but that would be overkill. Now, the spearman is on a mission to level up. He has perks for his skills, including first dibs on raids. They also had a discussion about starting the guild. Knowing this gets the dapper dude all excited. Then the guy offers to help him set it up, and it comes as a complete shock. After all, it's a tough job with plenty of paperwork, but the trickster has a knack for making it effortless. However, there's a snag in starting the group. They need at least 5 hunters ranked B or higher. Even if the president pushes for it, large guilds will attempt to block the initiative. It's time to brainstorm new members. Watch as the talented one gives him a fierce stare down until Sojin remembers she is nearby. Another member joins the squad, but the poor girl is not thrilled about it. The guild has been named. It will be called Dream Team. Meanwhile, the schemers are in a panic over the new team. A sudden boom interrupts the conversation. The intruder notices that no one has changed. Who is here? The Sword Star. His rage completely devastates them. Each villain meets their end. He openly expresses his disdain for their shady practices. The strongest didn't prevent the major disaster, allowing these clowns to take center stage. Now he's up against the head honcho. While the gray-haired man admits that the mobster has grown stronger, the tension in the room becomes palpable. The villain remarks that his rivals have grown old. Someone emerges, breaking through the chaos. It's rude to brawl under someone else's roof. The elder finally notices the mysterious guests have arrived. Her name is Kalia, and she has a bright grin. The swordsman openly expresses his disdain for everyone's weaknesses. Rogue knew the fools would be safe if he intervened, and the woman asked why he was there. His only intention was to remember who she was. If the main character takes control of the guild, everyone is in for trouble. They would clearly attempt to undermine him with dirty tricks. Then the Sword Star says that trying anything would be foolish. Her question is, what will happen if they ignore the warning? They lock eyes and the master promises that there will be fallout. The two continue to clash until the rogue finally backs off. Even the mysterious strangers were shocked by this move. However, the man doesn't need that. The powerhouse soon disappears from the scene. All plans have been abandoned. He wonders if the apostle's successor will pay homage to the legend. The commander then instructs him to understand his position. The stellar blade should not be underestimated. After all, his skills are nearly at a hero level. She will explain this level clearly for the fool. There is a significant gap between the guild boss and the elder. Additionally, they'll need a new strategy to confront Seojin Hee. Doesn't fully understand the plan, but destiny is set in stone. A notification pings on his phone. It appears to unsettle him for some reason. Everyone gathers at the guild. It's their first group raid, so they need to bring their A-game. Seo Yoon is the vice master. Minhyul was pumped for the mission. Only his buddy is feeling a bit shaky. Hyun explains that the difference between these and the fake ones lies in the challenge and the risk of losing your life. Until Sojin arrives, excited about cashing in on the dungeon. Everyone thinks it's strange that he's so focused on money because the poor guy is stressing over his bills. He soon becomes frustrated with his friends for judging him. Despite the excitement buzzing all around, one more person is missing. Who just arrived? Seeing him leaves Suyan in shock. It's simply her dad joining in. When everyone is ready to roll, the archer asks where the dungeon is located. His creepy grin suggests he has a killer spot in mind. Someone is requesting entry permission for the intruders from the Black Dragon Zone. It turns out the guy doesn't care and continues to open the portal. The fools are so shocked when they discover that the old man is with the main guy. They inquire about the old man's group. He claims he's part of the Dream Team. The Lancer delivers a massive blow. Everything is finally sorted, and there are no more villains in the way. The swordswomen charge into battle side by side. Their strikes are swiftly bringing down the dogs. The other duos are using their magic to launch attacks against them. A flurry of energy arrows pierces their bodies, until the monster bodies hit the street with a splat. They didn't take long, just a few minutes of chaos. The dude is excited to jump in, but gets annoyed when Kojin teases him about his age. The goofballs are in a frenzy over this chat. The wild guy unleashes chaos on the unsuspecting, enough to make the dummies bolt as if their pants were on fire. It's now completely obvious why he chose this spot. Everyone is excited about the mission victory, even if it was a breeze. Those critters are worth a cool 100 million each when the goofballs cheer in excitement over their soon-to-be fat wallets. The boss reminds them that this is just the beginning. Stone golems crumble like cookies, and sea monsters? Not a chance. More battles unfold until everyone is wiped out. Meanwhile, their captain is focused on the cash grind. It turns out they're all exhausted, but Seyuan still needs them for that valuable experience points. When the kid asks to hang out, the boss completely flips out. Then he delivers a lecture about needing more support. It's all about stacking cash and leveling up. There's no stopping this dude's obsession with money when he searches for Hyun, who has gone missing after teaming up with the main guy. She's really sorry for ditching. So Yun is the last hope as the vice master in all but the most challenging situations. Nothing stops her hunger for more loot. New guilds are entering dungeons and taking on Black Dragon missions. Could jeopardize their big league status. They can't keep up with the Dream Team. An emergency strikes the president's office. A Draugr dungeon emerged, and Soulstar is now haunting the area. That's unfortunate news, but only this legend can turn things around. Considering the potential danger, he orders them to call Seo Hyun. Just flash some cash, and the mercenaries will come without a hitch, until he recalls his hunters in the midst of the raid. People now spot him on the street. Knowing that the traitors have bailed frustrates him. He decides he wants to hit the dungeons. He's worried about cash flow. To top it off, he spends money on a free pass. His bank account is in distress. He only paid for that course, but now there's been no progress. He's scheming on how to make more money. As he strolls, lost in thought, someone is waiting for him. This guy approaches him. It's the big boss of the Hunter Association. They pause for a drink. Sharp-dressed guys. I apologize for the surprise visit. He's here because of a Draugr dungeon, those eerie psychic creatures. He needs the main guy's help to clear it. But the guys are all asking, why me? Until he thinks it over. If he succeeds in his mission, he'll advance in his course, and the suit will reveal the details. It begins with a discussion about money. 30 billion cheddar ting. This really gets him excited. With this in mind, the kid is already planning how to spend the cash. He's doing his best to suppress a grin, but inside, he's throwing a party. It turns out Seo Jin is the executive's best chance since Soulstar's Mia. These monsters are ghostly nightmares that would wreak havoc if they were to escape. Additionally, the sharply dressed men are offering an S-class vehicle to the spear-wielding individual. Now the guys are over the moon. This naturally translates to increased power and additional perks, with even lower taxes for the squad. All these perks have him buzzing. Normally, Soulstar would handle this, but she's hard to reach at the moment, so the clever guy steps in. They'll start plotting tomorrow. His eagerness is off the charts, and the hunter is grateful for the trust. The wild guy feels a bit shy, despite having the skills. It's a risky business. Even as a young hero, he's putting everything on the line, which brings tears to the politician's eyes, making the guy even more bashful. Then the main character decides to go solo on this raid. After all, his crew isn't immune to mind tricks, and this will help him advance his course progress. Everyone is puzzled, but soon they're relaxed and even wish him luck. He believed they would worry about the monsters, but the only thing that troubled the dark-haired man was the end of the world. Additionally, cash is a significant factor as well. At that moment, the warriors were all smiles. Seo Hyun offers to help him gear up, but the boss declines. Despite the need for preparation in the dungeon, he refuses to wait, wanting to avoid any potential drama. The clever one quickly makes her exit, feeling stressed, while the others are content to relax. Word has spread about the Draugr's appearance, and everyone knows it's not the Star of Sol, but Seo Hyun, who will take charge of the situation. The president is crossing his fingers as his friend nails it. His sidekick rushes in, clearly panicked. It's a story about the legendary huntress. Right then, the star spirit reaches out to them. She just called them, so the politician will reach out personally. Until someone tells him to calm down, there's no need because his buddy is already close. And just like that, the hunter arrives. It turns out the legend is already on their way to the dungeon. The main character spots her instantly. The elder turns around. She tells him to leave because this place is trouble. Seeing her there leaves him shaken and lost in thought. He's wondering if the old lady is there to take care of the troublemakers, until the wild one declares she can't do that. For various reasons, the mysterious figure is unable to complete the task. Then, the gray-haired lady slowly spins around. He asks her to hear him out, but Seolyan is focused on letting him do his own thing. His patience is running out. He tells her to stay behind him. An enemy suddenly appears, and the Draugr is ready to fight. As the strong one attempts to warn him, the spearman intervenes. He positions himself directly in front. His journey is progressing quickly. The young man keeps asking for more excitement. Then, the creature decides it's time to act. It only seems to care about leveling up. In addition to seeking out more negative energy, even the demons are spooked. This sight is completely unexpected. Then, the monster sneaks up to frighten him. It seems as though it's going to take control of him. This immediately freaks her out. The possession can't harm him physically outside, but it will deeply affect him internally. As a result, the mage jumps in to help without delay. Suddenly, something begins to unfold. None of this phases the main character, who is excited about leveling up. She is left feeling puzzled. Meanwhile, the dark-haired one becomes increasingly excited, reaching an all-time high. The invader is lost within him when suddenly a Buddha appears and refers to the intruder as a sad soul. He feels something is off inside him. As he slaps his ear, the enemy retreats. His energy is drained, and the poor guy has led a meaningless life. Incredibly, the creature has leveled up. The percentage boost has him feeling incredibly excited. After doing some quick calculations, he realizes he can reach an 80% success rate in this dungeon. All this strange behavior has her quite worried. He quickly realizes he's embarrassing himself, and the woman notices her friends behaving strangely. Then, the lazy one promises to take care of it. The sorceress acknowledges his power with a nod. She wonders if she can break free from the cycle of life. This didn't even occur during the major cataclysm, yet the bothersome one continues to complain that the dungeon belongs to him. This discovery is mind-blowing for her. It turns out the young man is spiritually on her level, or perhaps even stronger. She remembers that she can't touch the creatures, leading her to decide to stop comparing herself to others. Previously, the lady sought to confirm something that the Dark Star was unable to reveal. Then, the spearman recalls the tale of the Order of Truth and the Berserk. It's surprising that he knows this, and the dark-haired man reveals that they are teaming up. The other hero is suspicious that this dungeon was created by enemies and is surprised to learn that dungeons can be crafted in such a way. However, there is still no evidence to support this theory. This uncertainty has him on edge, especially since she is the only one who can access the Draugur's lair. Just then, he remembers something. This could be his chance to make a fortune. He quickly offers to assist her. A documentary is filming at the location. They are capturing those creatures and showcasing their talents. Then, the main character arrives to put a stop to their actions. Each one receives a smackdown. Everything the rascal does is meant to impress her, and little by little, each creature is starting to freak out. An explosion suddenly erupts without warning. Someone is clearly feeling hurt by this. He brings the legendary figure to his knees. It's the Apostle of Temperance pursuing him. The old man is being chased because of his digging. Now, they are targeting the Soul Star. Naturally, the Dark One set out to explore the new dungeon. It was clear that the old man would turn to his friend. Suddenly, the villain charges in at high speed. His neck was grabbed brutally. It's clear he intends to take out the 5 heroes, but his only motivation for this is to follow the words of God. When the old man attempts to speak, he gets hit even harder. The hooded figure begins to take notice of the investigators' determined efforts. Despite everything, the sneaky one grins. He has no idea why this is happening. None of them notice the kid. His sword is drawn in an instant. This forced him to back off to avoid the hit. Both prepare to face off. A dark energy is summoned. A massive beam begins consuming everything in its path until the explosion subsides, only to discover that the rascal has vanished. The reason it took so long to find him is that his hideout was extremely well concealed. For now, the villains will let him go. He runs as fast as he can, but he cannot escape his destiny. Meanwhile, the main character continues the pursuit. The Dark One's concern is for his companion. Then, the gray-haired lady lets out a sigh. Now a sinister presence emerges, its teeth sharp enough to slice through anything. Another psychic beast has met its end. The spear pierces straight through its head. He notices something unusual on his phone. His progress bar is frozen. No percentages are changing anymore. It seems there has been a glitch. The news leaves him completely puzzled. He then wonders how to achieve a 50% success rate. The Soul Star inquires if he has finished. She still hasn't found anything. This knowledge causes him to stress over the delay in finding a solution. He believes there may be nothing wrong there. They didn't pick up any strange vibes in the area. Then the dark-haired guy suggests exploring other types of oddities. He found himself trapped in a dungeon where the danger evolved, and she's on board with that idea. The vibe of her shadow feels as though he's been wrapped in a spell. A paw suddenly pops up, catching the main character off guard. It embodies a sacred and noble spirit. It gradually moves closer to the spearman, just to brush against his skin. Not even the summoner understands what's happening. They only connect with those of pure heart, and have never shown interest in the other legends from the Great Cataclysm. She realizes there's something different about him, and her summoned creature begins to lick him. A presence catches the young man off guard, startling him just as it unnerves the veteran. It's a lethal energy that emerges. Its power surpasses that of the dungeon's enemies. Not even the divine being is at ease with this situation. Even the gray-haired lady admits she hasn't felt such evil since the last World War. When the sorceress instructs him to fall back, he acknowledges that she's much stronger than the Dragra. This will enhance his progress, so he instructs his crew to hold back. Suddenly, the guy breaks into a grin. And finally, for his hunt, the madman embarks on his adventure, suggesting it could be reminiscent of the events surrounding the demon star. He's puzzled as to why the presence reacted to the sacred deer, but not to the heroine. Despite the precarious situation, the main character will be careful to ensure that this does not reach the animal. He finally spots the menacing shadow. Its massive paws leap ahead. This is the infernal commander who stands in opposition to the gods. It's the devil incarnate. He commands the Horned One to take action. Watching the young man focus more on progress leaves him feeling confused. Suddenly, the spearman attacks him. The poor guy did this because he believed he was extremely unattractive. Even the demon felt a shiver run down its spine. Then, the sadistic figure warns him not to lose his life. A flurry of blows is unleashed now. None of them come even close to making contact, only for the ugly one to let out a scream of rage. As the dark one remained oblivious to him, the hero grew angry. His spear swiftly jabs into his belly. His pain is clearly evident. Suddenly, his dark energy is unleashed. The shadows begin to wrap around him quickly. They increasingly take control of his body. Now, the sorceress is left in a state of panic. The sight of such a creature frightens her. The blue energy within him is powerful. Suddenly, a bright beam shoots out of nowhere. She is stunned by what she sees. Not even the demon believes that Seojun is back in the fight. Then, his enemy attempts to flee, only to be swiftly caught. A flurry of attacks begins to target him. He begins to writhe in pain. A massive attack overwhelms his body. The villain appears even more battered and bruised. It was simply a hassle for the fighter. Despite everything, he remains a good person. She is amazed by how effortlessly the child confronts the evil being. It's evident that the monster is still alive and well. Suddenly, it appears to snap back. The spear strikes his body. The dark-skinned man hears a voice in his head and wonders, "Wait, is that Siddhartha?" It turns out that Buddha is sharing some profound insights about life. Now, he has just one big question. This entire questioning process, it's his life's mission. He's completely blown away by this idea. Then, suddenly, it was back to reality. The spearman still had doubts, wondering what was going on, just observing the same old situation with no progress. Then, the rascal is at it again, yelling once more. All those questions about life resurface once more. Perhaps he needs to break through to reach that 50% mark. The devil doesn't appreciate his enemy's profound thoughts. They stare each other down for a moment. His 3 eyes scan the surroundings in search of something. Then, he turns his attention to the woman. Suddenly, she feels incredibly strange. Clearly, the sneaky one sees the opportunity to strike. And just like that, he disappears. I never expected the horned guy to just bail like that. But since he's still around, it's only a matter of time before he discovers him. When he inquires about the divine spirit's location, the sorceress responds that she didn't want to bring it too close. With this knowledge, he takes off as if he's in a race. All he knows is that the devil is after the animal. His mind hack plan is now in motion. The poor deer has been completely corrupted. Its eye has turned all evil. The duo comes face to face with this creature. It has been overtaken by negative energy. Its paw strikes the ground. Boom! This move causes the soul star to scream in pain. The lantern was shattered. The poor thing just collapses. There's a reason the devil is so focused on the sacred. It turns out the deer wasn't the true target. The focus was entirely on using it to harm the heroine. The summoning and the summoner are deeply connected. It's time to take down the enemy. The problem is that he doesn't know how to strike the demon without harming the spirit. There's no time to think. It's time to act. Suddenly, a beam appears. It encircles the battlefield. To make matters worse, the gray-haired woman is suffering even more. It seems her soul has been taken over as well. Her powers are starting to go wild. Now the guy is trying to chat, but the possessed one and everyone else are not having it. She views him as just another enemy, and her spells begin to fly. Now, it's all about evading those shots. This is really beginning to stress him out. Something is holding him down on the ground. Another blast is heading his way. A massive explosion erupts next. It disrupts him and leaves him behind, and getting close to the deer, that's not happening. And he still has to deal with the heroine. He's uncertain whether he can defeat someone that strong, and if he does, will she be all right? It's like a game that's impossible to win. No matter what happens, someone is bound to get hurt. This frustrates him significantly as he tries to remind her of his past heroics, which is why he can't give in. She reflects on his words and recalls the moment when she saved the world. At that time, she envisioned a better world. Now the old lady asks the dark-haired man if he has ever seen a baby sold for food or children who appear lifeless. She also recalls the sacrifices she made to survive. Back then, the great cataclysm felt like the end of everything. Gradually, she remembers fighting with all her strength, only to realize it was all for nothing. During that time, people express more gratitude than they do today. Today, the only thing that separates humans from monsters is the ability to communicate. She attempted to change everything, but ended up being abandoned by her friends. They couldn't impose change, or they risked becoming corrupted. They said this despite all the suffering, and then everyone turned their backs on her. She decided to follow suit and immersed herself in spiritual pursuits, yet she still felt the world's pain. Screams echoed all around her, particularly from those trapped in darkness. This negativity twisted her emotions and led her to hate the soul star. Meanwhile, the entity possessing her celebrated her return. But the mage's soul was not completely gone just yet. Even legends can be affected by negative energy. Buddha's question resonates once more. Now it all makes sense to her. Another major attack is imminent. Everything Siddhartha said is perfectly clear. One hit protects against the magic. She is completely shocked by this. His question is why she only focuses on the suffering. This surprises her now. He defends himself and acknowledges that the world is indeed messed up. However, not everything within it requires saving or defeating. Every day, people are simply trying to survive and often can't even think about anyone else. A person's true colors emerge when times get tough. These words only make her angrier. Still, the hero must step up, but they're all human as well. Everyone is feeling the pressure of the world's problems and trying to avoid them, but carrying all that weight is impossible. He reminds her that the planet's sorrow isn't going to disappear. Even if she could fix it, she's likely exhausted from trying. Now she is completely shocked. Despite everything, a little joy is essential. A series of joyful moments can achieve that. She was the driving force behind it all. A normal day is only possible now that the major disaster has come to an end. Yet she remains solely fixated on the suffering. Her eyes are turning pale now. The corrupted spirits roared in protest. It's attempting to evade purification. Just to receive a piercing stare, a white aura shines brightly. That light is affecting her as well. She doesn't understand what's happening. The lessons of happiness are consuming her. Every kind word resonates with her. Little by little, her stress begins to fade, until she finally collapses. Progress has finally arrived, and this immense power is frightening the devil. His fear is intensifying even more, to the point where he begins to move. His unsteady legs attempt to run, but the young man is closing in. He quickly approaches the creature. If the mind is shaken, the body will crumble. He gently touches her skin. A radiant explosion occurs, signaling the swift onset of purification. Now, the star of the soul awakens. Everyone seems relaxed after everything that happened. The villain is gone as well. Additionally, the divine spirit has returned to normal. This success is all thanks to Siddhartha's soul technique. The activation of the focal point made a significant difference. He's as strong as any hero from the great disaster. In a year, he will definitely surpass them. If he turns to the dark side, he could destroy the world. That's why the stellar spirit advises him to stay focused. She is surprised that he admits the planet is unfair. However, he believes that's not entirely true, as people are helping each other, even if progress is slow. Nevertheless, the dark-haired guy can't lose hope. If the good things are just lies, then there's no difference between now and the past. The boy doesn't believe the world is like that. His desire to change everything leaves her utterly speechless. It even brings a smile to her face afterward. She begins laughing unexpectedly. She acknowledges that the kid is right. Looking back, the old lady realizes she was caught in a cycle of negativity. The protagonist has learned a great deal from Siddhartha. The star of the soul discovered strength and newfound reasons to live. Now the entire dungeon is beginning to reforest. Two people stand by the window. It's astonishing to think that the devil was defeated. It seems unbelievable to her. Only one person had the power to eliminate that being's physical form. However, he chose not to, leaving Seojun to bear the responsibility. The blonde neglected to report crucial information to the leader, which is a significant mistake. He knows she used the guilds to undermine the Lancer. A significant amount of work lies ahead. She doesn't understand this statement. It's time to set destiny on the right path. The question is, what the lady will decide to do. Even the gray-haired one doesn't know yet. She suggests staying at her guild. As the mage hesitates, the dark-haired man provides her with the details. Being saved by the hero, she finds herself denying it. This prompts him to pursue the idea. In return, he offers to teach her his spiritual techniques, but the boy shakes his head. They both fall silent shortly after. Even though she refused, she suggested that her friend go. Being turned down leaves her in shock. The old lady observes that he helped without expecting anything in return. Before requesting cash, the warrior hesitates. It turns out the sorceress was eavesdropping. She'll ensure her ally receives payment. The portal opens, and she will see her friends again. Words leave her feeling uncertain. Later, the Soul Star joins him. None of them seem to understand. The girls are taken aback by something unexpected. Her friend inquires whether she is planning any more raids. Not today. She's too tired. Everyone is dismissed for the day. Soyoon practices with her sword. The other two are in competition with one another. He's on his phone, looking something up. Hyun is also leveling up her skills. Something has left the old lady in shock, because Minyel is using shadow techniques. Meanwhile, the other girl is using demonic ones. A new generation, trained by her friends, surprises her. In other words, the entire squad of heroes is just hanging out there, except for the obviously super talented one. However, she remains somewhat suspicious of the dark-haired girl. The poor girl is feeling like a nobody, seriously. Everyone is training as if they're preparing for a video game marathon. Meanwhile, our main character realizes he's swimming in money. A multitude of courses is being unlocked, much like leveling up in a game. He is considering asking the Soul Star for 4 billion. A shiny object catches his eye. He said, "Hey, can I have a second with you?" The duo sneaks away to a hidden location. It's a hidden location behind their base. Someone is excited to see her alive and well. Then, suddenly, the shadow appears. The star shadow makes its entrance. The elders are shocked that Sojin sensed the legendary. In addition to that, the gray-haired lady has a lot of questions. First, they need to discuss their missions. Meanwhile, the old lady was rescued by the spearman. Before she can continue, she is interrupted, because the young guy is eager to share the details. His grin is delightfully cheeky. The goofball reveals everything that happened. As always, he's focused on the cash he wants to bring in. He doesn't even realize he's talking too much. Even the mage is taken aback, wondering, wait, what was my version again? Finally, the dark-haired guy reveals some profound truths about the divine spirit. Moving on, the warrior recalls the devil, until he reaches the section about possession. But the savvy individual avoids the awkward moments. Additionally, the clever one revisits the topic of the 10 billion. In the end, the dark figure is going to come through with the money. Then, the cunning one recalls that the heroes of the Great Cataclysm are about to be hunted. She asks, why's that? The reason remains a mystery. He reveals that he was hunted by the Apostle of Temperance. This information comes as a complete shock to both of them. A sudden realization leads him to deduce the cause of the berserk hunt. It's merely a wild guess. When we inquire about this monster, we learn that it is unbeatable. Even the top-tier heroes don't have a guarantee of survival. If there's no way to guarantee this, then either the world is doomed or the creature has to be eliminated. That's why the Order may have the ability to see the future, which sounds unbelievable. Still, Sojin wonders if the villains possess foresight, or they see just enough to change the narrative. It's likely connected to the entire vision aspect. Seeing a future where the wild beast was defeated, they decided to summon it at a later time. In other words, the exalted voice and the 7 apostles caused the monster to vanish. The plan to abandon the heroes is because they are the only ones capable of confronting the berserk. They decided to clear them out before unleashing the creature. Once everything is in place, they will use it to destroy the world. They bought enough time to eliminate all the heroic hunters. The villains are now racing against time, as they cannot hold the entity for long. The strange occurrences may be a result of her power being unleashed. In other words, the awakening of the beast could lead to chaos, or perhaps the Order is harnessing her power. However, there is a third theory. If that's true, these individuals are determined to destroy the world. If that was the plan, then why did they assist the heroes during the Great Cataclysm? The issue is that there is very little information available about the Order of Truth. All of this sounds crazy to the Dark One. If it's true, they're both wondering who will save the planet and who the main character will be. Additionally, the Black Star has chosen to investigate the enemy crew more thoroughly, not just the Berserk members. To do that, he needs to leave the country. It's to avoid being hunted by the Apostle of Temperance. Additionally, he needs to check on the heroes from around the world. He inquires about what the woman plans to do. However, he remains oblivious. His plan is to reintegrate into society. Besides, the old man knows why she left, but now it's time for everyone to see her. Naturally, the witch is on board with that. As he reflects, he realizes why they didn't pursue the Star of the Sword. Even Seo Jin has to stay on his toes. The enemies were watching him, but they weren't intimidated. Now, he's certainly on their radar. The conversation is coming to a close. The old man promises he will return when he has more details. Before he leaves, the spearman stops him, because the legendary figure needs to settle his tab. Someone is complaining to the president about the warrior's S-class certificate. Additionally, all the cash that will be coming his way. Some are even bringing up the issue of nepotism. Another executive is criticizing the idea, and they're all bickering as if they're on a reality show. Observing their heated exchange, the slick one realizes that their true motivation is greed. The main troublemaker is Jincheo Ryu. Before the man can speak, the politician interrupts. He asks, "Do I look bored or just messing around?" All right, buckle up, because this is going to be a wild ride. It's a big deal, and he's completely open about it. The meeting is back on, everyone. He's curious if anyone will contest awarding the S-class to the Sword Star. He insists, "I need answers, people." Everyone's on board, and the president is enthusiastic, declaring that this is in celebration of the swordsman's epic win. Then the smooth talker highlights the hero's impressive skills. It feels like deja vu, just like with Sojin. Everyone is going crazy over this. Then he adds, "Oh, and the cash flow too." He's looking for ideas on how to spend the money, and they're all about helping the people. Paying the warrior benefits the squad by ensuring they have the resources and support needed to succeed in their missions. It fosters loyalty and motivation, encouraging the warrior to perform at their best for the team. Additionally, it allows the squad to maintain a strong and reliable defense, enhancing their overall effectiveness in combat situations. To back it up, he says, "Remember the Draugr dungeon? That could have been a disaster." His rivals have nothing to say until he finally calms down. Then the sneaky guy calls them out on their quest for justice, because their paychecks are substantial as well. The clowns attempt to respond, believing it's too early for an S rank. Now the president is completely silent. His job is to lead and protect the new hunters. Everyone is being manipulated by the schemer. The true cash drain is right there in the room. They are immediately annoyed. He officially promotes the spearman. They believe the haters are simply unhappy. Someone approaches him. It's the vice president of Dungeon Affairs. He has a conversation with the adventurer. It turns out the president said he would stop by, but the smooth guy isn't doing that now, and the vibe is electric. The guy is panicking about not receiving his payment. However, the cash received the green light. It will be hit in the account tomorrow. This calms down the money-hungry guy. The S-rank certification stirred up some excitement, but everything is fine. That's why he's here, to share the inside scoop. Since the fool is all about the cash, the guy reassures him, saying, "Chill, the deposit's coming." He realizes that money is the only thing on his mind. Typically, people would choose S-class rewards over cash because it's the ultimate dream for hunters. He is curious about the main character's motives. Now he's wondering if there will be taxes. He's obsessed with cash, but that's not his ultimate goal. There are no taxes here. Now the hunter leaps. The manager experiences a sudden moment of inspiration. Later, he talks about how he doesn't understand him. They are discussing Sojun's vibe. He recalls that obtaining the S-class certification was quite challenging. It turns out the young man is concerned about his boss's bold decisions. Additionally, it's evident that hunters are primarily motivated by money. That is the essence of their world. The major guilds have been in control for a long time. Despite his attempts to shake things up, he ended up sticking with the same old routine. One person going against the grain isn't sufficient, but something catches the second-in-command's eye. The idea that they can fight the power with the main guy's help, because one person standing up for what is right is all it takes. That's what it means to be S-class. And now he has his boss by his side. He reaches out to the dark-haired guy once more. He wants to extend a big thank you on behalf of everyone. Additionally, he's beginning to feel a sense of hope. The following day, news of the dungeon cleanup goes viral. What truly matters is the cash in the bank. He's occupied with planning his spending spree. Now he has 43 billion in the bank, and it will only continue to grow. But he soon realizes he has to spend it all. He checks out the karma points and notices a variety of comments about them. Things aren't looking good for him. It just keeps getting worse. At least he's not alone in this situation. Someone is approaching now. The president is stopping by. The Soul Star is in the house as well, but the smooth guy is genuinely here for him. The story revolves around Kalia. Because she's requesting backup, he is looking for a shot. Because Sojin has to head out to Europe, a group of creatures is wreaking havoc in the city. The snakes are incredibly unpleasant. Everyone is making an effort to resist. A kid is panicking over the entire situation. This tragic scene is unfolding on a phone. All of this is happening in Italy. It's not a shortage of hunters. Rather, many have been awakened artificially. A strange dungeon suddenly appeared in the country. The government is relying on the hunters, but it's not enough. The lady is asking if Andrea is not stepping up. She is the Italian hero from the Big Cataclysm. She has just lost her life. It happened during a mishap in the dungeon. The details are unclear, but an anomaly occurred during a dungeon cleanup. This situation is spreading throughout Europe. They had to summon the Order of Truth. Kalia then requested their assistance in Italy. Even the religious folks couldn't offer any help. But this kind of thing doesn't happen on Italian turf. Why? Because their epic hunter left. He was also the leader of the criminal underworld. The Sicilian mafia operated like a large, tightly knit family. Their dream is to build a worldwide crime empire. She reflects on all of this. There was certainly pushback, but no one could stand up to the mafioso. When he left, the place descended into complete chaos. It turns out the nation requested the Order of Truth to keep things low-key, which led to a messy situation. The Star of Soul became furious with the president's idea. She said no, but he came by to drop off the blonde's message. The Lancer is off the hook. This isn't their battle, and the guy is lost in thought. But soon, he's all about the apostle, isn't buying into the money talk. Additionally, he believes the target is unaware of their plan. Kalia feels awkward about revealing the truth. Sojin is all about the cash. The price tag reveals the extent of his obsession. Additionally, his dream team is tagging along. The hooded figure signals for the warrior to be summoned. After all, the beast that devoured Andrea is in Italy, and there's no stopping the dark-haired one. Once she becomes the apostle of purity at the ceremony, she will start to understand things better. He asks if there's anything else to share. The hunter needs to be paid up front. The guild's mission announcement is revealed. Everyone is excited for this group trip. The veteran finds the crew to be somewhat unusual. Suddenly, her tea goes flying through the air. Something is causing everything to shake. She's on her feet now. The hunter's trip is confirmed, and everyone is amazed by the amount of cash involved. Everyone is heading out in 2 weeks. For some reason, the earthquake continues unabated. Its epicenter is the main character. What's causing him to shake so much is in the bag. She is observing the training. The student of the strongest swordsman, the student of the most stealthy expert, the pupil of the most skilled demon. All this talent is inspired by a single individual. Only one was not trained by anyone. That's Hei-Yoon, and she's under surveillance. Then, she unleashes the heart and soul technique. Her spirit's color is dark, reflecting a stormy heart. The gray-haired woman is attempting to get closer. She blushes when someone approaches her. In the past, she could have been as wicked as Jinchul Ryu, but Seo Jin put an end to that negative energy. Changed her significantly. She jokes about who might help a lost child and then decides to teach her about character building. She is so eager to learn that she asks if she can be taught by her. The shy one is feeling very uncertain. This quickly irritates the gray-haired woman. A light flick to her forehead. This was about not being genuine. Just as she's about to whine, she receives another flick. There are just 2 weeks left until the trip to Italy. She is using every tool at her disposal to change the prodigy's ways, and there's no escaping these lessons. The poor girl's panic is evident. Now, the main character observes the chaos unfolding around him. To him, his buddy always seems weirder, and more quirks continue to emerge. 2 weeks pass quickly, and the press buzzes about the Dream Team's mission in Italy. Before long, everyone heads out to the countryside. Someone has finally landed. The team has finally touched down. The beasts are eager to dig into some pizza, but this isn't a vacation. Suddenly, someone starts laughing at them. A group of guys is watching them closely. He doesn't like these guys. So-yoon asks, "What's the move?" Then someone approaches them. Her name is Elena, the national hunter manager. Everyone greets her and takes the time to get to know her. In her mind, the slacker is questioning the value of the group's B&8 class. She then says she'll take them to the hotel. The unfriendly ones from before reappear, but the well-groomed ones, just ignore them and keep moving. A strange vibe suddenly emerges in front of her. It's about establishing a spiritual connection through conversation. The same irritating individuals begin to mock the foreigners. They're trash-talking the strength of the Koreans. The Lancer is holding back from throwing punches. His patience is unwavering. However, the fools begin to talk trash about the guild's girls. That's all it takes to set him off. The troublemakers taunt and tease the girls. The hunter pauses for a moment. His guide quickly notices his anger. The reality is they are Class A Mafia members. The suited man attempts to defuse the situation, only to be interrupted by the traveler. The heroes remain relaxed, but the European feels confused, finding it strange that everyone is so calm. The dark-haired man steps forward for a showdown, responding by calling them dogs. In an instant, the first one quickly face plants on the ground. Naturally, this unsettles the other guy. Meanwhile, the fighter remains serious, showing no signs of humor. This prompts everyone to rush in as if it's a TikTok challenge. Everyone is captivated by the fight, leaving the Italian utterly astonished. Every opponent was completely defeated. Now they can bounce back and continue moving forward. The sun is shining, and they're on the road. Those mafiosos? Just another crew trying to take down the family. With Andrea gone, the mafia fractured like a poorly executed group project. There's a crew known as Anisi, alongside the infamous Francesco squad, and the original hero's heir, Don Antonio, stands out as the only decent one in the group. The Italian hunters are engulfed in drama and mafia chaos, which is slowing down the dungeon cleanup. It's their responsibility to manage the unusual situations. The dark-haired guy is really excited. She offers them a brief thank you until the car suddenly slams on the brakes. Something is definitely going on. Everyone is sprinting as if it's a zombie apocalypse. This place completely plays with her mind. A dungeon rift has just opened. The main character springs into action. A beam strikes an opponent effortlessly. She is extremely impressed. The entire squad prepares for action. Her spear rested casually on her shoulder. It's time to get to work. The Italian parliament members gathered together, discussing matters related to the mafia. They attempted to talk it out. However, President Hunter Marcello failed to deliver. Catanzaro is now the turf of the Francesco family, and Prime Minister Samuele is losing his composure over the situation with hostages in that city. Antonio is teaming up with hunters to take on the Sicilian baddies. No one dared to act out of line with Andrea around. One hero's departure triggered chaos, leaving the area in a state of disaster. Strange dungeons are appearing everywhere. At this moment, they have only a few hundred agents prepared to take action. He's questioned about international backup, and the politician responds with a firm no. What angers him is seeing innocent people suffer. Everyone must step up to save others, but they should play it safe, as those lives depend on it. An assistant enters with a message. It appears to be significant news from Latina. No one was harmed, thanks to the Koreans. With her eyes closed, the mage unleashes her prominence flame attack, igniting flames all around. Meanwhile, Lee showcases his double sword dance, while Park faces off against two Cyclopes. He unleashes the Thunder Sword dance, slicing through them with precision. Harnessing the power of the wind, Hyun effortlessly wipes out the creatures, fueled by a surge of elemental energy. Meanwhile, Elena assists people in escaping the chaos. Suddenly, she spins around and confronts the unexpected presence behind her. Suddenly, dryads appeared everywhere, but in an instant, they're finished. Seeing Kim, she realizes it's the Korean hunter squad come to assist. Deep in thought, she wonders how just 5 people are managing to own it all. The phone rings, pulling her back to reality. Given that it's the association's president, the hunter steps up to manage the operation. However, surprise, Marcello has news about the prime minister. With the fight over, Sox was curious about how the dark-haired girl had mastered spiritual arts. The girl mentions that it was her first attempt, and they exchange compliments. When asked about his skills, Lee mentions that he is accustomed to training alone. Sighing, Park reflects on how everyone around him is so talented. The squad is chatting away, completely unaware of the visitors. They are stunned as they watch Seo Jun take down the monsters. Turning around, the main character remarks that the blonde hunter arrived just in time. He needs to determine how to handle the monster bodies. Elena quickly changes the subject, mentioning that the 2 guys behind her want to meet the young man. Our boys trembled as they realized they were standing in front of Samuel, the prime minister, and Marcello, the president of the association. Confused, he asks whether his crew needs to fill out a customs form. With grins on their faces, the guys say they simply want to introduce themselves properly. The main character shakes hands with the prime minister and introduces himself as well. The duo discusses how the young man communicates so effectively without the need for a translator. Realizing that the hero revealed information about the medium, the dark-haired hunter imagines her instructor would faint upon hearing it. When asked why he is there, the man in the dark blue suit asks Kim if she can assist Italy. In return, he will do whatever it takes to meet the squad's needs. This includes cash, causing our boy's eyes to light up. Not seeing the reaction he had hoped for, the prime minister feels as though his efforts were in vain. Nevertheless, he remains determined to save his country, even promising not to charge any fees for handling monster corpses and covering all expenses for their disposal. Moved by this commitment, the main character reassures his squad that they can manage the task. Surprised, the guy asks if the dream team can handle the chaos in Lazio, even though it's a bit of a wild request. The main character pauses for a moment, then notices a helicopter flying overhead. Without missing a beat, he asks if they can borrow it. Samuel replies, "Sure thing," leaving everyone completely astonished. A short while later, the squad is cruising. Throughout Italy, filled with excitement, Sail June instructs the pilot to head to the next city. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Prime Minister, eavesdropping, wonders when his heart last experienced such a joyful dance. He quickly recalls the moment Andrea, the Cataclysm hero, appeared and declared he would take on the mafia. But when the guy left, Samuel thought Italy was finished. Determined not to waste this opportunity, he instructs Marcello to allow the Dream Team to manage the citizens' safety. The president of the association is feeling quite confused. He realizes that the man is planning to lure the mafiosos out. News about the Korean hunters spreads rapidly. Meanwhile, a man calls for Albano, announcing that it's time to meet Agnes. The mafioso inquires about what to do with the Catanzaro hostages. He receives orders from the boss of Manliness to eliminate them all. We return to the hero squad. Grinning, Elena reveals that they rented the entire hotel to avoid any drama. Curious, the main character asks how much they have earned so far. After checking her phone, the huntress states that it's 42 million euros, which is approximately 57 billion in her currency. Seeing his face, the young woman becomes worried, but Miyul reassures her that he always freaks out over snapping out of it. Our protagonist realizes it's not the right moment for math. Instead, it's time to level up his skills. Quickly, the hero spins through the 80 billion in his account. Curious, he inquires about Italy's total budget. Even if she doesn't understand why he's asking, Elena responds that it's around 1 trillion or 100 trillion ones. As they munch, Lee and Suak joke about how the captain is in a great mood. Later, the main character watches a lecture by Atlas, the titan from mythology who holds up the sky. Yelling, the instructor emphasizes that the key to holding up the sky is perseverance. This means that being incredibly strong is ultimately pointless. Atlas shares some incredible stories from his days of holding up the sky. He asks if his student would make excuses in the same situation. He has to pull his phone away to avoid going deaf from the yelling. The instructor insists with intensity that you must hold up the sky no matter what, using the 3 basic principles of perseverance that he will teach, beginning with the one that allows you to withstand any physical blow. The second grants you immunity to 10,000 poisons. The third quality is the perseverance to withstand any color or heat. A message appears, indicating that the daily task is ready. After reading everything, the main character wonders how he can take deadly poison from Yermangander and still keep breathing. To make matters worse, he discovers that the poison is extremely expensive. It costs approximately $2 billion every day. Even so, the hero thinks it's fine. After all, he'll be rolling in trillions when it's all said and done. Excited, he decides to attend Cholfi's lecture. Suddenly, the room begins to shake. Curious, Kim wonders if there has been a dungeon break or something similar. In the hotel lobby, a mafioso is searching for the hero. Elena arrives and tells him to get lost. The guy laughs and warns her that if she wants to get hurt, she should take one more step. Demonstrating her skills, the huntress swiftly disarms the criminal. Furious, the other group members rush toward her, but they are quickly defeated. Nervously, the shield-bearer urges his friends to keep pushing forward, yet the girl appears and takes him down with a single blow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the huntress decides she must stall until backup arrives. Suddenly, someone throws her to the ground. Lifting her by the neck, Albano expressed his curiosity about the commotion. Furious, Elena demands to know how he arrived in Rome. With a smirk, the guy replies that it's none of her business. When asked about Kim's whereabouts, the blonde replies that she won't reveal anything. A portion of the Dream Team arrives and inquires about the situation. The mobsters ask if Lee is the captain, but Lee replies, "Nah, not me." Our guy suddenly appears and tells him to check behind. Then, bam, he delivers a knockout punch. The criminal thought, wait, how did this kid even get here? As they enjoyed their meal, the Dark Saint's disciples remarked, "Dude, you've gotten faster." Meanwhile, Agnes, the moderate's boss, is questioning the status of the truce. Francesco says, "Let's team up, Agnes." He even dealt with the traitor who had been conspiring with Antonio. He reveals that he sent Albano to visit the Korean hero. Sipping her drink, the woman thinks to herself, that kid is toast by now. The mobster nods, stating that both Marcello and the Italian government will be in a panic. To escalate the situation further, he plans to eliminate Catanzaro's 90,000 residents. The woman remarks that it's incredibly shady. However, the guy insists that winning is what matters, disregarding the rules. Mobsters are inherently savage. With a dark vibe, Francesco declares it's time for war. At the hotel, the mercenaries wondered how they had missed the hero's moves. The hero assists Elena, who reveals that the man is from Manliness and is supposed to be in Sicily. Grinning, the mobster thought he didn't expect the kid to show up. Getting straight to the point, the hero asks, "Why are you after me?" The other man simply responds that he's curious. Turning away, he says he's seen enough and tells his crew to leave. Albano responds, "That's nice of you, but turning your back? That's a rookie move." In one swift motion, the hero slams the criminal against the wall. Then he says, "Yep, criminals are all the same." Frustrated, the dark-haired man commands his crew to launch an attack. Without hesitation, they charge in, but Sayo stops them all. Lee's excited. "Let's finish this up and head to the banquet." The leader is stunned as he watches his crew get devastated. He then notices Seo Jun's intense gaze. Freaked out, he wonders if the kid is an A-rank hunter and begs his crew to protect him. With no one willing to step up, the thug plays his final card. A massive explosion erupts just as the hero draws near. The mobsters burst out of the hotel. Meal thinks to himself, "Wow, he's really fast." Elena insists that they can't let him get away. Taking charge, our hero confidently declares, "I'll bring him back," then charges through the hole in the wall. While sprinting, the thug realizes, "We totally underestimated these guys." The hero appears and asks, "Where are you headed, man?" Later, Albano wakes up in the hotel. The blonde hunter asks, "How did you escape, Sicily?" The criminal is curious about your motives and declares, "This fight isn't over." When he mentions Catanzaro, the young woman is taken aback. The guys laugh, insisting it's too late now. Enraged, she punches him, unable to comprehend how they can be so heartless regarding innocent lives. Confused, the hero wonders what is happening. Elena sighs as she reveals the plan to hold 90,000 people hostage in order to pressure the president. The A-mobster reveals that plans have changed and magic bombs are likely ticking down. Soon, everyone disappears. The hunter exclaims that they are monsters, but Albano responds by saying that the association ignored them. Additionally, they became entangled with outside hunters. Our guy is furious and knocks the other man out. He says he didn't finish him off because the girl still has questions. He then tells his friends to get ready for Catanzaro. In the helicopter, close to the city, the hero asks Suyan if she can handle it, and she nervously replies that she needs to see the bomb first. Looking at Lee, the hero says, "Go with her. You're stealthy." Nodding, the young man confidently replied, "No worries, I've got this." Park and Ha-Yoon are on a rescue mission to save the captives. He makes his way to the aircraft door. On the other hand, Elena thinks this is incredibly reckless, because if the mafia catches wind of their plans, it will lead to total chaos. Kim remains relaxed, assuring everyone that everything is going to be just fine. He's not going to let any bomb go off on his watch. Without a second thought, the man leaps out of the helicopter, showcasing his impressive speed skills. Wow, as he sprints, he notices that Tialfi's lecture progress bar is filling up. He thinks to himself, "Man, it feels like my body's getting shredded." But there's no time to relax because the magic bomb's countdown is likely ticking away. With a long to-do list ahead of them, he needs to buy them as much time as possible. Meanwhile, Caesar, a mafia figure, grins while holding a detonator in his hand. Turning around, he inquires about the city folks. A minion appears, stating that he instructed everyone to stay put. The mafioso then tells him to let a few people go so they can share the details later. When asked how many, he replied, "Let 10 people go." In the woods, the villain warns everyone to hurry back to Sicily before the bomb detonates. But to everyone's surprise, Kim crashes the party with full energy. On the ground, he expresses relief, saying he's glad he made it in time. Then, they ask if Caesar is involved with the mafia that has taken over Catanzaro. Ignoring him, the guy responds, "Who even are you?" And if he's one of the 10 who received a free pass, the minion responds with a firm no. The thug laughs, mocking him as a wannabe genius. He's going to grant the kid's wish to meet his end. With orders issued, the crew charges at the hero. Grinning, the hero realizes he should have listened to Jang's lecture as well. Turning away, the boss declares that he's leaving, but then he watches as his crew gets devastated. A man lunges at our hero, brandishing a sword. Kim quickly disarms him and takes control of the weapon, sweating bullets. Caesar wonders how this is even happening, and where on earth did this kid come from? He quickly realizes it's time to hit the button and return to Sicily. The hero finally defeats all the mafiosos. As he turns around, he sees the boss pulling something from his pocket. Our boy and the mafioso share a tense gaze, until the hero's patience finally snaps and he charges forward, sending the enemy into a frenzy. The guy takes off running as the hero crashes through the remaining members of the gang. In an effort to protect their boss, a group of thugs rushes in to confront the hero. Amidst the crowd, the hero ultimately topples over. As tensions rise, the mafiosos wonder why Kim is so overpowered. Suddenly, a bright blue light flashes. In the blink of an eye, all the villains are airborne. Our hero delivers a devastating blow to the gang leader. The brown-haired guy is trying to understand why the hero is so relentless. In the past, this simply wouldn't have happened. With the spear pressed against his throat, he raises a detonator and tells the hero to freeze. The mafioso realizes the hero is already aware and asks if he understands what will happen if he hits the button. With half-closed eyes, the hero warns, "If you do, you're going down too." Standing tall with his crew, he remarks, "Not a bad idea, actually. If the hero wants to keep things calm, it's best to avoid any funny business." With a grin, the thug reveals that he is also an S-rank hunter. Our boy stands his ground as the other thugs circle around him. Even with a knife at his neck, he breaks into a small smile. Annoyed, the boss demands that the spear be handed over immediately. Unfazed, the hero charges ahead. He takes out all the other thugs effortlessly by twirling his weapon. With the spear aimed at him once more, the mafioso thinks the hero is crazy. Before hitting the button, even aware that he's also doomed, Seoju kneels, locking eyes with him defiantly. To the thug's shock, nothing explodes. He wonders if he pressed it incorrectly. Meanwhile, our boy feels relieved. Soo-yeon executed her part of the plan flawlessly. Inside the cabin, the dark-haired guy feels dejected, having been caught far too easily. Suddenly, Caesar appears at the door. He reassures his friend, convincing him that the hero isn't tough enough to take on the mafia. With a grin, the mafioso asks if he's come to bust him out. With his face bruised, he confesses that he was caught as well. Our protagonist steps in, and suddenly the man with the detonator begins pleading as if he's in a bad movie. Chill vibes. The young man mentions that Helena has some questions for him first. Helena jumps in, asking how they managed to pull off the great escape from Sicily. The tied-up man chuckles, playing it cool. Caesar reveals the details of his secret passage, and Kim is all ears. Meanwhile, the mafioso's friend urges him to keep quiet. Annoyed, our hero knocks out the dark-haired guy with a swift blow, lights out style. Then, he's back at it, questioning the secret passage. The man is begging for mercy, but our guy responds, "Remember when you tried to kill 90,000 people?" Later, the man wakes up. Feeling groggy, he faced the squad. He's wondering if his friend let the cat out of the bag. Then, he offers a cheeky 70 million euros to the crew. Everyone's jaws dropped at that offer. Yelling, our hero asks, "Do you really have that kind of cash?" The guy says, "We're not your average crooks. We're mafia, baby." They're involved in everything: gambling, trafficking, loans, you name it, raking in 53 billion euros a year, right under Andrea's nose. Sizing up our hero, the criminal is confident that the deal is sealed. But our hero responds, "Nah, not worth it. Where's Francesco?" Believing the boss is in Sicily, he then asks, "Do you guys sell people too?" He's planning to cash in on the duo in a big way. As Lee watches the thug get a beatdown, he thinks to himself, "You could have just talked, man. Sweating bullets? Hyun's been there and done that." The blonde heroine is taken aback, questioning whether Kim is truly planning to hunt down the boss, which seems like a risky endeavor. Sicily is home to the mafia headquarters, and on top of that, the guy is an S-class hunter, no joke. Fearless, our hero declares that this won't end until they handle the situation. It became crystal clear after the events that nearly unfolded in Catanzaro. When faced with a challenge, he declares that he won't go to Italy without a plan. Secret passages. Here we come! Perhaps a deal involving the sale of individuals. The young woman looks puzzled, while our hero grins like a madman. Now we're in Messina, the vital link between Sicily and mainland Italy, often referred to as Hunter Central. In a room, the scarred individuals, Francesco and Agnes, are behaving suspiciously. Another guy is curious and asks if they are teaming up. Antonio confirms that they are preparing for war. He reveals that the spies have gone radio silent. Nervously, the brown-haired hunter said, "We need to prepare too." The man in the blue suit thinks to himself, "We've just lit the fuse." When Francesco and Agnes team up, they command an impressive force of 150,000 soldiers. War results in significant casualties. The young man in the hat says, "Marcello's right, let's get ready." Suddenly, a knock interrupts the conversation. Elena says she's sorry, but Kim wants to see the president. Nervously, the light-haired man asks, "Where is he?" Outside, our hero grins, pleasantly surprised to see the president so soon. He expresses that it's a pleasure to meet Antonio. Straight to business, the leader inquires about his presence. Our hero is eager to conduct business, but he finds the prices in Italy to be outrageous. He wants to know the worth of Albano and Cesar. When asked why they're there, Seo-jun replies that they were offered a substantial amount of money to leave. Our guy stuns everyone by pulling a giant sphere from his bag. Then they inquire about ransoming 150,000 individuals. Noticing the confusion, the blonde hunter says, "Let me break it down." After a while, the president continuously thanks the hero. Without him, 90,000 citizens would have been lost. Embarrassed, our hero remarks on the ransom situation. Marcello asks, "Are you really going to ask the mafia for it?" Our protagonist is excited, claiming that this magic bomb was planted in Catanzaro. But here's the plot twist. It didn't explode because someone on the squad drained its magical energy. Now, since it functions like a boomerang bomb, he's considering recycling it to give the mafiosos a taste of their own medicine. But Mr. Hat Guy responds, "No way, you can't do that. To set it off, you need to be extremely close, and that's a one-way ticket to Boomtown for our guy." The Prime Minister is nodding, stating that the squad has already sacrificed too much. Our main character is grinning, confident that he has his own epic plan in mind. Priority number 1 is to finish this as quickly as possible. Andrea's successor and the others are all curious, wondering why our hero is putting in so much effort, especially since it's not even his territory. It's Italy, not his backyard. However, our hero believes that helping others doesn't require a reason. This resonates with Antonio, reminding him of Andrea, whom he thought was gone for good until now. Kim is packing away the bomb, declaring that he's leaving and everyone should get ready. Hat Guy is serious, promising to return the favor, so our hero better come back in one piece. Our guy is relaxed, saying he's not planning on kicking the bucket anytime soon, but he thinks he might have killed the vibe. He spins around and grabs the two mafiosos. He promises he'll be back soon. Blonde Hunter is cringing at all the compliments being thrown around. Meanwhile, at the Mafia headquarters, Agnes is proudly boasting about sending 100,000 peeps to Messina, just as Francesco requested. The guy is excited, saying they can strike at any moment now. Agnes, wielding her hammer, surveys the troops outside. She wonders if they are rushing things, especially since they are down 50,000 elite soldiers. Francesco is completely relaxed. She believes she's worrying too much, which is why she couldn't escape Sicily. He's saying that soon Italy will be chaos central. They just have to seize the opportunity. Agnes remains silent. Then someone reports that Antonio's forces are retreating from Messina. The old man said, "Of course, Congress was bound to do that. This means that panic is going to skyrocket when the fight begins," he explains while tossing his dagger playfully. Then, with a swift motion, he stabs it into the map. Italy is set to be. Agnes wonders if the first 100,000 are simply meant to be destroyed. Francesco confidently declares it the best strategy ever. Agnes calls him crazy, but then she grins creepily, clearly loving the plan. They're both laughing uncontrollably, completely unaware that someone else had just walked in. Our guy remarks, "Wow, you two sure talk a lot of trash." Then he asks if the guy is the notorious Francesco. Mafioso is panicking, questioning how the kid managed to get in and why he isn't in trouble. The hero tosses Cesar and Albano aside, declaring that he has some presents for them. The thugs are battered and bruised, pleading with their boss to come to their rescue. An older man is trying to understand how the bomb expert was apprehended. Seeing that the kid doesn't need a translator, he asks if he is with the Order of Truth. Seo-jun wonders why everyone keeps asking him that. The boss is still in shock, insisting there's no way the kid is with the Order. The hero is confused, asking what's going on and if the guy knows more. Realizing his cash grabs were a bust, our guy pulls out the bomb and sets it down in the room. Francesco asks, "How did you snag that?" aware of its immense power. Agnes is prepared to confront the situation, feeling uneasy about being close to a magical bomb. Our guy is teasing, asking if he should fire it up. The old man smirks, claiming that threatening someone with a dud bomb is foolish. The hero responds, "True, true." He then begins recharging it, illuminating the space with vibrant rainbow hues. The mafiosos are completely unraveling. Without letting go of the object, Kim exclaimed, "Loading's done, dude." The boss warns that if the bomb goes off, everyone is finished. However, the hero confidently replies that he has already prepared for that, so there's no need to worry. Freaked out, Francesco asks, "What do you want, man?" Our guy reveals what he's heard about the mafia's cash flow. All hyped up, the guy says, "I can give you whatever you want, bro." The hero is quickly calculating a ransom amount. The mafia guy thinks he can be clever and play the hero. Grinning, Kim suggests, "How about a cool 700 billion euros? A guy is yelling, "How can you be such a greedy kid?" The hero stares at them blankly and says, "Weren't you going to give me whatever I wanted?" Realizing he has made a mistake, the villain concedes. All right, I'll pay up." But then he disappears, only to reappear right next to the hero. Effortlessly, he blocks the attack with his spear. Powering up, Francesco declares that getting that cash will cost you your life. Back at the bomb, the hero questions, "Aren't you being a bit reckless, dude?" Displaying his claws, he challenges, "You really think that scares us?" Because everyone knows that blowing things up isn't as easy as it seems. Ready to rumble, the mafia guy says, "Let's see what you've got, hero." Our boy is dodging hits like it's second nature. As he considers his next move, he realizes that they are aware the bomb is difficult to detonate. In the worst-case scenario, he can zoom out of there with the Alfie speed, but he might still get hit. The boss is really upset. "Why isn't Agnes helping me?" Smirking, the hero remarks, "You're feeling pretty cocky, aren't you?" He asks if it's because he has a history of involvement in terrorist activities. With a single blow, the hero sends the woman flying. She realizes that the hero's magic has grown significantly stronger. Meanwhile, Cesar and Albano are trying to escape, growing increasingly anxious. Our protagonist is eager to bring this to a close because he has some questions to ask. The villains are struck by an explosion from the dispersal attack. However, unlike the woman, the old man appears to be relatively unscathed. Kim is not done yet and uses his grapple attack, attacking the duo from every angle. They bounce back and power up once more, asserting they won't be defeated so easily. The hero observes the incoming attacks. Then suddenly another massive explosion erupted from their powers, but surprise, surprise, the hero manages to dodge it. Facing them, our hero launches his piercing attack. Later, Francesco gazes up at the sky. Kim arrives and says, "You woke up sooner than I thought." Out of nowhere, the enemy suddenly bursts into laughter. "I didn't think even Andrea was this strong." Finally, the enemy realizes he can't defeat the hero, not even with Agnes's assistance. This means his big plan is ruined. It turns out he intended to use the damaged dungeons to crush Antonio's crew. Then, chaos erupts in Italy as Catanzaro's people are wiped out. Ultimately, he would deploy elite forces to seize control of the country. However, his major failure was not dealing with one Asian hunter. Grinning, Seo Jun says, "Now that you're done laughing, can we chat?" On the ground, the boss asks what the hero plans to do next. Touching the bomb, he realizes that the next move is pretty obvious. But first, he wants to know how much cash the guy is offering. Laughing, Francesco responds, "You'd really let me live?" Our boy replies, "It depends on the cash, man. I can't help it." The enemy bursts into laughter once more. He says that even if the hero doesn't take the money now, things will change once Antonio is in charge. We'll find out if the hero can manage the challenge. Switching topics, the man asks the hero if he understands the consequences of detonating the bomb, which has the power to turn an entire city to dust. Upon learning that the mafia figure didn't survive, the hero is visibly shaken. He questions whether the bomb is from the Order of Truth, but the enemy merely responds with a sarcastic grin. When pressed again, he finally reveals the truth, claiming that anyone wearing the mask of truth is simply a fraud. He managed to anger the Order of Truth to such an extent that they ultimately took out Andrea. Everything was confirmed, but there was one significant oversight. He discovers that the bomb was intended to be planted in the dungeon to eliminate the monster. However, the mobster chose to abandon that plan. He believed it was a complete waste to use such a cool and powerful bomb on a tiny creature. And just like that, Catanzaro became the primary target. Hearing, when the hero learns that the guy actually wanted 90,000 people to vanish, he becomes extremely angry. The old man, unfazed, asks the young man if he hasn't noticed anything suspicious. He then reveals that he was stalling the entire time. Kim swiftly raises his spear to block the incoming strike, but ultimately throws the enemy's dagger at the bomb. This means the enemy never truly intended to hit him. Grinning, Francesco declares that even though he lost, ultimately, nobody will win in the end. Our guy delivers a solid kick. After creating some space, he decides he needs to leave before the bomb goes off for real. The hero kicks into divine speed, his feet barely touching the ground. The spear begins to crack and glow intensely. While sprinting, the hero glances back to see the mobster relaxing, and the other soldiers are completely unaware that they're about to face an explosion. The brightness intensifies. Finally, a massive explosion rocks the area. Meanwhile, some monsters are investigating something. In what resembles an altar, a hooded figure ponders why someone is lying there, looking so sad. It turns out, she's referring to Andrea. A young man appears and captures the attention of the Apostle of Patience to inform her that the magical bomb had just detonated in Sicily.